Ahem. 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 Oh, my microphone's about to fall. Give me one moment. Okay, I fixed it. I'm just gonna turn my fan on. And now we are good. Hi, hello, hey. Yeah, my microphone was quite loose, so I needed to yeah, I needed to fix it more or less. Anyways, hey, how's it going? Are you guys doing good? Yes? No? I don't know. We're just gonna watch videos. I'm gonna get a sandwich. And pretty much, yeah. Honestly, I was gonna do something today, but I am lazy. We'll probably do Blue Protocol later, or on Saturday if anything. But I'm just like, I'm lazy today. I wrapped up a lot of work on Haven, and I gotta do some later for what do you call it? For Aegis, and then it's good. I spent like 2 hours with Hayden fixing the audio meeting. It was terrible. Where's my OBS? Oh, hey. Hi. Hey, what's up? Hi. I'll make the video just a bit smaller. Yeah, I just wanted to watch videos today, in all honesty. Can you guys hear the audio? Or no? Or is it too quiet? Because I did lower the audio in general. Sound mixer. Let's see. Yeah, it's oh, that's loud. Okay, right there. Can you guys even hear it? Hello? Hello? I spent like all day as well on Unity changing up the playlist for Haven District, and I am exhausted. Having to copy and paste everything, make sure that I didn't like duplicate stuff was not fun. Least to say. Anyways, let's go watch. Why isn't it's not playing.
In September 2019,
there you go.
40-year-old Stephen Weber Jr. and his girlfriend Kanisha
I'm gonna be eating my salad.
went on a vacation to Pemba Island. Stephen had been dating Kanisha for a while by this point and had planned to propose to her during this trip. What neither of them knew, however, was that the happiest trip of their lives was about to turn into an irreversible tragedy. The groundwork for this tragedy was laid when the two arrived at the island and checked in to stay at the Manta Resort just off the coast. It had a nice, uninterrupted view of the ocean, as well as a roof area to relax and enjoy the tropical weather. However,
I would never do that. I like living the idea of living near like a lake and a river, but not an ocean, or even on the ocean like that.
The underwater room, which offered a 360-degree view.
Oh, that's even worse.
Surrounding the resort. This room served as the whole idea behind how Stephen had planned to propose. He put on swimming goggles and dived down to one of the windows in this room.
Oh, I don't like
Kanisha
this.
To begin recording. He then unrolled a paper note inside a Ziploc bag and pressed it against the window. It read, "I can't hold my breath long enough to tell you everything I love about you.
Did he like drown?
Everything I love about you, I love more every day." He then flipped the note, and on the other side was a marriage proposal for Kanisha, reading, "Will you please be my wife?"
Oh, it's so cute.
What if she said no? Oh, that'd be awkward. Oh, did he drop it? How does this go bad?
He'd also showed the wedding ring he'd brought for this occasion before swimming up to hear Kanisha's response. At this point, Kanisha stopped recording and rushed to the surface floor, eager to give her answer.
Oh, he never went up.
She looked outside. Instead of a smiling Stephen, she saw nothing. Stephen was nowhere to be seen.
What?
Kanisha climbed the roof, hoping he might have been up there. Unfortunately, there were no signs of Stephen anywhere. He had vanished somewhere between showing her the ring and swimming up to the surface. After understanding the full gravity of the situation, Kanisha called for help, with several locals rushing to her aid. Unfortunately, it took some time to find Stephen. He was floating in the water, and by that point, it was already too late. Some resort workers tried to revive him with CPR, however, it wasn't effective.
Did he
Stephen had
drown?
miscalculated how long he could hold his breath underwater and
he
drowned before he
drowned.
could reach the surface. You can even see his hand shaking as he holds the ring near the end of the video, his body desperately telling him he needs air now. But in an effort to get his point across and make the moment that much more special, he ignores this, and
So
unfortunately pays the ultimate price.
High exerting exhibits. He passed.
Mini Joe
Oh
is a YouTube
my.
channel that occasionally posted travel videos up until 3 years ago. Most of these were typical travel vlogs showcasing the hosts of different expeditions around the world. However, out of the roughly 30 videos they've uploaded, one stands out for just how disturbing it is. This video contains a collection of footage Joe and his friends captured while doing technical dives in the Blue Hole in Dahab, Egypt, which is often considered the deadliest diving spot in the world.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, isn't that? I'm pretty sure that place has like so many deaths, and like Oh my goodness.
There are a few conflicting reports on the total number, but most people agree that somewhere between 130 and 200 divers have met their end while trying to reach its depths. That is an average of 8 lives lost per year, and unfortunately, the total is still going up. What's worse is that the remains of many victims are never recovered, which is exactly what made Mini Joe's video so unsettling. Their dive started off like any other, but as they descended deeper, they came across the tanks, lines, and suits of those who came before and never made it back. Some of the
Oh,
remains were wedged into narrow crevices on the ocean floor, hinting at what might have gone wrong for them. Most were also taken over by the environment, suggesting they might have been down there for years. Above all, these encounters served as a constant reminder of the true danger of technical diving. Divers often have to carry multiple heavy tanks before they can even begin the descent. Then, once they're in the water, they have to constantly monitor their oxygen levels while also staying aware of their surroundings. Things only become more dangerous the deeper they dive, where even a moment's distraction can quickly turn fatal. However, all of this is true for any dive, regardless of the location. What makes the Dahab Blue Hole even more dangerous is the false sense of security it provides. Blue holes, for those who don't know, are like vertical caves in oceans that go a lot deeper than the surrounding ocean floor. And the one in Dahab, Egypt is an even more extreme version of that. One of the biggest contributors to its deadliness is its depth of about 426 feet, or around 130 meters, which isn't very apparent from the surface. It's also an almost vertical drop to the bottom. This catches many new divers off guard, causing them to miscalculate their gas levels and tragically become another name on the memorial near the diving site. One of the most well-known cases of this is 22-year-old Yuri Lipsky, a Russian diving instructor with plenty of experience under his belt. However, he had no prior experience with the Dahab Blue Hole, resulting in it taking his life. The footage from his recovered diving camera showed him descending into the depths faster
if I remember correctly, he got swept under current, right? Or was it his weight?
than expected, struggling to keep his gas levels in check, trying to quickly slow down his descent, causing the buoyancy device to burst, and eventually succumbing to nitrogen poisoning in just 4 minutes after starting his dive. However, the sheer depth is only one part of this blue hole's danger. As Mini Joe's video demonstrated, the other part of its lethality comes from the network of partially collapsed caves littered throughout the area. They promise incredible views and look like prime diving spots at first glance, but in all reality, they are deceptively difficult to navigate through. Narrow passages and jagged rocks are everywhere. A single mistake can leave a technical diver stuck in one of these caverns with no way out until their gas tanks inevitably
Hi,
run
Ma.
out. The terrain also makes recovery extremely difficult, and many families of the fallen often opt to just leave their loved ones down there so as not to endanger even more lives in recovery attempts, which explains why Joe came across so many diving suits in his video. In July 2016, a diver named Jacob Childs went on a group diving trip off the coast of
You see that? That's Baja Blast. He has good taste.
Southeast Queensland, Australia. The boat stopped roughly 35 miles or about 56 kilometers off the coast, and Jacob was the second to last
It's the
person to
first thing I
dive.
noticed.
However, a minute after entering the water, the diving line slipped out of his hand. He thought he could swim back to the boat and start over, but as he got closer, he was shocked to realize the rope had been pulled in. And before he could think of what to do next, a strong current swept the ocean surface and separated him from the boat. To make matters worse, the captain of the boat also sped off to go fishing while everyone was diving. By the time the other divers got back to the boat and realized Jacob was missing,
Wait, this guy survived, did he not?
leaving him stranded in the middle of the ocean,
That's scary.
35 miles from the nearest piece of land.
If I remember correctly, he does get rescued. A helicopter eventually finds them.
That said, the distance from land was the least of Jacob's worries at that moment. For starters, the water around him was nearly 20 degrees Celsius, which is about 68 degrees Fahrenheit. This wasn't nearly cold enough to make him freeze up and pass out immediately, but it was cold enough to slowly sap away his body heat, making him more susceptible to hypothermia and exhaustion with every passing minute. It was also late in the afternoon, and the sun was about
This
to
guy did good. He stayed calm throughout the whole thing. I remember
go
seeing
down,
this.
meaning it was only going to get worse. After a while, a rescue
There.
plane flew above him twice, but it didn't see him. And this was while it was still bright, and the inflatable indicator was visible from quite a distance. He knew that once it got dark, his chances of being rescued would drop to almost zero.
Well, the sun's going down. If the sun goes down, they won't do nothing. That's a wrap on old.
He's like accepting his death. That's so sad.
Unfortunately, there was nothing Jacob could do at that moment but wait and continue recording what possibly could be his last message to his family. Identifying the right direction and then swimming for over 35 miles would have been next to impossible. If he had taken it upon himself to try and reach the coast, he would have likely exhausted himself and drowned partway through. He did try to follow a fishing boat he saw in the distance, but quickly realized that he wouldn't be able to get close enough to get its attention, leaving him feeling dejected.
A helicopter found him eventually.
Way too far for me.
I'm pretty sure.
It'd be like 15, 16 meters now.
Besides, swimming too far from his original location would have also reduced his chances of being saved, since rescue teams would no longer know where to look. As the sky got darker and the rescue plane failed to spot him multiple times, the frustration was beginning to set in.
There's a plane coming back. There's a rescue boat way over there. Helpful. That
The salty seawater was also making him extremely dehydrated, worsening his chances of survival by the minute. However, Jacob was experienced enough to know that panicking or getting angry wouldn't do any good. The right thing to do was to stay put while exerting the least amount of effort. After drifting in the middle of nowhere for over 6 hours, he was finally spotted by a helicopter and brought to safety on a rescue boat.
Aw.
With the sun nearly below the horizon, he came dangerously close to losing his life that day. Fortunately, he was able to recover with no permanent injuries.
Also, fuck that, the stupid, captain who wanted to go fishing and left his ass there. Holy.
On the 26th of May 2013, a group of 3 tugboats was trying to stabilize an oil tanker during a harsh storm nearly 20 miles or 32 kilometers off the coast of Nigeria. That's when one of the boats, named Jaskin 4, got hit by a massive rogue wave.
It's just the moment
This
I killed you.
capsized the boat, causing it to sink rapidly and disappear below the water surface within seconds. The company behind this operation, West African Ventures, immediately sent off a rescue mission. However, the harsh weather made any immediate rescue efforts near impossible. They eventually sent a helicopter to look for any survivors who managed to swim back to the surface. Unfortunately, even after a full day of searching, they didn't find a single member of the Jaskin 4's crew who was still alive. This left the company with no choice but to presume the crew deceased and begin a body recovery diving mission instead. The task of retrieving their remains was handed down to 6 saturation divers who were laying underwater oil pipes nearby. The only reason they were chosen for the task was because they were the closest to the site of the incident. Still, it took them around a day to reach the site and begin looking for Jaskin 4. The harsh waves had shifted its position significantly from where it capsized, causing even more time lost before the retrieval mission could begin. Unfortunately, that was far from the only hurdle the rescue divers would face on this mission.
Looks all foggy
Once
and
they
shit.
located the Jaskin 4 and dove down to it, they discovered that the boat had turned upside down. It was now
I
resting on its
remember
primary
this.
mast, which could collapse at any time. Due to significant pirate activity in that area, all of the Jaskin 4's entrances were also locked shut, forcing the divers to use specialized underwater torches just to gain access. Sadly, their assumption turned out to be correct. By the afternoon of the 28th of May, 2 days after Jaskin 4 had sunk, the rescue team managed to recover the remains of 4 crew members, though 2 were still missing. But just as all hope seemed lost, one of the divers, named Tony Walker, made an incredible discovery.
One
First in
guy
context,
survived.
Tony
I
was being
remember.
instructed
Oh
on
my
what to do by his
goodness.
supervisor, Colby Verretz, from the surface. Tony was also inhaling a gas mixture which was partially helium, making his voice higher. While looking around the upside-down boat, he came across what looked like a human hand. He assumed it belonged to yet another fallen crew member, but to his surprise, the hand moved and grabbed him back.
Alright, so you should be walking on the ceiling, yeah? Okay. Alright, you found one, yeah?
Man, just like, oh my goodness. I don't even imagine how much he cried. I'm just getting like tears just thinking about it.
He's alive, he's alive. Okay, keep him there, Alright, just, alright, just hold him there, okay? Just keep him there. No, I don't know what we're gonna do. Alright, just keep him there and keep him calm, okay? Alright, just reassure him, pat him on the shoulder.
Aw.
Okay.
He must have been in like in such
This was
disbelief.
29-year-old Harrison O'Kenny, Jaskin 4's resident cook. After over 60 hours underwater, Harrison was somehow still alive. He also seemed quite aware of everything that was going on around him and remained calm to help the rescuers do their job. Apparently, Harrison was in the bathroom when the boat capsized. He tried to rush to the emergency latch, but water rushed in and trapped the crew inside. To his knowledge, Harrison was the only one who managed to survive after creating a makeshift indoor raft from plywood, cardboard, and a mattress. After finding him, rescuers gave him fresh water and a harness to keep him close. However, the divers knew they didn't have much time to plan a proper rescue mission. You see, the air pocket Harrison was in was about to run out, likely in less than an hour. Harrison could end up suffocating if they didn't act quick enough. On the other hand, they couldn't just strap him into a rope and pull him back to the surface. He had already spent over 2.5 days in an extremely high-pressure environment. Taking him to the surface too quickly could have caused decompression sickness, which in extreme cases can also be lethal. Fortunately, due to their job of installing underwater oil pipes, the divers were uniquely equipped to deal with these exact issues. More specifically, they had a pressurized diving bell attached to the vessel, which they put Harrison in after consulting a
Aw.
doctor. Had this been a standard diving crew with regular scuba gear, they wouldn't have had anything to keep Harrison alive. Once back on the surface, he also had to spend some more time in a decompression chamber to avoid decompression sickness, and was fairly okay after that. However, while he recovered physically, the mental trauma of being trapped in an upside-down boat on the ocean floor for over 2 days with no idea if anyone was coming to save him left him with PTSD, something he is still recovering from to this day. On December 13, 2013, YouTuber Kodiak Thunder uploaded a video showing a near-death experience he had while diving. Unlike many other divers, Kodiak's motive wasn't to just dive as deep as he could or reach some underwater landmark. Instead, his diving sessions were more about catching fish and crustaceans by hand or with a spear gun. But while chasing a lobster, he swam too far into an underwater cave. He managed to catch the lobster he was after, but when he turned around, he had no idea how to get out.
Oh shit. Yeah, I'm okay in VR chat. I'll do my cave diving in VR. It's a lot more safer. I would never do that. Oh my goodness. No,
Fortunately, after swimming around
but
in the
eventually
cave for a few
probably,
minutes, he was
yeah.
able to find the exit and swim out without any trouble. However, this was incredibly lucky. The thing is, diving on its own is incredibly dangerous. A single distraction can quickly spiral into an irreversible tragedy. But unless they're very deep, divers at least have the option to just swim up to the surface and wait for rescue. Though, not with cave diving.
Different kind of cave
One of the
diving in
primary
VR
hazards
chat.
in a cave
Yeah,
is the
straight into
environment
that.
itself.
Anyways.
Unlike the open ocean, many underwater caves
Yeah.
have floors covered in extremely fine silt. A poorly controlled fin kick, or even the exhaust bubbles from a regulator hitting the ceiling can dislodge this sediment. This creates a silt out, a condition where the water's visibility drops to absolute zero instantly. Divers' high-powered lights become useless, and in some extreme cases, the diver can't even see their own hands, let alone their surroundings. This also makes them unable to see their gauges or the guidelines. In short, they no longer know where they're going, where they're supposed to go, or whether they're getting the right gas mixture. At best, they can keep swimming and hope the cave is straight enough to eventually lead them away from the murky water.
I
But
would
if
never
they can't
do
monitor
this.
their
Oh.
gases, nitrogen poisoning can become a serious problem. It impairs both their cognitive and motor function.
Let me dive
leading
in
them
your
to take their final
caves.
breaths in the cave, unless someone is there to rescue
Excuse
them.
me?
Even then, rescue isn't always
That?
an option.
What?
Many underwater caves are extremely narrow, and with tanks and other essential gear, navigating these tight spaces becomes even harder. In most cases, there isn't even enough room to turn around, so if one diver passes out, the others can get trapped behind them and lose their lives there as well. One of the most well-known cases of this exact scenario happened on February 6, 2014.
Oh
when a team
my.
of 5 Finnish cavers visited Norway to go cave diving through Plura Cave. All 5 of them were veteran cave divers and knew exactly what they were doing. They even had mapped out the exact route they planned to follow. However, as they were crossing the narrowest section of the cave, the cylinder of one of the divers got stuck, preventing him from moving forward and blocking the others behind him. The chaos of the situation resulted in 2 of the divers panicking, failing to monitor their gauges, and passing away within minutes. The
Oh.
other 3 barely made it out alive as well. One had to squeeze past the stuck diver by removing his gear and swimming the rest of the way, gasping for air from tiny pockets along the ceiling. The remaining two had to turn back and exit through the original entrance with almost no air left in
Hi,
the tanks.
hey.
The fact that any of them made it out alive was nothing short of a miracle, highlighting the true horror of underwater cave diving. Because when things go even slightly wrong during a cave dive, even the most experienced and well-prepared divers can struggle to survive.
I would never do this sort of stuff. Heck no. I am good. I'll pass.
I'm on my voice. It is now Sunday morning and the snow has not let up. It's about 6.5 feet deep, I think. And I'm held up here in the Jeep. I just want to come home.
Oh.
This is the video of 46-year-old Paula Lane, recorded for her mother and 11-year-old twin boys, days after being stranded in the middle of nowhere from an intense snowstorm. Her situation was extremely dire,
your
to the point
message?
where she
It
could lose
didn't.
her life at any moment. And this recording was her way of leaving a final message to her family, something she
Oh, hi,
never
Hayden.
expected she'd
You
have to
missed
do.
it.
Things started off quite normal
You missed
on
your
November 29,
your founder's
2012, when
badge.
Paula and her 44-year-old boyfriend
And our
Roderick
favorite
Clifton
streamer,
were staying at his
Yunmi's
mother's house in
channel.
Citrus Heights, California. Paula's mother had invited the two
Oh, you
for
got
dinner
it?
that day.
Good.
So the two packed their stuff and began the over 100-mile or 160-kilometer journey to her place in Gardnerville, Nevada. The route went through the mountains, and because of this, they made a couple stops along the way to admire the views. But even with these breaks, they were still on pace to reach their destination long before dinner. So, with some time to spare, Rod decided to go on a brief detour. Instead of continuing on the highway, they got on the road leading to Burnside Lake. And that's when they ran into the first hurdle of this trip, a roadblock. The path to Burnside Lake was closed off by a gate, as well as a thick sheet of ice. It had been long closed for the season. Rod was intimately familiar with the path ahead, since the couple often camped at Burnside Lake with their kids in the summertime. Plus, he also wanted to test the off-roading snow capabilities of his new Jeep. So, he chose to ignore the gate and drove around it, a decision he would sadly come
Are
to regret
you
not long after.
stupid?
Things went smoothly at first, allowing them to reach the lake at around 7 p.m. Unfortunately, the snow near the lake was deeper and softer than they expected, resulting in the Jeep's front left tire getting stuck as they were turning around to leave. The two tried everything in their power to free it for multiple hours, but were completely unsuccessful. And that was only the beginning of their troubles. Things went from bad to worse when the temperature started dropping rapidly, which the two weren't prepared for at all. It was around 60 degrees Fahrenheit or about 15 Celsius when they left earlier that day. So they were wearing fall clothes with jeans and light jackets. They also had no plans of
my
camping, so they
goodness.
didn't have any food or fresh water. To top it all off, there was no cell service in that area either, preventing them from calling for help. With no other options, they decided to spend the night huddled in the Jeep and wait out the bad weather. Unfortunately, that region experienced an intense snowstorm that night, making their already dire situation even more critical. After trying and failing to free the Jeep once again on November 30th, Rod decided to go look for help on foot instead. It was a nearly 6-mile or about 9.6-kilometer trek to the highway. The snow was also waist deep on some sections of the path, so Rod put on as many warm clothes as he could, wrapped his shoes in plastic bags to avoid getting them wet in the snow, and promised Paula that he would be back with help in a few hours. Sadly, he did not come back. Back in the Jeep, Paula's situation wasn't looking very good either. In addition to being worried about Rod, she also had almost nothing to keep herself alive. The only food in the vehicle was a small bag of fresh green tomatoes Rod's mother had given them before they
Oh
departed.
gosh,
Over the next couple
tomatoes.
of days, Paula survived by eating 1 or 2 tomatoes a day, eating the snow for hydration, and wrapping herself in as many clothes and blankets as she could find in the car. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't letting up one bit, causing her to slowly lose any hope of survival, and eventually use the remaining battery on her camera to record this message to her family on December 1st.
I'm on my voice. It is now Sunday morning and the snow has not let up. It's about 6.5 feet deep, I think. And I'm held up here in the Jeep. I'm eating a green tomato a day. I'm eating as much snow as I can remember to and trying to stay warm. I just want to come home. Rod left Friday morning. Today's Sunday. Rod left Friday morning to go get help but didn't come back. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if he got hypothermia and frostbite or if some critter got him. But I can't walk out in this because I don't have the clothing. I just want to see my babies and my mom. I'm so sorry that this happened.
I mean,
But
man, they really fucked around and found out.
as soon as
Oh my
the sun comes
goodness.
out, I'm gonna have to try to make it. It's 7 miles and 6 feet of snow. I don't think I'm gonna do so well, but nobody's ever gonna find me here at Burnside Lake.
Luckily, the storm subsided on the morning of December 2nd, giving Paula the will to save herself from the situation. So she packed her backpack with essentials like scissors and a flashlight, made makeshift gloves and socks with masking tape and tissue, and set out to find help on her own.
In car mats or
However,
something?
the way
That's
back
true.
was even more challenging than she could
Like
have
there are
imagined.
houses over
She
there.
was sinking into the snow with every step, forcing her to crawl on the snow with the help of her backpack instead. However, her body was already incredibly weak from the days of near starvation and cold exposure, and crawling through snow only made things worse. Hours into her trek, she was already beginning to lose feeling in her hands and feet. She was also coughing up blood and struggling to stay conscious.
Oh.
And if all that wasn't bad enough, the snowstorm came back as well, forcing Paula to take shelter in a spider-infested hollow tree. on the ground.
Ew.
She spent 2 more nights in that tree, trying to recover enough strength
Ah,
to
hell
continue
no.
making her way back.
I will give it
Unfortunately,
this.
she had already run out of tomatoes, which was her only food source, and was barely alive at this point. But on December 5th, 6 days after the couple was stranded in the woods, Paula made a final-ditch effort to save herself. She left the hollow tree and began crawling with all she had left. And that's when she made a devastating discovery.
Oh.
Not far from the tree, she came across the remains of Rod covered in snow. He had likely developed hypothermia and passed away hours after leaving to get help. However, as heartbreaking as this discovery was, it also served as a motivator for Paula, giving her the courage to continue crawling forward so she didn't meet the same fate. Now, an important thing to note here is that the rescue efforts to find Paula and Rod had begun the night they disappeared. But since they didn't tell anyone about the detour to the lake, no one knew exactly where to look for them along the 100-plus mile-long path they could have taken. The harsh weather also made it impossible to search for them via helicopter. Fortunately, Paula's brother, Gary, knew about their previous summer visits to the lake. So, on the 5th of December, he went to check out the lake area by himself.
Oh.
And after 6 long days, finally found his sister crawling on the road while on the verge of losing her life. It was starting to rain, and she would have more than likely passed away from hypothermia and exhaustion if Gary had found her even 15 minutes later.
Why does the cameraman
He
help her?
spotted her in time and
There are
rushed her to a
rules.
nearby
There are
hospital where She was
laws.
treated for first-degree frostbite.
A cameraman
Paula
was
has since managed
never,
to make a full recovery
never,
and is now
never
living with her family and children.
interrupt or intervene.
On the morning of October 15, 2016, 41-year-old Kevin Diepenbrock went on a scenic bike ride with his close friend and coworker Philip Polito. The plan was to ride across
that
the
Niagara
Dryden,
Falls?
an 11-mile stretch of Route 129 near the Tennessee-North Carolina border that's infamous for its constant winding paths. It's as dangerous as it is beautiful. The surrounding foliage makes it one of the most picturesque riding spots in all of the US. But this foliage also reduces the already limited visibility, making even a single mistake on this road potentially lethal. Kevin had decades of experience riding bikes and was fairly confident in his ability to ride safely. However, he had no way of preparing for what was about to happen. A few minutes into the ride, Philip accidentally entered a turn too fast and was about to cross the yellow line. He slammed on the brakes to avoid going in the opposite lane. Unfortunately, due to the low visibility, by the time Kevin noticed, it was already too late. He slammed into Philip from behind, sending both riders and their bikes careening off the road and into a ravine 100 feet below. Philip sadly passed away minutes, if not seconds, after the crash. But Kevin somehow didn't. He survived, though now left alone in the ravine, hoping someone would spot him and help. He didn't know the full extent of his injuries at the time, but they were severe enough to render him completely immobile. The worst part about this was the fact that he could clearly hear hundreds of bikes and cars drive past him on the road above. But his injuries, later found out to be internal organ injuries, made it nearly impossible for him to shout loud enough to get their attention. There was nothing he could do. To make matters worse, he wasn't getting a cell signal in that location either. He He tried
Because it's
everything
inside
from
a
calling for
ravine.
help to sending text messages to his friends and family, and even attempting to update his status on Facebook. Sadly, none of it worked, making his hopes of getting rescued diminish as time went on. After exhausting all other options, Kevin accepted what was coming and decided to use the last of his strength to record a goodbye message for his family.
Hey everybody. That's all I can really say. About 10:30 this morning.
Man, that's crazy. You can hear the cars just passing by.
Been laying here ever since.
He started by expressing his love to his parents, wife, and children, telling them to take care of themselves.
Just want to say I love you guys. Sorry it's being stupid, but you know that's what I do. Mom, Dad, love you. Courtney, love you. Kurt and Marnie, Karen, Matt, love you guys. Take care.
The second half of the recording was devoted to his dogs, but this section also revealed signs of his injuries slowly deteriorating his cognitive function.
Take care of the puppies for me too. Give Kimber and Ruger lots of love for me. And Rocco, Notch, and Kimber. Rocco, Notch, and Tango. I miss you guys.
However, despite accepting what seemed like an inevitable end at this point, Kevin did not give up. He kept trying everything in his power to get someone's attention, even as it became completely dark outside.
Oh,
Hey, 7 o'clock.
must be
Gotta use
daylight
my
savings.
flashlight to wave somebody down.
He also tried to get up at some point, but the pain from his injuries made him lose consciousness the moment he shifted even slightly. Kevin was also becoming more and more dehydrated as time went by, resulting in even more exhaustion and making it difficult for him to stay
damn.
conscious.
Hey, I'm at 10% body, 10% battery. It's 11 o'clock. I love you. I don't know what to say.
The weather in that area can also be extremely unpredictable, and there would have been no way for him to fend off hypothermia if the temperature dropped drastically that night. But no matter how bad his situation became, Kevin was determined to keep trying until the very end. And after nearly 30 hours of hearing bikes and cars drive by right next to him, his efforts finally paid off. The next morning, Kevin heard a bike stop near the crash site. It was a young couple that stopped to admire the view from that location. So he began shouting for help with all of the remaining strength in his body, successfully alerting the couple, who then called for more help. He was airlifted to a nearby hospital where the full extent of his injuries became clear. According to the medical report, both of his lungs were punctured, and he had 17 fractures in 12 of his ribs, 2 breaks in his spine, and numerous road rash burns across his body. Fortunately, doctors were able to treat him successfully, allowing him to return home in about 3 weeks. On July 17, 2020, at around 5 p.m., 67-year-old Robert Ringo was driving alongside the Joshua Tree National Park in California when he noticed an interesting rock formation deep in the park. He wanted to take a closer look at it, so he parked his truck to the side, gathered his hiking gear, and began walking toward the landmark he'd spotted.
Did he get lost?
Now, hiking in the desert like this in the middle of July is already risky enough on its own. Heat stroke is a very real possibility with each step you take. The high temperatures can also dehydrate you faster than you expect, making you feel dizzy, pass out, and eventually pass away. Robert was a desert hiking expert with decades of experience under his belt. However, because this was meant to be a short, barely hour-long detour, he brought only the bare essentials with him into the park. And while this would have been fine under normal circumstances, the situation Robert soon found himself in was anything but normal. As he was hiking to the rock formation, he accidentally slipped off a short ledge and landed directly on his left leg. The fall fractured his left femur, making him completely immobile in 115 degrees Fahrenheit or about 46 Celsius desert heat. Any attempt to move himself resulted in excruciating
Wait, but his
pain
car
that
was
nearly
like
made him pass
parked
out,
near
which
there,
would have been
right?
a death sentence in that situation. So Robert kept his calm. He tied his leg with the materials he had on him to stabilize the fracture, and also created a makeshift shelter to protect himself from the heat before calling for help.
Help! Help!
Sadly, there wasn't anyone within miles to hear his calls for help. He also had no cell service in the park, so calling 911 wasn't an option either. Due to it being a relatively short hike, he only brought 2 liters of water and no food. This was enough to keep him alive in the short term, but with the intense desert heat, it wasn't going to last very long. And that's exactly what happened. He spent the entire day and night in the exact same spot, and by the time the sun came up the next day, he had barely any water left. As I mentioned earlier, the hot and
Right?
dry desert air is extremely dehydrating, something Robert was beginning to experience himself while recording what he thought could be his final goodbye message to his family.
It's the first time in my life I've ever experienced no saliva.
He also talked about the details of what had happened to him in this recording, just so his family could know exactly what happened in case he didn't make it.
I landed right on my left hip. I can't move it for the pain. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get up, but I'm sure they'll be out looking for me tonight.
That said, heat exhaustion was only one of the dangers Robert was facing in that desert. There was also a very real risk of getting bitten by one of the venomous rattlesnake species found in the Joshua Tree Park, or getting attacked by a wild animal like a coyote. But despite these dangers, Robert still had some hope of being rescued. That's because he'd actually sent his location to his son Ryan before heading into the park. And sure enough, Ryan was quick to report his father missing, leading to over 30 rescue workers looking for him by the next morning. However, it would have been extremely difficult to spot Robert hidden in rocks and bushes, even with so many people looking for him, especially since he wasn't following any predetermined hiking paths when the incident happened. And Robert knew this well, so he secured his broken leg as well as he could, gathered his strength, and started crawling backwards with his arms. He was only
Whoa.
able to move a couple of feet per minute and was now exposed to the sizzling desert sun as well. But
Ouch.
he knew that it was the only way and kept pushing himself, even eating juniper berries he found along the way to slow down dehydration. He reached an open plateau by 11 p.m. that night before going to sleep. And thanks to his effort, a rescue helicopter was able to spot him at around 9 a.m. the next morning. After spending 40 hours stranded in the desert, Robert Ringo was finally safe with his family. His leg also healed without any complications, allowing him to continue his love of hiking.
Man, he clutched up. Oh my goodness.
Southwest Airlines Flight 1380 departed from New York on April 17, 2018. It was headed to Dallas, Texas, 1,390 miles or roughly 2,200 kilometers away. The Boeing 737-700 plane took off at around 10:43 a.m., and things went as expected at first. But then, at 11:03 a.m., 20 minutes into the flight, the left engine failed with a violent explosion 32,000 feet or 9,800 meters in the air. Shrapnel from this explosion hit the cabin, cracking one of the windows. The sudden drop in pressure forced one of the passengers, 43-year-old Jennifer Riordan, partially out of the broken window. Once outside, she was struck by more shrapnel from the engine and tragically passed away. However, Jennifer's passing was only the beginning of the issue at hand. Between the exploded engine and the depressurized cabin, a crash was looking inevitable, which would have resulted in the loss of most, if not all, the lives aboard that plane. One of the passengers, Marty Martinez, feared this as well. All he could think about was the family he was about to leave behind, especially his wife and his unborn son. So, in a moment of desperation, Marty took out his wallet and used his credit card to purchase the on-flight Wi-Fi as the plane was going down. He then used this barely functioning internet connection to start a live stream on Facebook so his friends and family could see him one last time. The stream was titled, "Something is wrong with our plane. It appears we are going down. Emergency landing. Southwest flight from New York City to Dallas." It showed the entire cabin in utter chaos, with every passenger scrambling to put on their oxygen mask. The passengers
I hope they
panic
refund
and
the
screaming
guy.
could also be heard in the background of his choppy stream.
Since attack stream?
And while
Attack
Marty didn't say
stream.
anything on stream due to the oxygen mask, he did send messages to his loved ones, telling them goodbye, writing, "I want you to know that I love you all and thank you for all you've done. I'm so sorry, plane's going down, I love you guys." He later explained his mindset in that moment during an interview, stating, "I literally bought Wi-Fi as
In
the plane
5
was going
minutes?
down because I wanted to be able to reach the people I loved.
What,
These
did
were
the
my
stream
final
go down?
moments on Earth." And putting put in the position to have to prioritize the people
I had no
love to send them my
issues.
final words was an absolutely gut-wrenching feeling. So I thought to Facebook Live my experience, thinking this would be my last communication with the people I loved and my team back home. All I was thinking about was telling my parents that I loved them. I felt like I had minutes left. I was bracing for an explosion. And his fear was completely justified.
Okay.
This wasn't a case of the engine temporarily stalling or experiencing some small issues. The plane had suffered a catastrophic failure, and there was nothing the pilots or the air traffic control could do to
Your
fix
streak
it tens of
hasn't been
thousands of feet
broken.
in the air. Later investigation revealed that one of the fan blades on the left engine had been developing an extremely small fatigue crack over the past few years. This blade and the engine as a whole was checked regularly for any damage, but the method they were using wasn't precise enough to detect this nearly invisible crack, which was a critical problem. Each of these fan blades weighs up to 11 pounds or nearly 5 kilograms and spin at anywhere between 2200 and 4500 RPM during normal operation. At those speeds, even a microscopic imperfection can compromise the blades and by extension the engine's structural integrity. And that's exactly what happened to Flight 1380. The blade with the small fatigue crack finally reached its breaking point. It tore off mid-flight and struck the rest of the engine at an insane speed, triggering a shockwave that caused the entire unit to fail in a single instant. Fortunately, the explosion Marty was bracing for never happened. The damage didn't reach the second engine, allowing pilots to retain partial control of the plane. They were also very close to the Philadelphia International Airport when the issue occurred, enabling them to perform an emergency landing and prevent any further casualties, giving Marty and all other passengers and crew members a second shot at life.
Except for the one person. Aw. Good video though. The following content may contain suicide or self-harm topics. I can't watch this then, can I? Yeah, I can't watch this.
On the 31st of May 2022, members of several crime-related subreddits like Prison, XCon, and Felon saw the same post from an account
XCon Sniper
named Criminology Student. A quick glance at the post revealed that it was asking ex-convicts to take a survey, reading, "Research participation needed. Hello, my name is Brian and I'm inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense, with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. In the event that your most recent offense was not one that led to a conviction, you may still participate. Additional surveys are included after the open-ended section as to best understand your unique traits. The study should take about 15 to 20 minutes to fully complete." This was then followed by a rather professional-sounding disclaimer from the OP, as well as his email and full name, Brian Koberger. Now, requests for surveys like this aren't exactly uncommon on these subreddits, especially from students much like Brian. But the questions in this one are a bit strange, asking things like, how did you travel to and enter the location that the crime occurred?
What?
Before making your move, how did you approach the victim or target?
What?
Before leaving, is there anything else you did? How did you leave the scene? However, the DeSales University email ID and the fact that the survey was hosted on an official-looking website suppressed any suspicion people might have had about its legitimacy. It's unclear how many people actually completed the survey, but Brian must have had some luck because he reposted the same request on many other subreddits over the next month. What none of the participants knew, however, was that this survey would end up becoming evidence for one of the worst crimes in Idaho's history. The police first became aware of the situation on November 13th, 2022 at around noon after receiving a disturbing 911 call traced to Moscow, Idaho.
911 location.
Give me a moment. My VTuber is about to perish. Why? Did I unplug this by accident? I'll be right back. My cable doesn't work. What the heck? You're so clippable? Not true. YouTube hasn't been updated. There's barely any clips. I haven't been really doing much either, so.
Of your emergency. Something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what. What is the address of the emergency? 1122.
The caller was sobbing so hard she could barely explain what was happening. Then another girl grabbed the phone from her and told the dispatcher that her roommate was unconscious and not breathing. Officers rushed to the scene, expecting the worst outcome. However, nothing could have prepared them for the brutally gruesome scene they were about to walk into. The house, located on Kings Road, was the off-campus residence of several University of Idaho students. And upon arrival, the officers saw bloody remains of 4 of these students scattered throughout the house. All 4 of them had numerous lacerations and stab wounds, and had tragically already passed away by the time help arrived. According to later autopsy reports, the 4 were attacked by likely the same person at around 4 a.m. One of the surviving roommates, who later called 911, remembered seeing a masked stranger roaming around the house around that time. But she was too intoxicated to trust her own vision and passed out shortly after locking her bedroom door. Crime scene investigators arrived at the scene shortly after the police and began looking for clues. Unfortunately, the only thing they found in the house was the leather sheath of a knife under one of the victims. This finding would prove extremely important later, but at the time it did little to help investigators identify the killer. The DNA present on it, for example, wasn't in the FBI's database. Though what made the case even harder to solve was the complete lack of motive. Nothing was missing from the house, and there were no signs the perpetrator had done anything other than commit the murders. With no other option, investigators began analyzing CCTV footage from around the region. And that's when they discovered a white Hyundai Elantra speeding away from the area shortly after the estimated time of the crime. Further analysis revealed that the same car had been circling the victim's house hours before the incident. Tracking this vehicle led to 28-year-old Brian Christopher Koberger, the same Brian Koberger who had posted this survey on Reddit months earlier. He had a master's in criminal justice and was pursuing a PhD at Washington State University. That said, he had no real connections with the victims. His presence in the general vicinity of the incident wasn't strong enough evidence to issue an arrest warrant either. So the investigators looked deeper, and using his phone data confirmed that he'd visited the house many times in the past. He also turned his phone off for several hours around the same time as the incident, something he had never done in years. He likely thought that keeping his phone off would prevent law enforcement from tracking his location. But this sudden break-in pattern stood out even more, giving authorities the go-ahead to arrest Brian. However, tracking him down turned out to be far more difficult than investigators had anticipated. By the time they caught on to him, he was long gone from his university. And after a weeks-long manhunt, Brian was finally located and subsequently arrested on December 30, 2022. He was found hiding in his parents' home in Pennsylvania, over 2,500 miles away from the crime scene. DNA samples taken after the arrest also matched the sample found on the knife sheath perfectly, further confirming that Brian was the one investigators were looking for.
So why did
And
you do
while he
it?
kept denying the allegations at first, he eventually confessed to everything in exchange for a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. He stood trial on July 23, 2025, and was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. His conviction also put his Reddit survey requests in a much different light. Brian was trying to learn how other criminals carried out their crimes and the mistakes that got them caught so the same didn't happen to him. Though, one thing that's been completely missing from any of these findings is his motive. Why would a seemingly well-adjusted man on path to a doctorate degree commit such a heinous crime, especially when he didn't even know his victims beforehand? While the most popular theory states that his actions were the result of a deeply unwell man developing an irrational hatred for women, You see, Brian suffered from visual snow, a condition where the patient sees black and white flickering dots all around them. The constant noise can make life difficult and cause other psychological issues, something Brian himself was well aware of. As he wrote in a visual snow discussion forum, "I always feel as if I'm not there, completely depersonalized. Mentally, I experience fog, lack of comprehension at some times, feel like my life is a movie, depression, no interest in activities, constant thoughts of death, anxiety, poor self-image, poor social skills, no emotions. I feel like nothing has a point to it. When I get home, I am mean to my family. This started when visual snow did. I felt no emotion along with the depersonalization. I can say and do whatever I want with little remorse." His irrational hatred for women also manifested in his day-to-day life. It was the primary reason he was fired from his position as a teacher's assistant, and was even caught harassing women at a brewery a few months prior. Now, most analysis of Brian's reasoning end here, but from what I've seen, his motive might have been a lot deeper and involved his admiration of infamous serial killer Ted Bundy. Brian apparently did a lot of online research about Ted Bundy, both before and after committing the crime. Investigators also found a selfie Brian took with a smile on Mount Rainier, one of the remote locations Ted Bundy often visited to commit his crimes. According to an ex-detective and crime expert, maybe he wanted to pick up where Ted Bundy left off. Fortunately, his plan wasn't as foolproof as he'd expected, allowing the authorities to put him behind bars before he could hurt any more innocent people. Not only is Reddit a place to find some extremely
Here's the ads.
disturbing threads, but as of recent, it's also been a place I've been finding some pretty unsettling medical stories. For example, I recently saw an innocent-looking post in r/mildly interesting where a woman woke up with different sized pupils. Turns out this is really serious, and she ended up getting hundreds of urgent comments telling her to see a doctor immediately. Now, I personally have had situations like this, less serious of course, like a random shooting pain in my chest or my heart racing for no reason. But most of the time this happens at like midnight, when every doctor's office is closed anyway. That is where today's video sponsor ZocDoc comes in. ZocDoc is a free website where you can
iPod
search and
30.
compare high-quality, in-network doctors, choose the right one for your needs, and click to instantly book an appointment. They have more than 100,000 providers across nearly every specialty, from primary care to dental health, eye care to urgent care to mental health, and more. Plus, ZocDoc helps you get appointments fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking, and you can even score same-day appointments. Stop waiting, stop guessing, and start getting the care you need. Go to ZocDoc.com/chillingscares to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/chillingscares to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. Thanks to ZocDoc for sponsoring today's video. On June 27, 2022, a Reddit user shared an eerie voicemail they received that morning at 5
Shout out to my
a.m.
boys at
stating,
ZocDoc.
"Okay, so I got a coded message sent to my voicemail from a blocked number. I do not talk to any old men or have any in my family. Any ideas of what this means? Please. I recently changed my phone number, but this is weird because where I bartend, we sell pizza. Do I listen to too much true crime, or is this weird?" This is the full minute-long voicemail OP received.
You should always judge pizza by the sauce, the dough, and the cheese, not by the toppings on it. Also,
Unless it's pineapple. Just putting it out there.
when ordering pizza, especially for delivery or pickup, it is not a bad idea to order it well done, as most places have a tendency to undercook it, especially when they're busy, like on Friday night. Now that is, of course, unless you like it lightly cooked. Now, I have no interest at all in watching the Kardashians,
What?
and I never have, nor will I ever wear a backpack. And I hope this is clear to you.
That's like a huge self-report, is it not?
The whole thing sounded like nothing but incoherent rambling on a first listen. It started with a somewhat understandable point about judging pizza from its sauce, dough, and cheese, since those are the core components of pizza, but then the advice about ordering a well-done pizza made no sense, as pizza being delivered undercooked isn't really an option.
Wait, this person did something? It being undercooked? Wouldn't that be like a bit of a giveaway.
Though the most bizarre sections of the voicemail came from after the pizza rant, where the topic suddenly jumped to watching the Kardashians and, even more strangely, wearing backpacks. How this all connected to each other was unclear, and even if it did make sense, what
AI
any of it had to do
generating
with
their
the OP
creepy
was an even
messages
bigger
now.
mystery. Not to mention the fact that this sender dialed *67 before sending the voicemail. This service allows users to hide their number for the very next call or voicemail. In other words, whoever sent this message wanted to stay anonymous. Now, one of the first working theories people on Reddit came up with was that the sender was more than likely suffering from dementia. One user even shared a personal
*67.
anecdote on the
Wait.
matter to back this particular.
Did you actually not know about that? Hayden? Yeah, if you do *67. Oh, I'm timing you out.
Particular assessment stating, "Sounds like someone with dementia. My grandpa would talk very much like this before he passed. At some points, he would even wake up in the middle of the night.
Don't
and
ever
have
do that
full-blown
again."
Conversations with nobody." But while that all is a possibility, it doesn't seem very likely. Mainly because there are no pauses or stumbles between the different thoughts. It's as if the caller had rehearsed the message beforehand, or maybe even written it down before calling. Of course, this could just be a troll message with no real purpose other than to spook the OP. However, a more plausible theory gives this otherwise strange-sounding voicemail a much more sinister meaning. And it all stems from the Pizzagate controversy from back in 2016.
I don't want to
where
get
Democrat-led
modded.
establishments, namely the Comet Ping Pong Pizzeria in Washington, D.C., were accused of being fronts for illegal trafficking rings. At the time, several official sources, including the Washington Police, New York Times, and the Washington Post, ensured that this was nothing more than a conspiracy with zero proof to back its claims. For instance, the accusations claimed the
Take away
restaurant had a
disguise for you
basement where
all?
underage victims were kept before being sold.
What the heck?
But when inspected, the building turned out to have no basement at all, let alone one big enough to facilitate a large-scale criminal operation. However, the sheer popularity of this controversy could have led to an actual uptick in using pizza-related terms as code for actual trafficking operations. So, as the theory goes, the message OP received was encoded with similar intentions and was meant for someone else. Especially with the addition of, "I hope this is clear to you" at the end, which implies a deeper meaning to those words. As one user put it, "It's some kind of coded message for a person who most definitely was not meant to be you." The "I hope this is clear to you" line, as well as it sounding like he's reading off of a prepared script, makes it seem pretty deliberate. The random mention of Kardashians and backpacks seems like another code in the midst of a weird rant about ordering pizza. Seriously, who undercooks pizza? And finally, the fact that they hid their number, it just kind of solidifies it in my mind. He either dialed the wrong number, which seems more likely as your line is already 3 years old, I think you mentioned, or tried to reach the person who had your last number. Following this logic, some other users tried to decipher the code, but without the actual key, there is no way to confirm or reject any of these interpretations. For instance, the undercooked or well done parts could be a metaphor for the victim's age or their skin color. The mention of not watching the Kardashians could refer to the type of payment agreement the sender is looking for. And as one user pointed out, the Friday section could be a way to confirm the meetup date. The possibilities are truly endless. And as far as I could find, the OP never got any more messages, calls, or voicemails from this person, leaving the true meaning of this creepy, likely encoded message a complete mystery.
I'm gonna pause for a moment. I need to go on a rant. Helldivers 2 introduce the Magma World today. With it, they introduce a new mission where you have to transport and load up 30 platinum bars. Let me tell you, that mission can lick the sweatiest part of my clitoris because it's like they haven't learned from when the first time they did this. So in Helldivers 2, there was an old mission where it was an evacuate mission. So back then there's like these old evacuation missions where it takes place in one small area, and you have to evac like 30 civilians. And while that's happening, all the spawns can either happen inside the circle, around the circle, or just straight up on top of you. And the waves would not end. So it made it even impossible, even when you have turrets. Now it's like a full-on part of like a big mission where you have to cross the map and do different missions. And for this one, it's like only 20, but it's relatively easy to do. But this mission is so bad that we're only a day, less than a day in, and there are memes comparing it to the shitty evacuation missions that they had and removed, because you have no time to even load up even one platinum bar. You have to load up 30 individually. And the worst part is the spawns do not stop in a small circle. And what makes it even worse, it's on the automaton front. So they have like 5+ factory striders, one of those war striders, like several of them, and then they have nothing but Hulk spawning as their grunts. And it's like, are you serious? Oh, Hayden, you are going to hate it. Also, the stratagem bug that kicks you out the game and crashes your game is back. Yeah. I got ragdoll, and as I was ragdolling, I was trying to get to my stratagem. Crashed me. Beautiful. You know, personally for me, I have a love-hate relationship with Arrowhead, because I do enjoy that they're trying to fix the game and everything, but it's like they haven't learned sometime. I'm not like mad at them, but it's like, this mission sucks. It's garbage. It's terrible. It's like they didn't test it themselves. Have they tested playing it on like level 10? I would like to see them play on level 10 on that specific mission to prove me wrong, to say, hey, this is possible. Because, oh my gosh. Yeah, that mission is so bad. I can't even, like, oh my goodness. I don't even know where to begin, aside from it. It's the worst mission. It's not as, like, bad as the other one, but still, it is pretty up there. What a random tangent. I forget why. I just, it was something about this video that like maybe just reminded me of it. Actually, I was like, yeah.
On February 24th, 2015, Reddit user Concerned Hubs made a rather concerning post on r/legal advice. It read, "Need advice on talking to police regarding my wife. My wife has not returned home since she went out shopping late Saturday. It's getting to the point where I should call the police to file a missing persons report.
Why do you need advice? What?
I would like to be as helpful as possible when speaking to the police, but want to avoid triggering any suspicions about me. I hear a lot of stories of husbands being falsely accused when something happens. Should I only give them information in response
about that
to specific
first
questions?
evacuation last
Is
year?
there
It
anything
was
I should
actually
not bring up?
actually
I'm
included
planning
for
on
shower
contacting the
panels
police
and
tomorrow
stuff, so
morning.
if you saw
I
everyone's
can't
opinion,
postpone much
then
longer
every
as
mission
I'm getting
after is
messages
all
asking
listening
about her,
hard.
and I
Yeah,
don't want
it's
to say
fucking
anything to her
terrible.
friends or
It's
family until I
absolutely
file a report
terrible.
first. I now realize that I should have talked to her friends and family first, but at this point I don't want to explain why I didn't file a report yet." Upon seeing this post, some people were genuinely worried for the safety of OP's wife and urged him to call the police immediately. Jesus Christ, man, call the cops. What is wrong with you? You should have called the cops when she didn't come home Saturday. However, with every comment he replied to, it became clear that the OP was more worried about not looking suspicious to the police than about his wife's well-being. Unless your wife is in the habit of disappearing for days at a time, what are you thinking? If I last heard from mine Saturday, I'd be totally freaking out. Well, I am totally freaking out. In addition to being concerned about my wife, I'm worried that this will snowball into something more than a missing wife case. It seems that the police can be overly suspicious in these situations. I was going to tell the police that I waited because I didn't think that they'd do anything anyway until after 48 hours have passed. Just past that a few hours ago now. This is true, but I'm wondering if it will sound reasonable to the police. One person even suggested that the OP was just a troll, making up the whole story after watching a movie with a similar plot. But as with his other replies, the OP doubled down once again and focused more on not looking suspicious than addressing the situation itself.
What is
Sounds
wrong
a
with
lot
this
like
person?
Gone Girl. You trolling? If not, then you're perhaps the most irrational person to show up here in a while. If that's the case, then I hope your wife is okay. Never seen Gone Girl and am not trolling. What have I said that's irrational? I just want to avoid the situation from developing into more than it has to.
It already has by
And when
doing
people
this.
tried to call him out on his twisted
Oh my
thinking, he started
goodness.
lashing out, writing things like, "Who are you to judge what a normal person would be thinking in a stressful and scary situation?" In trying so hard to not look suspicious, the OP was only making himself seem guiltier with every passing minute. This resulted in most users accusing him of taking the life of his wife and then trying to learn how to avoid suspicion with the police on Reddit. So, where'd you hide her body? Seriously, just from this messed up post, I think you killed her. Does anyone else think OP killed her? As soon as people started making these accusations, however, the OP suddenly changed his story and miraculously found a convenient note his wife left behind, writing, "Update, she was leaving town for a while to spend time with an old friend. I'm going to have my wife's best friend make some calls to my wife's family and friends to let them know that she's okay. Update 2, looks like I'll be talking to the police today after all. Shortly after my wife's friend contacted my father-in-law to explain, I started getting very angry messages from her family saying that they're calling the police. My first thought was to call police right away before they do, but think I'll wait for now since it doesn't make sense for me to call just after finding the note." Unfortunately for the OP, this wasn't very convincing. The idea of his wife leaving home for shopping and then spontaneously deciding to spend days out with a friend was absurd on its own. But what made this even stranger was the fact that she didn't even try to text or call him and left a handwritten
This
note
guy is
instead.
so stupid.
Smartphones were everywhere in 2015. Even if her own phone was dead, she could have easily borrowed her friend's. Something was not adding up, and there were two distinct possibilities. On the one
FL
hand,
Studio.
maybe his wife did actually leave with her friend after Saturday night shopping, but she only did so to escape OP's abusive behavior, something he claimed that he never did. On the other hand, the accusations from Reddit users were true, and OP was just desperately looking for a way to cover up his tracks. This second possibility grew even stronger when someone found an Ask Reddit post OP made that same
Ren is so disgusting. Okay, I will admit, I kind of wanted one back then because you could connect it to your computer.
day,
I thought that was
asking
cool.
whether notes from loved ones are usually typed or handwritten. Put simply, he was likely looking for the best way to forge the note he said was from his wife. This removed a lot of doubt people had about his guilt. The OP, however, stuck to his recounting of the events from here on, and even posted long-winded stories about family drama with his in-laws. And after arguing with people on Reddit for a full day, the OP disappeared from the website. His last comment promised an update that never arrived, leaving his story without a clear end. Where he is now is unclear. Maybe it's prison if something nefarious really was going on here. But without an
The
updated
moment
news
is they
article,
had such
we
a
will never know
ugly
for
yarn.
sure.
I still miss Windows 10. I don't like 11. Just putting it out there.
On January 18th, 2014, a post on r/AskReddit asked users to share the scariest situations they'd been in, moments when they weren't even sure if they would make it out alive. This post reached the front page of Reddit and received thousands of replies with people sharing stories from their time in the military, experience with car accidents, and how they felt when faced with a cruel prank from a relative. However, most of these stories paled in comparison to the disturbing account user SwiftJustice25 shared about their encounter with a creepy man in a foreign country. The comment read, "This post is very long, but I couldn't tell the whole story very well without it being this long. When I was a missionary in Brazil, my companion and I were approached by a seemingly homeless man who greeted us in almost perfect English. Turns out he was an American who had been living in Brazil for about 30 years. His
What?
name was Bickford. He had to have been in his late 50s to 60s. It was hard to tell because of his big beard and very unkempt appearance. He feigns interest in what we were peddling and asks for a copy of the Book of Mormon, but is clearly more excited to be speaking English with two Americans. We meet up with him a few times to discuss religion, but he would always meet us at the side of the road or some other public but still secluded place. We had to give weekly reports to the ecclesiastical leaders for the local unit about who we were meeting and teaching. After meeting Bickford a few times, we bring him up in our weekly meeting. The bishop and his other leaders instantly know who we are talking about and caution us to stay away from this guy. Apparently, he's a bit unstable, and once or twice a year will start bothering the missionaries. My companion and I can't believe the bishop is referring to the same person, and we continue meeting with him. I don't know how to adequately describe the creepiness of this guy. Between his disheveled appearance, flat out lying to us, and other small signs, he had a certain sinister vibe. But with nothing concrete to put our finger on, we continued to speak to him. Occasionally, he would run into us outside of the house we lived in. In one of these encounters, he invited them to his house in the jungle, all while talking about how nice and wonderful it was there. The OP and his partner reluctantly agreed and showed up at the road closest to the house. Bickford arrived a bit late and then told them to follow him into the jungle through waist-high foliage and insects. However, what they witnessed on the other side of the trail was beyond disturbing. As the OP described it, when we finally arrived at his house, my companion and I played it cool, but we couldn't believe what we were seeing. He had led us to a small clearing where there was a wooden cabin that had half collapsed on itself. He said welcome home and let us inside. There was no electricity, no running water, no utilities whatsoever. We walked in the front door frame, no door, and saw that all furniture in the house had been destroyed. Literally, someone had concentrated a large amount of effort and time to achieve this level of destruction. Chairs were unrecognizable, and there was trash everywhere. He begins showing us the main room inside the front door. That's when I noticed them. Notes, in chalk, on every square inch of the wooden walls, up the walls, on the ceiling, and a tiny frenzied scrawl. When I trained my light on the notes and started to read them, most of the notes were variations on, Jesus will forgive me, but I have to stop. I did it again. These with the months and
Excuse
dates
me?
and then the piece de resistance, the names of several children, with their ages and graphic detail about them. We tried so hard not to mention the notes. We tried so hard to ask him small talk questions about the rotting food on the stove or the 100 or so rats he kept in his basement. Anything but mentioning the notes. I can't speak for my companion, but I was freaking out. From glances at each other, I could see that he was at DEF CON 1 as well, and we decided to get out of there. We made some excuse as it was getting late that we needed to get home, and he reluctantly offered to show us the way back, on the condition that we would come visit again. As we get out of the house, he suddenly remembers that he knows a shortcut and tells us to follow him. The direction he was trying to lead us is clearly not the way back to the road. It only led deeper into the jungle. We politely declined, and luckily we were able to follow the trail that we had originally made through the underbrush. This time, however, I did not care about the spiders. When we got back onto the road and realized we were safe, we looked at each other as if to say, did that really happen? Once we started talking about what we just saw, I was so terrified that I physically could not speak. Nothing like that had ever happened to me, nor since. I absolutely could not make a sound, I was so scared. My companion called our leaders, who called their leaders, and we ended up moving about a week later. But not before making an entry in our area book. The book that states
That
in
just
the area
happened.
listing who had been talked to and who to contact in the area, warning all other missionaries to stay away from this guy. Now, this reads almost like the plot of a short horror film. The story of a deranged, possible serial killer living in the jungles of Brazil sounds almost too fictitious to be true. And the OP was quite aware of this as well, which is where the most important part of his story comes in. The recordings. As it turned out, OP, fearing for his own safety, secretly recorded many of his conversations with Bickford and posted the link to a compilation with his comment.
Oh?
For example, Bickford talking about the rats he raises.
You know, when I call like this, they come back.
Oh, here they are, the rats.
Yes. 125. You can catch him and say hello. This is a female.
Do you not put the collars on all of them, or?
No, not in the old ones. These are the first. These I even leave the tails on.
Normally you clip them off.
What?
Yes.
How come?
Oh, wait, is that that does not sound normal. I have a little sis.
I have
A little
sister.
sister?
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Also, the notes on the wall.
Do you write yourself notes on the?
Sometimes I do.
It's neat.
I have electronic schedule. How do you call it? Electronic agent.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's in some one there. I got it. I wrote on every wall.
This compilation also included their last conversation with Bigford while trying to escape his
Hi,
house on
Gio. How
foot,
are you?
and it played out exactly as the OP described.
Well, we better get back to our house at night here.
Okay.
It was nice to come out here to see where you live and everything.
Let me return that little rat.
I'm being lazy today and just watching videos.
Can you lead us back out?
But that's about
Yes,
it.
of course. But there's a shorter way to out.
No, we can go out the same way that we came in.
Same way is fine. Think so?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Simple pause.
Please come this way. All this way to the gate is so wet. You're going to.
It's okay, no. I'd actually prefer to go that way, because that way wasn't so bad.
Oh. I know. Well, so there's a short. You know, remember that street I told you?
Mm-hmm.
The street is closer here from this way.
Let's go.
We can pass by the same place we were 2 minutes ago. But
They're doing a good job at keeping calm. Yeah, for real.
That way we can learn it better for the next time.
alright.
Hearing this highlights the full extent of the danger OP and their partner were in. Who knows what cruel plans Bigford had for them if they had been gullible enough to follow him deeper into the woods. Fortunately, they managed to escape unharmed and lived to tell the story. Near the end of his comment, OP also mentioned that they did report Bigford to both the local and Brazilian federal police. On the 7th of February 2017, a throwaway Reddit account made a disturbing post on r/legal advice seeking help to save their unborn child. The post read, "I'm pregnant and being investigated by DCS. Hello, I'm 29 years old, happily married. My husband and I are college educated, have respectable, stable jobs, own a home in a nice neighborhood. We're basically as prepared as anyone can be to start a family. I'm almost 9 months pregnant with our first child.
Oh
The
my
problem is
gosh.
that 11 years
There's
ago, when my
so
husband was a
many
freshman in
flaws.
college, he was
You
arrested
need-
for
I don't know if I
possession
can
of
handle
marijuana.
them
It was a
all.
large enough amount that he
Thank
was
you for the
charged with a
raid. Oh
Class
my
D
goodness.
felony.
I hope you
Our
had a good
jurisdiction is very
stream.
harsh regarding marijuana, but not intent to deal. He pleaded guilty and did his time in probation without a problem, passing every drug test along the way. He has not touched marijuana or
It
any
is
other illegal
good.
substance since, and we rarely even drink and haven't at all in over a year. I have no
Do not
criminal record and
resist.
have never done drugs
What?
myself. It was a stupid mistake he made as a foolish 18-year-old, and he's worked hard to put it behind him. Someone has apparently contacted child services in our area and informed them that we are drug users. This accusation is being taken very seriously because of my husband's record. We have been as cooperative as we could be with our caseworker. We've been interviewed, our home has been examined, and she found nothing remotely suspicious or incriminating. We've both taken drug tests and passed. Our caseworker says that everything looks just fine so far. Unfortunately, she also says that there's still the possibility that our child could be taken from us in the labor and delivery ward, and that we won't be allowed to take her home. I was devastated and horrified to hear that. When I asked why, she said it was not up to her, and we'll have to wait and see, which made absolutely no sense to me. What gives? I feel like there's something she isn't telling me, but I have no experience with DCS, and I'm not aware of anything we could have possibly done wrong. I know they'll have to test my daughter for drugs when she's born, but she has not been exposed to drugs.
I'm gonna add some wipes
Nothing
for
more than
my
prenatal
glasses
vitamins,
real quick.
not even Tylenol, and I already proved that by passing a drug test. I'm scared and confused. Do I need a lawyer? I have anticipated spending our savings on our new daughter/parental leave, but I will use that money for a lawyer if I have to. This was a tragic situation all around. The fear of losing their first child just minutes after birth is overwhelming enough. Not to mention the physical stress OP must have been under, which could have negatively affected her and by extension her baby's health. Most people who came across this post sympathized with the OP and tried to help the best they could. Some suggested continuing to cooperate with the authorities, while others told the OP to lawyer up as soon as they could. But for a large number of people, something about the whole situation just didn't sit right. I am a former Indiana CPS investigator/assessor. Something here is not making any sense at all, unless the law has changed greatly in the last few years when I left the department. As of this moment, you are pregnant, correct? You don't have any children. They're investigating the fetus? Former CPS worker here too. Agree with you. CPS does not investigate pregnant women with no current children. Something is not right. They urged the OP to take a closer look at the investigation, maybe even call CPS and DCS directly and inquire about the ongoing investigation. Even then, none of these commenters could have expected just how correct they would be. The truth came out on February 22nd when the OP returned with a very important update, stating, I contacted and met with a lawyer and explained the situation to him. He seemed to agree that something was very fishy. To make a long story short, the woman handling our case has no affiliation with DCS.
What?
I'm still in complete shock. We went straight to the police. They're taking this very seriously. I can't give a lot of details because it's an ongoing investigation, but she seems to have been a very skilled/well-researched liar. I never would have known anything was amiss without the advice of this subreddit and the intervention of my attorney. I feel like a complete idiot, but the instinct to cooperate unquestioningly when faced with an intimidating authority figure is strong. I haven't had the baby yet. We're staying at a
Wow, is that really Snap? The super cool top with a massive cock? Been for 38 years.
I'm still freaking out, but we're taking every precaution for
You're
the safety of
tired?
my child.
Go get some
Hopefully everything will
rest.
turn out okay. Thanks again, everybody. Truly. However, while the OP's situation had a somewhat happy ending,
Wow.
it's hard to imagine what would have happened if she hadn't turned to the internet for advice. Whoever this imposter was clearly did her homework. She knew about the husband's past felony and had enough legal knowledge to pose as a government worker for months without getting caught. An even scarier thought is what this imposter was planning to do once she had the newborn baby. The best case scenario would have been a legal adoption in exchange for money, but there were far worse possibilities for what could have happened to that infant. Luckily, the crisis was averted before it happened. That said, I wasn't able to find any reports of this imposter ever being identified or arrested. Having such a dangerous person still out there could be disastrous for who knows how many vulnerable families. Interestingly, while looking for reports on this individual, I came across an article
Snap
about
has
the police in
big
Greenfield,
boobies.
Indiana,
I
looking
cannot
for a woman who
comment
impersonated a
on
DCS
their
worker.
cock.
This was from
Yeah,
back
it's
in
a too big for
2014,
you, Hayden.
3
That's why
years
you can't
before the OP
comment on
made her
it.
post. In other words, there's a possibility that the police in Greenfield were looking for the same person. Maybe she somehow avoided getting arrested and went after the OP years later. On a similar note, a 44-year-old woman named Lisa Nakrelli was arrested in June 2023 for impersonating a CPS worker and trying to kidnap a 4-year-old boy. She later claimed
What?
that she was just trying to scare the parents a little for leaving their son unattended. Fortunately, the court did not buy her excuse one bit. She is still awaiting trial, but if convicted on all charges, she's looking at up to 12 and a half years in prison. This incident happened in Ohio, a neighboring state of Indiana. Put simply,
Of course
there's
it's
a
Ohio.
non-zero chance that Lisa was the very person Indiana police were searching for in 2014, and the same woman who posed as a DCS officer in front of the Reddit OP. If this is the case, she likely moved to Ohio after getting exposed in Indiana and tried pulling the same trick all over again. Though I should mention that this is nothing more than an educated guess on my part based on everything we've seen. Maybe we'll finally learn the truth when she eventually stands trial.
Why can't she just have her own kid? Like, yeah. Have we watched this?
Storm de Buell was a 22-year-old Belgian YouTuber known for sharing his adventures across Northern
Outward
Europe.
YouTubers
He
who
never
didn't
spoke in
return
any of his
home.
videos and instead used the ambient sounds of nature to make his viewers feel like they were right there with him.
You don't stick your dick in crazy.
And while he started uploading videos in August of 2024,
Yeah, let's show her
he'd
how
actually been
it's
solo
done.
camping ever
What?
since he was just 19 years old. At one point, he even biked over 3,700 miles or over 6,000 kilometers across Sweden all on his own.
Wait, we've seen
So
this
he
video.
had plenty of experience.
I remember that exact scene. Yeah, I remember. I was like, wait a minute, I've seen this before. Are there any more YouTubes? Let's see. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Oh, my keyboard's not working. Why? Oh, because I turned it off by accident. There's no videos. What are we gonna watch? What other channels are there that are good? Oh my goodness. I like the... Do you guys remember a while back we were watching one about like the base of a... It was about Japan and how like it turned out to be two entirely different like separate cases. Do you guys remember that? Oh my goodness, that video was so good. Like they thought it was like the same person, but it turns out it was someone else that went missing as well. What's this? What's this? What's this? Horrors are on Internet Archive? Oh, that's a long video. Okay, okay. We'll watch it. We'll watch. Oops. Let's see. Pop this out.
In November 2011, a brand new account on YouTube would upload its first video. It would very quickly garner a large amount of views, amassing 142,000
Is that old
in its first
YouTube?
month on the platform. It was unusual for a video from a new account with no following to get so many views so quickly back in this era of YouTube.
Old YouTube was
But in this
best.
case, you can chalk it up to the bizarre and extraordinary nature of this clip. Its title
Wait,
being,
you have
30 days to pay me $5 million.
Is this based on real stuff
The
or
video
what?
starts with a first-person view of somebody messing with some crude electronics on a remote control car, eventually showing the audience that they attached a camera onto it.
Was that a body test? What? Huh?
The cameraman is now on a plane.
Wait, what?
We get a montage of his flight until we see that he appears to be landing in some sandy desert country.
Wait, we're playing GeoGuessr now. Where is this? What's that say? Assembly. What's that say? What's that say? Assembly points. There seems to be a Middle Eastern writing. This might be Egypt. I'm sure this must be Egypt. You can kind of see it at the top. It did look like a bulletproof vest, right? But do you see it? Do you see it? Where is this? Let's go back a little bit more.
The desert country.
It could be Africa as well. They're near a body of water in a desert. Wait, that's Egypt, right? Do you see in the back how it's all at the very top? That's Egypt. Is it not? It is. Give me a second. Egypt is in Africa? I mean... Oh, right, right. But what I'm saying is, that's a pyramid right there, is it not? Do you guys see it? Or... Where would this be? Right there, right there. That's a pyramid, is it not? Is there... Wait a minute. Wait. Is there an airport near Egypt? pyramids. Sphinx International Airport. Let's Google Map this. Let's see. Wait, give me a moment, chat. I'm like Cairo International Airport. I want to see the terminal. Where's the terminal? Airport Road. Does this one curve as well? It's got a parking. Wait. Did you see it? What is that? Oh, that looks almost like a pyramid. It's not. It's very like pyramidal. Okay, awesome. Shh. We're not gonna talk about it, okay? I tried my best. That's all that matters. Especially from like the US to wherever this place is. That's a good VR play space.
Once he gets into his room, he
look at all that
unpacks all
TV
his
has.
equipment, which we don't yet know just what he's planning to do with. He leaves the room and we can see
Oh. Excuse me. This has to be like Egypt or along that area. Sorry, I'm playing like a whole different game on what's supposed to be like a scary video.
judging
I can't help it.
the cityscape that he appears.
What are those writings? I don't know what language that would
Appears to
be.
be somewhere in the Middle East. He
Yeah.
takes a motorbike and he starts driving through the palm tree laden streets.
They're in English though. A lot of them. Right? That's so. But if you notice the streets are like black and white too. Like the curves? The curves. What's it say? I can't read it. We need those the CSI shit. Enhance, zoom, like zoom in on the reflections, triangulate
We
the
get another
Wait. What was that? What was that? He loaded up something towards the end. What is that?
We get another driving montage. This time though,
Was that a McDonald's? Sorry, I'm getting really distracted.
driving montage.
That is McDonald's. What the fuck? Do you see it? It's on the right side. Oh wait, it's behind me. Right there. Do you guys see it? It's right above me. It's the first thing I noticed. Where is
This time
this?
though, our cameraman seems to go quite a bit of ways out of town, until the video fades to black, before showing us just where he was traveling to all this time.
It has to be Egypt. Oh my god. I'm so fucking good. Holy.
The cameraman is in Egypt right by the Great Pyramids. Somebody directs him to an opening in one of the walls. He messes with his bag, and we get a brief glimpse of the RC car snaking through the narrow tunnels of some presumably ancient underground structure.
Is it gonna
before
fall
the video
down?
once again fades to black for a final time. Before ending though, we're shown a URL, nowiknow.com. Visiting this page greets you with a countdown, telling the reader that unless the site's owner is paid $5 million by the time the counter hits 0, he will release the full video, apparently implying that the camera on that RC car filmed something remarkable in some forgotten passage in one of the pyramids. Interestingly enough, this website was localized into several different languages, and there were social media accounts linked here for just about every major platform at the time. Under both of these rows lays an email address, nameless@nowiknow.com. Judging by the general time period this was all put on the internet, the person behind this video and site
What if it's one of those like AR events, but just like ahead of its time?
Might be implying that they discovered some earth-shattering revelation inside the pyramids. The late 2000s and early
Yeah,
2010s was when
ARGs.
the show Ancient Aliens held a small slice of the pop culture zeitgeist, and the idea that ancient societies held extraordinary secrets hidden away by today's elites was a common thought in some people's minds. It's understandable why this spread so quickly. This sort of ancient alien conspiracy niche on YouTube was popular at the time, and it's not every day somebody
You know, I don't. Why don't they just show like a whole like time lapse video of someone going in and just showing what's inside and everything? Why don't they just do that so it like debunks everything?
uploads a first-person point-of-view travel vlog showing exactly how they brought a camera-rigged remote control car to the Great Pyramids in Egypt. Even if this was some sort of ARG, it was still a high effort production. Users on Reddit initially assumed that because of the slick nature of this whole thing that maybe it could be some sort of marketing campaign for a movie or TV show. But one Redditor noted that the domain information for the Now I Know website didn't line up with other such guerrilla marketing stunts. Nothing related to the domain led back
That's
to
not
any
the
sort of
point?
movie
What is the
studio
point then?
or any corporation at all. This was in all likelihood some
Let me just say that, by the way, I should play Geocaster. And we should have a day where I just play Geocaster. Because damn. Oh my
produced
goodness.
by an individual.
I caught
Maybe
it.
there really was something to this.
I was like, that has
Let's
to be
analyze
Egypt.
this video. Judging the surroundings we see when the cameraman is traveling to the airport, he appears to be from some Eastern European.
It's Britain. How do I know? Right there. That part right there has to be Britain. Or UK. I don't know. Something.
During the surroundings we see when
Good
the cameraman
night.
is traveling to the airport, he appears to be from some Eastern European country.
They're going, no, this can't be Britain. He's driving on the right side of the road. What other European country would you drive? Because in Europe, if I remember correctly, he would be driving. Well, not only that, unless the video is flipped, he's driving on the left side. Like the driver's side is the left side as well. So it can't be like UK or anything like that. Where would this be? Oh, I don't think it would be Germany either. Well, no, Germany isn't out of the question.
And indeed,
What's that?
doing an image back search on a frame that shows the airport he flew out of reveals that he was departing from
It's Russia or Ukraine.
Kaliningrad in Russia.
Oh.
We can tell from one of the scenes on the plane that the
Well, fuck me, I guess, right? It's like that sounds like it can't be UK or anything.
person
like that.
filming is indeed a man. We can also do an image back search to reveal that this guy was not actually landing in Cairo, but instead in the resort town of Sharm el Sheikh, which is about a 500-kilometer drive away from Cairo and the pyramids.
Wait, that's a
This
long
is gonna
drive.
be
It's
important
not?
in a second. Whenever our cameraman is outside in Egypt, he always appears to be in Sharm el Sheikh. Nowhere in Cairo near the pyramids is quite as laid back as this, and every image back search I did on screen caps of the streets he's on always led back to Sharm el Sheikh. He eventually gets on a motorcycle, drives out of town, and just sort of appears at the Giza pyramids. I don't buy for 1 second that this guy went on a 6-hour motorbike trip along the Suez Canal into Cairo. I did
You know what he's probably trying to do? He's trying to hide his tracks, if that makes sense.
notice that outside Sharm el Sheikh there was this weird artificial pyramid complex, but I don't think this is where a guy went. He did genuinely film himself at the Cairo pyramids, but what he doesn't show us is his RC car. He implies that he pulls it out of his backpack and drives it through some tunnel, but we never actually see it come out of his bag. The only time we see it in Egypt is when he uses it in his hotel room, which, judging by the wristband he's wearing and the logo on the balcony door, appears to be the Marmara Sabina Resort. By the way, notice how he takes the mirror off the wall before filming the RC car on the desk in the room. This guy went to great lengths to hide his identity. While people are speculating what the point of this video was, an important thing seemed to be absent from the conversation. Just who is this guy expecting to pay him $5 million? The way this is presented resembles a ransom situation, but what exactly is being held ransom?
The Egyptian government.
Is the Egyptian government gonna pay this guy to keep him?
Did I pre-watch this? Oh my goodness. I need to buy a lottery ticket.
And quiet. We didn't have to wait long to answer that question. The timer in the website would eventually run out, and nobody paid our man, so he released a full video like he threatened to, which was via a download on his website that was quickly mirrored to LiveLeak.
What if it's malware? What if it was actually a virus? Music replaced with something similar. A live leak. Uncensored YouTube, basically.
As the video starts to glitch, the car eventually gets to a sharp incline. It hovers at the edge for a second, then starts to go down it.
Ooh, jump
with the
scare.
video wavering more and more the further it gets, eventually cutting out completely. We get a screen of text before the video closes out, telling us that OP failed to get more info on this, but something is going on down there, and he's not going to tell you the location of the tunnel either.
We're not saying it's aliens, but it's possibly aliens. But it's not aliens, we're just putting it out there.
This wasn't some
I want hot chocolate.
elaborate ransom situation, high effort scam, or guerrilla marketing campaign. It was most likely a hoax made for attention. Maybe it's a fun project some Russian guy did while on vacation at an Egyptian resort. And
Wait, if he actually did this, I wonder if, like, the people that work there ever found his RC car.
in fact, there are bus excursions to the pyramids from Sharm el-Sheikh, which is where the bus footage we see probably comes from. This video would garner almost 500,000 views before it was mysteriously taken offline sometime in the mid-2010s, along with the website and all associated social media accounts. It was almost as if this guy just wanted to disappear from the internet. This might have been the end of the story, but luckily, it wasn't. You see, it might have seemed like I was showing you screenshots of YouTube, Twitter, and this guy's website, but that's not entirely true.
Is this where the
What
ad
I
is?
was actually showing you were archives of those pages.
Oh.
Mirrored copies downloaded and preserved forever by a foundation known as the Internet Archive. Other than those two Reddit posts, the only website I sourced information and material from for this video so far has exclusively been the Internet Archive. Their mission is to preserve as much of the internet in its current and past states as possible, an almost infinite library of what was and what is. They're a necessity for mine and countless other YouTubers' jobs, and an overall net good for the preservation of human culture. But have you ever stopped to think just what curiosities may lie
This is where the ad is coming.
in the darkest depths of this library? What's been
I'm gonna call right now. It's probably NordVPN.
stowed away, buried under mountains of archived Google searches and blog posts, tucked away from prying eyes until someone finally decides to summon it into their web browser. Today, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna dive into this monolith world of archive content and twist it around until we see its dark side. Now I know it may have been a hoax, but the majority of what's to come in this video are real horrors that would have been lost if it wasn't for the Internet Archive. As the World Wide Web was spreading around the globe in the mid-90s, internet enthusiasts were already busy planning how to best catalog it. In 1996, Brewster Kahle, an American tech entrepreneur, founded Alexa Internet, a for-profit web crawling service that would gather information on different websites and provide information on the overall state of the internet, like global site rankings based on visitors and data use. You can think of Alexa Internet as a sort of digital version of Nielsen ratings, which would gather viewing data for different TV channels and programs. In the same year he founded Alexa Internet, Kahle would use the same web crawling technology to put together a non-profit web cataloging service, which he would simply call the Internet Archive. The idea was simple. Instead of just gathering data on web pages, the Internet Archive would instead copy the pages themselves and save them on its own servers.
Wouldn't it be like insane that eventually, if we ever had an apocalypse, this would actually save us? Because we could look at like where our technology fell off and how we could get it back.
If an important web page ever went down for some reason, it could still be accessed just as it was through the Internet Archive. In the first 5 years of its existence, the Internet Archive would solely rely on Brewster's web crawling technology to archive pages. But in 2001, the Foundation would introduce the Wayback Machine, a way for the public to not only easily browse these already extensive archives, but to also save websites themselves to the library, which greatly expanded the breadth of content you could retrieve using this service. There's really not much else to say. The mission is simple: preserve the internet just as it
Like in
is and
Warhammer?
was for future generations to enjoy. Although I do want to bring up their headquarters, which is in this old Californian church, and it just looks so science fiction to me. The first thing
But that's
anybody
cool.
chooses to do when using the Wayback Machine is to see what the platforms they use now used to look like way back in the day. I'd wager the first thing almost anybody did on this site was to enter in google.com to see what it looked like in the 90s and early 2000s. One thing you might not have noticed though, is that some of these big websites are using domain names that used to exist before the inception of the platforms you associate them with. Discord, for example, may have been launched in 2015, but the archives for discord.com go all the way back to 1996. It was originally a personal website, a self-hosted page on the internet that's essentially the antiquated equivalent of a social media profile, only existing to express the author's thoughts. Facebook.com in the 90s used to advertise some sort of employee indexing service for large corporations. X.com used to be another personal site. TikTok.com used to be a family blog. This one is a little different from the others. It's pretty detailed and well archived despite being 25 years old. There's a lot of information here. This family's activities and photos were essentially completely documented on the internet for many years. Back in the 90s, this wouldn't have been a very odd thing to do. The internet wasn't nearly as large as it is now, and you wouldn't feel like you were exposing your private life too much by documenting it online. At some point though, likely when the internet began to become much more prevalent in our daily lives, the TikTok family would take their site offline, and of course the domain name would eventually be sold to ByteDance. On Reddit though, one user would discover this long-lost family blog deep in the Wayback Machine's archives, and they would make a post about it on the Internet Mystery subreddit, a place dedicated to solving, well, internet mysteries. What's the mystery here, you might ask? I'm not actually sure. It was interesting that TikTok.com used to be a family blog, but I'm not sure if there is a mystery here. Regardless of that fact, Redditors will be quick to find one for themselves.
I mean, they
The
just
lost
buy
media
it.
culture of
Do they
tracking
not?
down the origin to every minute detail of every piece of media created by man drove some of these Redditors to treat this family's private life as a lost media search that needed solving. A subreddit would be created to track these people down. They would find addresses, phone numbers, legal papers, court notices, private photos that weren't on the original website. Other users would be quick to label this so-called search as what it really was: stalking. Gang stalking is a delusion that some people have where presumed targeted individuals think they're being stalked by a group of people. It's almost
Reminds me of the Japanese person that thought they were getting gang stalked, and then it turned into an actual thing where people actually wanted to like mess with the guy because he was so paranoid that it became a reality.
There's always some sort of paranoid fantasy concocted in somebody's head. But in the case of the original TikTok family, this was by all accounts an actual case of gang stalking, even if it was just a minor one. It goes without saying that not everything in life needs to be tracked down and uncovered in a public manner. Some Redditors would argue that since this family hosted a site with some of their public information for a brief span of time in the 90s and early 2000s, that it was not actually stalking, and they were entitled to know what they were up to now. Thankfully, this so-called search quickly died, and public opinion recently has been much more critical of its existence in the first place, but it goes to show you that sometimes this culture of internet mysteries that YouTubers like me directly contribute to can in some cases turn ugly. The TikTok family site is not the only blog we're going to talk about in this video. Blogs used to be much more common in the early internet than they are now. These days, people either write their brief thoughts on Twitter, or they have a Substack where they act like they're writing op-ed pieces for the New York Times. But 20 years ago, people would write blogs as a sort of public journal, detailing their views and experiences in a long-form way that just doesn't really happen much anymore. The thoughts detailed in this blog we're about to talk about were unusual, and they preceded something very, very dark. If you go to the Wayback Machine and type in fifthnail.blogspot.com, you'll get a bunch of snapshots from the mid-2000s. Just like the URL suggests, this site is called The Fifth Nail, and it's a public journal written by a man named Joe, who lives in North Dakota. It starts in late 2003, and the first century recounts how Joe found out that a 5-year-old girl had gone missing from a nearby town in Minnesota a few months prior. He was so worried about being falsely accused of kidnapping that he decided to look through his logs on Quicken, a personal finance software that can keep track of your budget and spending. He concludes that it would be impossible for him to be accused of any crime on that day because of the purchases he made, which were not done in Minnesota. he goes on to complain about the intensifying persecution of sex offenders and how he's writing this blog for his own safety because it's just a matter of time before he gets falsely accused of a crime. Oh, and he compares himself to a southern black man. He finished the post by talking about what he ate that day and what he did, which was mostly
Black Hawk
playing the
Down?
PC game Delta Force. We can already surmise from this first post that Joe is likely a registered sex offender.
What?
And indeed, the next few posts seem to focus on the so-called persecution of his kind and the various ways people misunderstand him. He says there's no bad people in the world, just people who do bad things. He says that it's very hard for him to make friends and to meet women because most people stop talking to him once they learn about his past. As 2003 rolled into 2004, we get more details about Joe's life. He has cats, and he really likes playing Delta Force. He works in IT, and he watched Return of the King with his neighbor on New Year's Eve. In one long rambling post without paragraph breaks, he rants about the abuse he suffered as a child, and tells us that a crime he committed when he was 16 led to him being put into an experimental treatment program at Western State Hospital in Washington State between the years of 1980 and 1982, which eventually got shut down due to numerous civil rights abuses. He mentions in the following
1960s and such was like, or not 1960s, like after World War II and everything was like the weirdest timeline where we had all this like societal experiments with like the drugs and stuff, like MK Ultra and stuff like that. It's like, what the heck?
post that he was in jail between the ages of 17 and 38 and outlined some disturbing things about children and adults that I'm not going to repeat here. He continues to rant in following posts that he can't stop thinking about being accused of crimes he didn't commit. He buys a webcam that he can have permanently set up to record his living room in an effort to document his moves as closely as possible in the event he ever needs an alibi for a certain day. He mentions the following week that he accidentally recorded himself naked with his webcam and had to quickly erase it, lest he be accused of being an exhibitionist. In following posts, he continues to repeat the same things about committing some mysterious crime when he was 16 and being thrown in a mental hospital. He also seems to keep close track of whenever people go missing in his area so he can verify that he has a solid alibi in the event the police knock on his door. The next week, he talks about enrolling in computer science classes in college, along with documenting and analyzing the various dreams he has. He also compares a law passed in Texas which would require sex offenders to be labeled to 1930s Germany when Jews had to wear armbands. This is the general gist of the blog. Joe talks about college, work, his cats, and the apparent perils of being a sex offender. Sometimes he would document every minute detail of a certain day, and other entries would just include some rambling about his thoughts on a particular topic. In mid-2004 though, things would begin to change a bit. In June, he starts to bring up hallucinations he's been having. He would wake up at night and hear and see strange things, and also the feelings of derealization he's been having, along with saying that he can't trust his own mind. In July, his worst fears about being accused of a crime are realized when he's charged with some unspecified felony. He stops posting for a month, and when he comes back, he outlines an incident where the police broke down his door and searched his home. Again, he doesn't post for 3 weeks. His only post in September is this.
I'm home Sunday afternoon, nothing to do. Everything being undone. Nobody to remind me. Life is about giving your choices over to God. Chicken pot pie in the oven. Why can others not see the unity of the universe? Why are they so blind in their dungeons?
His posts before may have been unhinged, but they start progressively getting more crazy. By the time 2005 rolls around, he starts having much more paranoid and religious delusions. The ramblings start making less and less sense as they go on. The blog would stop abruptly in May 2005, when he simply writes,
"The demons have taken over."
In this post, he talks about how he used to be Happy Joe, but inside him was a boogeyman, or a demon. He assumed this dark passenger was gone, but it wasn't.
Maybe.
It was just laying dormant, waiting for an opportunity to jump up and take Happy Joe's place. He concludes the post by saying,
Happy Joe was just dreaming, or pretending to be happy.
This blog on its own is strange and disturbing, but it's what would happen after that really turns this into a tragedy. On July 2nd, 2005, a man and a little girl would enter a Denny's restaurant in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. The staff would do a double take at the little girl. They had seen her somewhere before. One of them would conclude that she greatly resembled a missing child that was being broadcast all over the media. Her name was Shasta Grun, and 7 weeks earlier, her family was discovered dead in their home by police.
Wait, what?
Both Shasta and her brother Dylan, however, were nowhere to be found. The police would rush to
Oh,
Denny's
I
and take Shasta into custody, and
this.
they'd arrest the man who was with her, who happened to be named Joseph Duncan, or Joe for short. You see, just 5 days after writing a post saying that demons had taken over, Joseph would enter the Groen family home and kill everybody except for 2 children. He had not known them previously. They were chosen seemingly at random. He would take Shasta and Dylan, and they'd live for the next 47 days in various campsites in the woods. I'm not going to get into any gruesome details here, but Dylan unfortunately did not make it in time to be rescued. The particulars surrounding the Groen family murders and the kidnapping of these 2 children are some of the most horrible things I've ever read. I'm not kidding. Please don't look too much into this, it's truly not worth knowing. After Duncan was arrested, the FBI would launch a nationwide review of unsolved missing children cases, and Joe would be indicted on several other murders which had occurred in the 1990s. He was put on death row for his crimes, but would die of a brain tumor in 2021 before he could fulfill his sentence. At some point during his various trials, people would eventually find Duncan's blog, and they'd leave their honest thoughts about him in the comments section, which would prompt Joe to just delete the whole thing. This blog might not have been much on its own, but knowing the horrible things this author had done and would go on to do gives it an awful significance as a detailed look into the head of one of the most depraved and evil people to ever walk this earth, and it's one of the most terrifying sights I've stumbled across on the internet, one that would have been lost to time had it not been for the Internet Archive. The fifth nail is definitely one of the darker things I've covered on this channel, so this next topic might be somewhat of a short palate cleanser.
Yeah, but he got an easy way out.
Compared to the fifth nail, Joseph Duncan, just about anything
That
is a
sewer
palate
gave him an
cleanser,
easy
even
way
an
out.
early internet mystery that happens to focus on a pretty twisted concept. In early 2025, a user on the internet mystery subreddit would make a post about a site called eCuerpos, Spanish for e-bodies. They say that around 20 years ago, a friend had told them about the site. Their friend described it as a sort of marketplace for human cadaver parts. OP didn't want to have anything to do with such a website, so they just ignored their friend, but the idea lay dormant in the back of their mind ever since. Until now. They decide to load up the Wayback Machine, type in the URL, and sure enough, there were snapshots that lined up with when OP had first heard about the site. Everything here is in Spanish, but both English and Portuguese translations are offered and have luckily been preserved. The page is exactly as OP's friend described it, a marketplace for human body parts. A female left arm is $2,600, a male ear is $1,900, and if you're willing to dish out a lot of cash, you can even purchase a full human body for just under $200,000. Each listing is accompanied by pictures of what's being sold and a 5-star rating. They offer information about the deceased person's age, along with their race and continent of origin. If we navigate over to the company page, we learn that eCuerpos has been serving the South American market since 1994. You might be thinking that this is screaming hoax, but you should keep in mind that the human cadaver market is very real. We talked about it at length in my Horrors on the Chinese Internet video. There's a large grey market out there for human body parts to be used for medical study and other less noble purposes. It's also important to remember that the early internet was not quite as lawful and well policed as the web is nowadays. You didn't have to use something like the dark web to find a drug marketplace or illegal content. You could readily find it on the surface web. eCuerpos promises to protect the privacy of their clients, who tend to be scientists and so-called human body enthusiasts. On their FAQ page, they mention that buyers should keep in mind the laws in their own country surrounding organ trafficking. If we look up black market cadaver hotspots in the mid-2000s, we can find a list that mentions Colombia as a global supplier of illegally obtained human body parts. They specifically say in this article that there are several Colombian-hosted websites that offer human body parts for sale. Could this be one of them that just so happened to be captured and preserved on the Wayback Machine? Let's keep digging. You'll notice that at the top of the page here is a link to another website called calresco.org. This site actually still exists in almost the exact same form as it did all the way back in 2005. The page appears to center around the concept of complex systems in science. It's a little hard to understand, but it seems to be
I remember back in the days, if you were getting information from the internet, how you would have to cite it and everything. Oh my gosh. What a pain in the ass that was, especially with like confusing sites like this.
talking about systems that have many different components that interact with each other to form a sort of organized chaos. The economy is a good example of a complex system. It's easy to understand on a very small scale, but when it's all put together, it becomes this huge, writhing, interconnected mess. I'm not actually sure what this site has to do with Equitbos. There's no mention of it anywhere here. If this was a hoax, I feel like this would be an intentional red herring. There's not really much else we can talk about concerning the site itself, so why don't we see what the internet users of 2005 had to say about it. On the site hoaxes.org, an early internet platform dedicated to exposing the many hoaxes of the old web, one commenter mentions Equitbos on an unrelated post.
Ew. I just tried ordering an eyeball from Equitbos. The e-commerce functions don't work.
What?
Huh, that's weird. I wonder why that is. Yeah, this was all a hoax. It was made to promote a mobile phone web show made by MTV in 2005. One that's about a couple of students trying to perform a successful human head transplant, but that's not actually where the story ends. You see, one thing we haven't talked about are the pictures on Equitbos. They're likely showing actual dead bodies, specifically ones that are in a state of pallor mortis, the first stage of death that occurs for people with light skin. It's a specific kind of paleness that occurs in the first 2 hours after death. These images weren't taken from somewhere else on the web, at least nowhere that exists anymore. It's a little dark to think that a major American broadcast network found pictures of people who just died to put up on the internet. If that wasn't bad enough, we can return to the Wayback Machine, where we can navigate over to the URLs tab.
Is MTV even still around? I'm curious
different
about
addresses that have been preserved by the Internet Archive for a given site. Here we can see all the different pages we've already visited.
Oh, it's still
but
around.
also some hidden ones that are not actually listed anywhere.
But
on
its
the site.
feature looks different.
Amateur.html.
The company is shutting down many of its international music-focused channels by the end of 2025.
It gets much worse than
Oh
this.
wow!
We don't really have to go over every one.
So they're going out of business.
Now these snapshots always seem to result in 403 forbidden pages. While it might seem like these addresses did exist at one point in time, and it is absolutely possible, these also could have been the result of someone trying to hack into the server hosting this website. One technique to do this is to query as many different page URLs as possible to see which pages exist on a website that just aren't linked to anywhere. You can gain useful information from doing this. For example, we can see an Apache test page on this legal.html URL which tells us that the server is running Red Hat Enterprise Linux. We've gained some knowledge about the system hosting this site that we weren't supposed to have. While this is a fairly common penetration testing technique, it doesn't explain why these pages are archived in the Wayback Machine. Either somebody in the mid-2000s went and manually entered a bunch of questionable non-existent URLs into the Wayback Machine, or the Internet Archive web crawlers were picking up on some very concerning stuff coming from an MTV web server. Either way, this is still a solved internet mystery, just one that has a few dark questions still attached to it.
Okay, is your palate feeling cleansed now? Good, because we're about to uncleanse it. Equitbos was not the only early internet site archived in the Wayback Machine.
I'm gonna get a
claiming
sweater,
to give users access to
but
a
I can
human
still
body.
listen.
Like I said earlier, the Web 1.0 era of the internet was a lot less policed and much more chaotic than the sanitized major platforms we're used to seeing now. Instead of posting content to an existing platform, people would usually make their own websites from scratch and host them themselves. Instead of using a search engine, people would use their sites to link to other people's sites, making the internet in this era a true network of interconnected pages. One such page of links happens to be a now defunct site called necrobabes.org. This 2001 site describes itself as erotic horror for adults, and on its main page you can find many different sub-sites created by the different Necrobabes administrators. The content here seems to range from creative writing and gothic art to more risque content. The term erotic horror may bring to mind sleazy 80s slasher movies, but a lot of the stuff on Necrobabes happens to be much more twisted than that. A lot of these sites are dedicated to dark fetishes, like asphyxiation or pretending to be a dead body. Some of these sites sell VHS tapes. Some of them are just personal pages hosted by the people involved in this strange community. One Necrobabe site in particular.
Hearing stuff about this reminds me about the art subreddit in Reddit, where I forgot if it was like official moderation, but so there's this drama that happened where basically the guy that was like the head administrator permanently like removed everyone off at like moderation, and then the guy deleted his account and he locked the subreddit as well. And so eventually after some time, like just recently, they finally unlocked it, and it turned out that a majority of their bands of like 6,000 plus or whatever, only like 2% of it was like legitimate bands. So this whole time, all those subreddit moderators for art were just literally like abusing their power and shit. So funny. I was like, oh my gosh. Sorry, a bit of a tangent, but I was just reminded of it because of them talking about moderators.
For a very depraved reason. The Cannibal Cafe. On this site, you can find a gallery of extreme images depicting some of the bizarre interests common on these necrobabe sites. You can also find a page where you can apply to be somebody's livestock.
What?
And another page called Impalement FAQ that I'm not going to show you almost any of because it focuses on a concept called consensual barbecuing. This is all obviously pretty depraved, but that's not really what we need to focus on. The important thing here is the Cannibal Cafe message board. This is a forum for people who partake in these interests. People on this forum either write posts searching for so-called human livestock, or they write advertising themselves as such, like this post.
Male for sale. I would like to be impaled and barbecued. I need tenderizing first and gilding. Would like to be roasted alive.
These posts are absurd to the point of being funny. The idea that somebody would be interested in stuff like this just seems too ridiculous to be serious.
But that's the thing. Some people are serious. It fucking happened, did it not? Like someone said, I want you, like actual cannibalism. And he like stored the body and everything. I remember. Ooh, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about
maybe some of these posts are indeed just kind of taking the piss, but there is a very real darkness hidden away in this archive.
Slaughter Boy wanted. Are you between 18 and 25 years old, normal build, and healthy? If it is your desire to put an end to your life, but you want something more reasonable to become of you, then come to me. I will slaughter you and turn your body into delicious schnitzels and steaks.
This was posted by user Frankie on February 22nd.
Oh my gosh, it's this one!
It's a very typical post on this forum. The unusual aspect to this post, though, was that somebody would indeed take Frankie up on his offer.
Dear Frankie, I have been looking for an experienced butcher for a long time.
Oftentimes, discussions like this don't make the transition from internet into real life. They're just role-playing and fantasy. This situation was different. Only 6 days after the interested party responded to his ad, Frankie would schedule a meetup with him. They both happened to be German. Frankie in real life was named Armin Moose, and the respondent to the ad was named Bernd Brandes. They met in a train station in the city of Kassel, and together they headed back to Armin's place. They cuddled for several hours before deciding to act out what they had discussed on the internet. Bernd had very specific wishes of what he wanted to have done to him. He wanted Armin to start with his reproductive organs, so he did, but he couldn't manage to physically complete the act with his teeth alone. Armin then went to a nearby pharmacy and picked up sleeping pills, cough syrup, and alcohol to give to his partner. Upon returning, he decided to use a knife to finish what he had started. Brandes then wanted Armin to cook what he had cut off so they could both eat it together, but Moose accidentally burnt the meat, and it was inedible. He then helped the now severely injured Bernd into the bath, where he lay slowly losing blood. He then got into Armin's bed, where the combination of low blood pressure and the cocktail medications he had taken had him hallucinating and drifting in and out of consciousness. They made plans about what part they would cut off and eat tomorrow, but before that could come to fruition, Bernd would take his last breath. Armin wasn't quite done
I'm getting lightheaded.
He divided the body of his now deceased partner and put it in his freezer, where he would periodically take a piece out and cook it like any other cut of meat. He would continue doing this for 10 months. Armin would eventually be arrested after another user of the Cannibal Cafe forum would report his post to the police, and they found the remaining pieces of Bernd's body after searching his property.
That's gotta be like the weirdest. Oh my gosh.
The only man Armin had met on the Cannibal Cafe forum.
Oh my goodness.
Between 2001 and 2002, Armin had arranged up to 40 so-called slaughter meetings with young men, but the only person he met that was willing to go all the way was Bernd Brandes. The consent Armin received to play out this horrible act was a confusing thing for the authorities. None of this happened under any sort of coercion, and the victim had been a willing participant.
That doesn't matter. I feel like, at least in... What's this? Aika? Drain him. What? Excuse me? What am I reading in private text? Or text to voice?
And in all stages of the act. Brandes, though, had taken mind-altering doses of different medications, which may have impaired his ability to consent, and on top of that, killing is never legal even if the victim wants it. Armin Moose would eventually be convicted of manslaughter in 2004, but 2 years later in 2006, he would be retried and found guilty of murder, being sentenced to...
I don't think, even if it's consensual, I don't think that matters. At all. It should not matter. At least in my opinion. It should not matter. Like, that is... it does not matter. You killed someone, and just the whole idea of cannibalism is just like, oh my gosh. If I remember correctly as well, if you do cannibalism, like, it introduces a bunch of, like side effects, does it not? Like, in terms of genetics and such. Like, you can get, oh, what's the disease? There's a disease that like fucks up your chromosomes or something like that. It had something to do with like the protein. I don't remember, but there's a lot of like bad that comes with like cannibalism as well. It actually like really fucks you up.
Life in prison. The most disturbing thing about this story is that from the time Bernd and Armin initially got home to the time Brandes ultimately passed.
How's this real? Unfortunately, it is. Holding at the brain is dangerous seat, to my knowledge. No, because all the other body parts as well.
Armin had a camera
Even
set
just
up
the
in the
blood.
corner and had
Like,
been
oh
filming
my
everything.
goodness.
This videotape was the key piece of evidence that would lead to Armin's charges being escalated from manslaughter to murder, and is likely one of the most disturbing pieces of lost media to exist. After Armin was arrested and word spread quickly about the website, the Cannibal
I'm
Cafe
so
forum would
lightheaded.
close its
Oh my
doors and would
goodness.
ultimately go offline for good in 2003. If it wasn't for the Internet Archive, we never would have gotten this eerie look into one of the most depraved sagas to come from the early internet.
The Internet Archive has been instrumental in not only preserving these important and disturbing parts of internet history,
You name
but
it? I'll be
also for
fine.
solving lost media cases. You might remember when they found the location of the background photo back in 2024. That was only because the original site that hosted the photo all the way back in 2004 just so happened to be archived on the Wayback Machine. Our last case for today
Wardrobe.
happens to
Oh my
focus on a
goodness.
similar lost media hunt.
The YouTube channel Watch Data is known for producing this very particular format of infographic videos. They're all presented the exact same way. A sliding chart will be shown detailing where certain entries land on the spectrum of a certain topic, like Human Evolution Timeline, which shows the different types of humans in order of oldest to newest. Every video is pretty much exactly like this. This channel probably just has a Premiere template they throw different visual assets onto and can make videos in like 5 minutes. One of Watch Data's uploads happens to focus on a topic that's pretty familiar to me and viewers of my channel.
What the heck?
YouTube's creepiest videos. While you might assume the sliding scale here might be something like least to most creepy, it's not actually that.
I remember
showing
that.
videos-
That's a Japanese ad for an ice cream, right? I'm pretty sure that's... Oh, wait. It says it right there. Little baby's ice cream. This is special time. Yeah, this was a Japanese ad, if I remember correctly. Oh.
in order of most views to fewest views. This is an interesting way to present this topic. It makes you want to watch to the end to see which video has the least views. All the standard creepy YouTube fares here, like Salad Fingers, I Feel Fantastic, Little Baby's Ice Cream. You've likely heard of most of these already, but things get more interesting when we get to the end and we start seeing the less viewed
Wait,
videos.
wait. Did you see it?
Things get more interesting
Generated 10-minute vid?
when we get to the end.
Okay, so if I remember correctly the story, this was actually debunked. So it says there are many theories about this coded video. No one knows who it's from. It was by a company. They're doing a early test of AI or like color correction or something like that. That's why I had a bunch of random videos. I know exactly what this one is about. And eventually they came out and they're like, oh yeah, we didn't know you guys were looking at this. Anyways, that's what this is. Like, they debunked it and everything. So those generated 10-minute videos are actually debunked.
And we start seeing the less viewed videos. and in fact, the last entry on this list has a mere 77 views. It's called Play 2 and was supposedly uploaded by a channel known as Mother8538. While we don't see the video itself, we do see the thumbnail, which shows a hand holding a lighter. If you search Mother8358 Play 2 on YouTube, you won't see the video from the watch data list. You'll only find other videos talking about it, all of which inform the viewer that Play 2 is considered to be lost media. Redditors will be quick to try to solve this mystery. One user was able to find an Internet Archive snapshot of Mother8538's channel page. Now the video links present here have been archived and neither has any thumbnail, but we can see that Play 2 did indeed exist, and the other videos from the channel also just have one word as the title, like punish, think, and wait. If you try to take the channel URL from the Wayback Machine and visit it on live YouTube, you'll simply be told that the channel does not exist. This might sound like a dead end, and it likely is. A video with 77 views being taken off of YouTube is going to be next to impossible to find. It would be incredibly unlikely that somebody just so happened to archive it or mirror it.
Someone
anywhere.
found it.
That wouldn't stop the lost media search though. A subreddit would be created, and the hunt would continue. As you can imagine, in a case like this, just about everything found so far has been false leads. People show up with wild claims that never actually lead anywhere. Some users
The
are
same
trying to
sky?
identify the carpet shown in the thumbnail. Others are passing off recreations as the original video. For some reason, many people have come forward to claim they saw Play 2 before it was taken off of YouTube, which is a little hard to believe considering just how obscure this video is. The Chinese internet would also get involved, with the community surrounding the case being formed on Bilibili, the Chinese equivalent to YouTube. Here, people would add.
Do you see it? Do you see it? Do you guys see it? Oh, it's behind me. It's above me. Arknights. That character is brand new. I remember because on Twitter, like, oh no, Arknights introduced anti-Gooner. I remember. She's like the new one, is she not? Yeah, from Enfield. So this guy, he overlaid this over Bilibili when the game will come out. I'm looking forward to it as well because I saw base building. I was like, oh my gosh, I love base building. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that's Enfield, is it not? I remember. Let me see if I can find it. I'm diving into this. Let's see. Enfield anti-Gooner. It is. Let's see. Can I pop this out? No? Oh, you can't pop out. Oh, you can. Let's try this. Okay. If I hide and show this, will it do it? No? How do I do this? It's popped out right here, so... It's not showing it. I mean, okay, what I can do is this. I'm gonna close all this other stuff. Just in case, I'm closing everything else out so that there's no accidental leaks. You guys aren't allowed to see any of this stuff. Okay, settle down. Okay. This is where, yeah, see? Okay, look, it's the same person. Watch. Wait, where's the other one? No, it's not this one. Where's, there. Look, right at the beginning. See, I told you. That's how I found out about this girl. It's because of that video. This video. I was like, wait a minute, I recognize that. I'm on a whole bunch of tangents today. I don't know why, but yeah, see? Let's see. There, see? That's her. It's her. Okay, let me put back the other one. Gooning connects everything. Heck yeah, it does. America. Oh, wait, look, watch. Let me put this back on. You see? Look. There she is, right above me. And there she is right there. You see? I knew it. There she is there. I'm just so good at this. Oh my goodness. Okay, anyways, let's get back to this video. I was like, wait a minute, I know this.
The Play 2 lore by uploading.
Also, I noticed they changed the YouTube button, the YouTube play button. It's blue now. Why?
What they claim to be the other videos from Mother8538's channel. Now these are able to be verified because we know next to nothing about the actual content of these now lost videos. But that wouldn't stop people.
Wait. It changed.
Next to no videos from Mother.
He played the video. He watched. This guy. I think this YouTuber goons it. Look, watch. Look. See? She's just doing something normal.
8538's channel. Now these are able to be verified.
He watched it. You see? the video is played. Look at it.
Because we know next to nothing about the actual content of these now lost videos, but that wouldn't stop people from treating them as if they're real. One user suggested tracking down every viewer of Play 2 to interview them about the clip's content. And here is where I ask, what is the point of all this? This is one of those lost media cases where you can easily argue that the work in question has been fully lost, even if we generously assume
that AI video wasn't fully lost. It was explained.
5% of the 300,000 watch data viewers actually went and searched for Play 2 on YouTube. That would only give this video 15,000 views before being taken offline. The likelihood that somebody saved it even with that many views is very low. I have videos with view counts like this that have never been mirrored, and I have hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Mother8538 had 23. This video is almost certainly gone from the internet, and was it even that interesting to begin with? Do you think the watch data researchers went to great lengths to find an amazingly creepy video that only had 77 views? I find that pretty unlikely.
The Bigfoot sighting is fake as well.
Considering the effort they put into the rest of the research. Like that Mumtaz Begum video only being listed with 3,000 views, despite the multiple mirrors of this video that exists on YouTube which have garnered millions of views each. One video near Play 2 in the list only had 600 views. This one just shows a woman crying for 2 minutes. There's nothing particularly unsettling about it. She just seems sad.
Bro, seriously?
Another video has 400 views, and it's just a mundane Urbex clip that clearly wasn't intended to be scary in any way.
It's like some old ass shit right here, dude. Fucking badass. That's some scrap metal.
For all we know, the Mother8538 video could have just
what
been
made
somebody
it
flicking a
creepy to
lighter.
begin with?
We
I
have
have no
no
idea.
reason to think this video is interesting or holds any sort of significance. So why go to such efforts to find it? Lost media can be really interesting when the work at hand is important in some way or is just considered to be worth experiencing. But why spend energy looking for a completely random, likely uninteresting video that nobody ever saw? This isn't a photo that greatly shaped internet culture or a Lost Beatles song. It's a 20-second video that nobody watched. If you enjoy looking for an inconsequential needle in a haystack, be my guest. It's not my place to tell you what to enjoy or not enjoy, and I'm not gonna judge you, but I don't personally understand the appeal. Guys, thanks for watching. You know, I usually like to plug my Patreon, but if you want to throw some money around today, maybe consider donating to the Internet Archive. They make my job possible and are constantly fighting an uphill battle to keep the internet free and open. I'm sure they could use the support. And last but not least, have a good night.
Oh, accidentally clicked on a video so fast. The horrors of Gooner's social media. What are the odds of that? See, he did watch that video. This proves it. This fucking proves it.
In Western USA in the 2000s, a strange trend in the world of coffee would begin to emerge. Bikini baristas.
What?
The concept is simple. Start a cafe that's only staffed by attractive young women wearing bikinis. It seems many men were willing to pay a premium on their coffee just to get a chance to ogle a scantily clad woman for a few seconds. So many were, in fact, that normal cafes in Seattle would begin to advertise themselves as family-friendly in the 2010s due to the sheer volume of bikini barista coffee shops flooding the area. These espresso gone wild joints tend to be very small and are usually staffed by just 1 or 2 girls. As a result,
Espresso gone crazy too. Didn't someone oh my gosh. Someone killed. I remember someone committed suicide because of this. Where, oh my, right? If I remember correctly, the guy was in a Dodge Charger or something, and yeah, I'm serious. I'm actually serious about this. Guy commits suicide. Yeah, he came in with and it went on the internet. Guy commits suicide for having penis out during drive-through. The Bikini Beans Coffee issues a statement. The incident occurred on January 8, 2025. Malone drove up to the drive-thru of a new coffee shop in Tempe, Arizona, without pants on. An employee noticed and alerted her manager, who began recording the incident. The manager confronted Malone, who quickly drove away. It was this guy. Yeah, it happened this year. I'm so confused with why would you end yourself over. I mean, what you did was bad. It's but oh my, to take your. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I was like, wait a minute, I remember this. I remember
they usually exist in the form of drive-thrus to keep some sort of separation between the employees and the customers to keep things a little safer. Despite that, the seedy crowd these spots tend to draw in have resulted in many controversies and crimes occurring over the years, with everything from prostitution to kidnapping being reported due to these strange strip coffee shops. The most infamous Bikini Barista incident, however, happened in January 2025.
There's no way. I did not pre-watch this, by the way. Okay? This sort of stuff just keeps happening. I should buy a lottery ticket. This is the one.
How are you? Good. Have you been here before?
Yeah.
Sir, you need to leave. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Yeah, him.
In Tempe, Arizona, a man will pull up to the drive-thru window of Bikini Beans Coffee with his pants around his ankles, gripping his pickle as he gave a sultry smile to the barista before he realized he was being filmed. As that revelation dawned on him, he immediately drove away, but the damage was already done. The employee.
But why? Was he in some type of government position?
Would post a video.
He owns a Dodge Charger, so it's I wouldn't. I mean, I imagine he could have a pretty decent.
Online,
I don't know.
Where it would spread like wildfire. People would track this guy down. His name was Nautica Malone. He was 27 years old, married, and had 2 kids. This is possibly the most embarrassing.
He had 2 kids and was married, and he. I didn't know that. Why would you do that?
Embarrassing thing that could happen to somebody, and it was completely self-inflicted too. Nautica unfortunately didn't deal with the incredibly public shaming he was being barraged with all too well. Just 3 days later, he would drive 27 miles to the nearby town of Goodyear, park in an empty parking lot, turn off the car, take out his gun, and pull the trigger. Despite the tragic nature of this event, social media would still continue to extract lulls from this situation. They would deem this a goonicide, and a bunch of young men would hold a candlelight vigil, which they would call a goon.
What?
Attendees would
What? What? I didn't know about this. I'm
jokingly refer to Nautica as their goon lord, holding him in some sort of post-ironic position of respect. In fact, any time Nautica and his demise were being referred to online, the word goon was almost always attached somewhere. We don't actually know if Malone had been a gooner or not, which might be surprising for some of you to hear. After all, he was caught pleasuring himself at a drive-thru. How could he not be a gooner? You see, the death of Nautica Malone marked a sort of critical mass adoption of the word gooning as a sort of lighthearted way to refer to the act of masturbation. YouTubers would make videos talking about gooning crimes, and streamers who have been caught gooning on camera. But what's been lost in the sun?
what? Well, I understand why. Wait, when your gooning gets leaks. Wait. This is a bit misleading. What did he say about this video?
Talking about gooning crimes, and streamers who have been caught gooning on camera.
That's a bit misleading because, okay, I don't know who the person on the right is. With the speed one, it was by well, it can be debatable if it was accident or not. But the one with the left one, what's his name again? He's the one that plays with Queso, and I'm trying to remember his name. I know it. I just can't think. I know his name. I just can't think of it for whatever reason. What's his name? He likes football. Sketch. Yes. Thank you. Oh my goodness. But this one wasn't caught on camera. It was more like old videos of when he used to do like gay porn came up. You know, honestly, a lot of people gave him shit, but good on him for like, taking it with stride and just like rolling with it. He handled it well. Now, if anything, people love him even more. I'm glad he didn't. Yeah, he used to do like gay porn or something like that, and because of that, honestly, a lot of people were worried because he like left in the middle of the night saying I'm sorry and such. It's like, it's not that serious. You don't have to, like, oh my goodness. Yeah, of course you're gonna get a lot of hate from homophobic people and shit like that. He just had like a fanboy off basically. Yeah, like who fucking cares? But like people were it got really bad to where he was getting very close, and he like for whatever, okay, we can laugh about it now, but like at the time he left his like a few of his belongings and his shoes for whatever reason, and like, oh my goodness, thank goodness for I believe it was Banks, like FaZe Banks and them, and they found him and like reassured him. I was like, bro, who cares? Who fucking cares? Now he's loved even more, so like honestly, good for him. Shit. But yeah, this video is misleading. They weren't caught on camera. Well, I mean, it was leaks or other stuff, except with I don't know about the bearded guy, but with the Usher Speed one, yeah, that one makes a bit sense because, yeah, if I remember correctly, he was jumping and his cock came out of his pants or something.
Lost in the sauce here is what the word gooning actually means.
Oh.
You see, gooning does refer to pleasuring oneself, but it's not quite that simple. I'll put it like this. Just simply yanking your chain is kind of like a movie.
Because I like watching Jinxie, Queso, and Sketch play those group games like Peak. For whatever reason, Queso's like always the dad, and Sketch and Jinxie are always like the brothers fighting. It's so funny. I love it. The big guy had stuff in his when you say stuff in his PC, that implies like pretty bad stuff.
You have rising action, then a climax, and then it's done. Gooning, on the other hand, is more like a soap opera. There is no climax, and it never ends.
You might be thinking that this sounds like edging, and that's true,
There's no climax.
but gooning
Huh?
is still much more than that. Gooning is a community, a lifestyle, a
What?
sexuality, a drug-like high brought on by flooding your brain with dopamine in the most extreme way possible. It's the final destination of man's relationship with the
So is this like a safe way to call someone a pervert or something, I imagine? Or someone that's just like highly sexual? It's like the safe version. I don't know. I don't keep up with trends as much like with the internet slang. Every time I didn't even know there's like so okay. I will talk about this one time. I was scrolling through Twitter and I came across like this post and they referred to people as blinks. I was like, blinks? What the fuck is that? I think in my head I was like, blinks? And I was talking with Green about this because like I don't really know much, like I don't keep up with trends. Kind of like how I didn't know the word trap was like a negative connotation. If you guys remember, when I first used that, people are like, "Oh, you don't use that word." I was like, "Why?" And then everyone explains like, "Oh, it got used negatively, you know." So I'm gonna go on a bit of a tangent. So I was like, "Blink? What the fuck does that mean?" I thought it meant like, you know, a Black Asian person. It turned out it meant Blackpink fans. And there's like a drama behind like I was like, what? Because you know how K-pop fans get a bit feral and out there. I was just like, I've never heard of it used that way. I was like, or that word like used in a way like that. I was like, oh my gosh. I miss when words weren't bad. You'd be surprised back during 20. I mean, I can understand why some things became bad because you guys have to remember back during, I believe, 2010, I believe it was. If you guys remember, there was the pedal bear and it was marketed often, even in stores. Let's not forget about that one.
internet and technology, and it's already had some pretty horrible consequences on many people.
If I remember correctly, I believe it was in like stores like Hot Topic and such. I don't know. I'd have to be corrected if.
Not just Nautica Milan.
And pretty much, yeah.
Around this time last year, I made a long video detailing the truly vile story of Viper the
I'm gonna still say the R word. Hey, what the heck?
rapper. And in it, I said that that was the most degenerate thing I'd ever covered.
Do you mean the word retarded? Because that's a medical term as well. Like, oh my goodness. I don't know. Like, I'm at this point where I stopped caring as much. Like, I stopped caring about most words because let's take the word Nazi, for example. At this point, it became the word Nazi became like basically a word for someone who disagrees with you. And it's so used amongst Twitter users so much, it lost its meaning. Like, you have to remember, Nazi is not someone who disagreed with you. It was more than that. It was a literal like a whole side where that caused the genocide and world war, like was part of a whole 2 world wars. And now it's used so like loosely, it lost its meaning. And in its own way, it's so disrespectful, is it not? At least that's my opinion on it. Twitter freaks, not everyone's bad, but it's like, and oh my goodness, that'll take me to my next point of like the whole Twitter drama that was going on with Zentrea in their military uniform. That, oh, that's so Nazi. That's so Nazi. It's like, dude, hello? Are you serious? Like, there are animes that there's one, Tanya the Evil, and people like that show. And then if you're gonna go off like based off attire, there's another one that's really good and a really good anime. I recommend watching it, by the way. 86. We have to watch season 2 with Aya and Yumi, but 86, the female character, like the female, she became like a secondary lead during. I'm not gonna spoil it, but she has like the pointed hat and everything. But that's so far from like it being a Nazi thing. I don't know. And then I was reading the stuff about this person, like, oh, I'm a professional costume designer. I've seen all. It's like, hello, you're a costume designer. You're not a historian. And then all of the community notes was just like dragging her through the mud. Oh my gosh. So, oh my goodness. That person's tweet did get noted. Yeah, I saw that. It was insane. Oh my goodness. 86 is so good. Yeah, it's really sad too. Rev Says Death really helps with that. What do you mean? Okay. I haven't watched Rev Says Death in a while because his reporting became too emotionally driven rather than it just being like reporting. Giving me the info pep. Oh, I see. But that's a whole different tangent. Like, yeah.
In some ways, that's still true. We're not going to be talking about horrible crimes.
Like, I do not care for pure slow motion. I'm going to be completely honest. The reason for it is because we have a lot of different cultural differences in society in general. So it's like, sure, not every culture is accepted, but you get the idea. But it's like, I would rather take facts over personal bias, if that makes. Hi, Jada. And like the way Rev, like, oh my goodness, the way Rev describes stuff, like how he reports everything is up on him, but like the way he presents the information is so emotionally driven to like make you feel a certain way, as if like if you don't agree with this, then you're weird. If that makes sense, that's kind of like the logic. Like you're supposed to feel bad or angry about something, and we get it. Some things you're supposed to like. Some things should not be acceptable, but you should let people decide how they feel about it, not drive them to feel it. You provide the facts, and they will take in that information on how they feel about it, either by themselves or through the comments and seeing how other people are reacting to it. People get tired of it happening a lot. Yeah, that's why I stopped watching Rev Says Death. Like, it's so, the way it's presented is so emotionally driven. It has that like tone and narrative. So I stopped watching it
today, but in another sense, we're moving the bar much, much lower. If you've ever wanted to feel this,
like, nothing against them, it's just for me, the only person I ever liked when it came to like some type of reporting was Scarce. Oh my goodness. He would just report it, even if it was stuff attacking him. He would take it with like with grace and jokes about it, and he would let people decide. I wonder whatever happened to him. I always liked, oh my goodness, when he went, I'm gonna go on a tangent. When he started losing weight, a lot of people were like commenting on it, saying like, "Good for him" and such. It's so funny.
Disgusted and scared about the state of the world for some reason, you're watching the right video. I won't ramble on too much longer. Let's just get into it. And oh yeah, if you don't mind, I would really appreciate it if you follow me on Twitter if you use that platform. I'm trying to build a presence there just in case I ever need to get in touch with YouTube support. Just makes me feel better about covering more risque topics like this one. If you're willing to, it's linked in the description, and I would be eternally grateful for the support.
I'm going on a tangent. I have to show you guys exactly what I mean about Rev Says Death. I'm like so hooked up on it. Rev does all the news besides VTubers, so I get what you're saying. Yeah, that's the thing. He provides like he provides information, but he has stuff that I don't care about. Rev says this. Let's see. Hey VTubers, shut the fuck up. What? Okay. Okay. We're going to go on a tangent a little bit because I've now hard focused on this. Thank you for this. That's the Zan one.
Hey, what's guys, we're here.
I need you to switch to the video, please. Onegaishimasu. If I do this, would it change? Let's see. Did it do it? No. Why? Oh, there it is.
So today we're talking about a new
It's not talking shit. It's just like it's something I just don't agree with. Like
VTuber controversy involving a former anyone who collapsed, but over the past former VShojo talent Zentreya.
We're gonna watch a little bit. I'm gonna wait. His glass. Wait, did his glasses get bigger? Did it? Huh?
Who's been accused of some very serious
It's like a saying. Oh no, I know what you mean.
crimes, some social mores, if you will. Zentreya has been accused of being
Hi Tokyo. We're on a bit of a tangent. We're watching another video, but I'm trying to find a part that I don't like that Rev does.
a Nazi. That's right, Zentreya, of all people.
There it is. That's one of them. It's the way he presents the information as if it's supposed to be like a universal fact. Right there. Listen to it. Listen to how he says it.
Being a Nazi. That's right, Zentreya, of all people, has been accused of being a Nazi.
Now, see, here's the problem. What if you have new people? And you're like, of all people, does that make sense? I'll find more examples.
Why?
That was more like a weak one, but you kind of see where I'm going with this, right?
Would anyone accused of this
Like, unless you've been watching or keeping track, no one new would know about this.
non-problematic figure of being a Nazi? Well, her recent previews of her updated model include
Like, okay, another sidetrack. Did people forget that Zentreya used to play VR chat and was like, and had like that full military outfit and was like really well loved.
include a military uniform.
It was like the Anti-Lolly Association, ALA, if I remember correctly.
Like this. That's it. Apparently having a military
Anti-Loop Patrol. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the one.
uniform means you're a Nazi. Welcome to 2025, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. This is all the proof you need to
See, right there. We get it. For people that understand, we get it. But you cannot, oh my goodness, present it in a way that, like, I mean, I imagine it's not easy to explain it to new people, especially,
someone's
but it's
life.
like, I don't like this.
You just need to have a VTuber model with a military uniform. Now, she's being canceled across Blue Sky and Twitter, but let's get a quick preview. This is from Blue Sky. This person saying, I literally never heard of Zentreya before this thread, and I
Also, are we forgetting fucking Azure Lane exists? Hello? Are we not aware that Azure Lane has a lot of, the German ships? It's like, hello?
just heard of her name, and I'm immediately treated to a picture of what sure looks like a VTuber anime Nazi.
You see what I mean? I just don't like this type of reporting.
How was this even up for debate?
There it is, right there.
How? I'm
Listen to that
immediately
whole
treated
thing.
to a picture of what sure looks like a VTuber anime Nazi. How was this even up for debate? I'm glad lunatics like this just basically
Is making fun of the person? Yeah, you see, that's what I don't like though. Just report on the thing and stuff. Oh my gosh, I don't care for like it. In a way, it drives its own narrative that it's ridiculous. I get that, but you also have to respect the other side's opinion, even if it's fucking stupid. You know what I mean? If you want to report news, you do it unbiased. Not like it has that underlying tone. I hate this kind of fashion and it's ruined by them because it's trippy as fuck. Yeah, man, like that outfit she has goes hard. Like, it looks really nice.
appropriated military uniforms to Nazism. They believe anyone who has a
By the way, that hat, there are some American ships in Azure Lane that have that exact same outfit. If not Azure Lane, it's the other ship game. Not Kansai. No, even Kansai Collection has that. It has that type of style, like a PCAP. Yeah.
military uniform must be a Nazi.
And I will say, I am a sucker for like coats with fur coats on it. Not Concoli. It was the other one. There was another one. I don't know if it's still popular. It was called like Warships or something like that. But it kind of played like so it was like a 3D version of Azure Lane, and they go in like a circle fighting. No, not World of Warships. It was another mobile game. Game like Azure Lane. It was what was it? With ship girls. Warship? Blue Oath. That's the name. It was Blue Oath. There was an American ship. Yeah, right here. It's literally an American ship. She has that same type of hat. I kid you not. Oh, it got shut down? Yeah, she's an American ship. It's black and white. It's a PCAP as well. But the only difference is she's got like a skirt, like kind of like a cheerleading outfit a little bit. But yeah, it was called Blue Oath. Azure Lane's KMS faction. Azure Lane KMS. Bismarck. Yeah, like I've played Azure Lane. So why don't they have issues with this? Well, why don't they go after Azure Lane? I'm gonna tell you right now, if there are artists or people that went after Zentrea, and talk about Azure Lane and liking the game, I hope your dildo gets stuck in your ass. Because that is like some serious double standard. If you need another VTuber person, remember, Star. Yes, okay, I will say oftentimes when it comes to Twitter, people that speak so loud are often guilty of what they're accusing other people of. Can't do it's like it's so like oh my goodness. Rema Everstar. Let's see. Where'd my YouTube go? Oh. They do be projecting? Yeah. Rema Evenstar? Everstar or Evenstar? What is this?
Today's video.
From convicted predator to VTuber to the servings of Milky. No. You got me on a whole fucking tangent now. You've got me on a whole tangent. I gotta watch this later now. I'm subscribing. I want to see this now. But do you guys see what I mean about Rev, right? Like nothing against him person. I don't like the way he reports stuff. It's so like emotionally charged. I don't care for it. I honestly just don't care for it.
Thank you.
Okay, let's try to get this video back.
Hey.
Like they say it's like common knowledge. You always have to explain it and not have it emotionally charged. Like, so it's like, hey, you did that? Are you serious? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? And it's like, what if the person actually doesn't know what the hell they're talking about? You see what I mean? I hate that. I hate that so much. I mean, a part of it too is because, you know, back when back during college and stuff, it's like I took a lot of like stuff where you have to make arguments and such. I forgot. Even in just English class, you would have to like make arguments, and it had to be like very, yeah, debates and such. And it's like, when you see the difference between one that's like so driven by emotion versus stuff of like facts and like empirical data, it's so telltale how much of a difference it is. And like it really shows you like true intentions of people and such. But yeah. Okay, let's see if I can get this video back up. If I do this, there should be 2 of me now. Then I go back to here. Okay, that works.
Hey, Cole, Zero.
I feel like the current streaming platform where it's emotional over factual delivery. Yeah, that's true. By the way, Twitch like barely banned the Nina person for shoplifting, but the kid, well, not kid, but teenager, Berkai did it. He got like 2 years ban. Isn't that crazy? Like, that is. Hello? Like, man, you know, if they had better moderation, I wouldn't be surprised if they started getting more like people or like more traffic again. Because based on my personal experience, how your community, I'm gonna put music up. How your community is ran and such really reflects on how many more people would come. So let's take VR chat groups for example. It's a very slippery slope. If you have a big group that's like has the shittiest moderation and like leadership especially is doing so poorly at it, people are going to eventually leave and such, right? But then if a small group that's doing everything right does it well and keeps at it, eventually they'll outgrow that group, or people would definitely like, you know, see the smaller group in a better light. It goes a big way, and more people would get attracted to the group. But it's like, you know, honestly, that's the way I see Twitch. Sure, Twitch is definitely big. I personally don't have a big experience with that. And hi, Titan. But like, if they squared up the moderation and took some hits by banning the people that should be banned, even if they like bring in heavy income, I honestly feel like, well, see, I went to honestly feel like my debate's thrown out the window. But it's like, in general, you would get a lot more people coming to watch streams, and you might get more people trying to stream there more if the TOS was applied evenly. Exactly. It's like people don't want to go to. You'd be hard pressed to convince streamers to come to Twitch if they see how unfair the TOS is. Because at that point, it's like, it is your livelihood, and it's like, would they sack me just because they don't like me? And all that sort of stuff. So I need to be banned for life? Yeah, I agree. It is what it is, though. But yeah, we've changed tangents so many times. We're going back to the Gooner stuff and how I caught this guy watching it Enfield.
Pal Farrell, say, I've been thinking about you a lot recently, and I decided to Google your name.
Is this an
and,
ad?
well,
Oh, it's an
I found
ad.
some concerning
This is an ad.
stuff. Take a look at that. Isn't that your address?
What?
If you look down there, that's your phone number.
How are they getting
NordVPN.
These days, it's much easier than you think to just Google somebody and
NordVPN.
find out all sorts of private information like this. The sites that host this data are run by data brokers. They collect personal information, package it up, and
NordVPN.
sell it to whoever's willing to pay the right price.
No. What's the one that deletes the data? It's not NordVPN. It's another one. What's the common one? Help me, chat. Help me, so I can see you guys pre-watched this as well. What is it? There's another Incogni. Yes.
And the people who end up forking over the cash for it often end up being scammers and spammers. These guys are making insane
Where's
money
it?
from doing this, and is completely legal in America. Despite that, the law does technically require these data brokers to remove your info if you request them
Where's
to.
it?
But
Okay.
these companies make it
There
as
it
hard
is.
for you to do that as possible. They'll do whatever they have to discourage you from exercising your legal rights. That's why I use Aura, the sponsor of today's video. Aura not only will navigate the tricky process of submitting opt-out requests for you, but they'll also find the data brokers that have your data.
Fuck!
Just give them a
We're
few
wrong.
weeks and
We're
you'll start seeing
we
your
didn't
info
watch
popping
this.
up on these sketchy sites when you Google yourself. Aura will also continuously monitor the dark web, just in case your info ends up there as well, and if it does, they'll send you an alert. On top of all that, they'll also let you know if someone tries to use your compromised information to access credit or bank accounts, and they give you up to $5 million in identity theft insurance should the worst happen. If all that wasn't enough, they also include a world-class VPN service in their subscription, which allows you to browse and shop safely from any location you choose. You can go to aura.com/feral to try 14 days for free. That's enough time
I've never
for Aura
heard
to
of
figure out
this. I've never heard of this one
which data
before.
brokers are
This is
selling your
news to me.
information and start submitting opt-out requests on your behalf. Thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video. In early 2019, a new community focused on adult content would be founded on Reddit. It was called Argooned, and it featured a bit of a different take on not safe for work media. For all of
Argooned.
history before the creation of this Reddit community, X-rated material was mostly focused on creating some sort of fantasy for the viewer to insert themselves into. From ancient Greek pottery art to modern day OnlyFans content, the whole idea behind viewing this sort of thing is to imagine yourself as taking part in the activity that's being depicted in front of you. Argooned managed to break this incredibly long-standing pattern in a strange way. Instead of imagining yourself being intimate with the people on screen, the content on this subreddit would instead focus around the act of viewing pornography itself. Users would edit short clips of adult content with captions that give the viewer instructions on what to do as they're watching the video. They would also sometimes ask users
Didn't someone like? I remember. We're gonna on a tangent again. Someone tried using one of those spiral effects to like distort their face, and someone recognized it and reversed the spiral to find out who they were. They're like, "Wait a minute! I recognize the spiral."
to worship the actress being shown on screen like a god, and most commonly of all, they almost always talk about melting your brain and reaching something called a goon state. You might remember
Isn't that just like the enlightenment that comes after coming?
a
It's
few
like,
minutes ago when I said the difference between gooning and normal self-pleasure is the fact that gooning doesn't stop. Supposedly, if you do this for enough time, you'll reach something called a goon state, a euphoric, mindless, dopamine rush-aided flow state. This is apparently so powerful, it feels like being on drugs.
But this had a name before it. Did this not? I believe they called it post-nut clarity. That's what they called it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that, Jacob.
And it's the ultimate goal of gooning for hours on
This is like some stolen credit, stolen valor stuff.
Speaking of illicit substances, they seem to be a common topic in the gooning community, with the sex on drugs subreddit being taken over by gooners looking for mind-altering elixirs to enhance their viewing experiences.
Elixirs? Oh my god.
The most common suggestions here seem to be cannabis, alkyl nitrates, Viagra, and crystal meth. Redditors on
Hello? Are you...
Argoon will write about how these drugs help break their brain and make them stupid, in turn helping them achieve the very sought-after goon state. In mid-2025,
What am
a
I
journalist known as
hearing?
Daniel Collitz wrote a fantastic long-form article about gooning culture for Harper's Magazine, which is really the only serious literature on this subject you can find right now. He didn't just investigate these communities, he interviewed a few prominent gooners and ran a survey to quantify some of the finer details surrounding the act of gooning. One of the facts he learned from this survey was how long the average gooner gooned for, which was about 2 to 3 hours daily. Although a few times a month, your everyday normal gooner will typically have a marathon session that could potentially last up to 12 hours. Those marathon sessions are typically done in search of that so-called goon state. When people view adult media in a conventional way, they're always aware that they're replacing the real thing with an artificial substitute. Is by design not intended to replace the real thing or be your end goal of human intimacy.
What are
For
these
gooners, though,
fetishes?
Watching not safe for work media is indeed their end goal. They don't want the real thing. This has some major
Pussy free
consequences that greatly
forever.
shape both the sort of content gooners watch and gooners themselves. For one thing, without empathizing in some way with the performers on screen, the gooner is instead reduced to always being an outside observer. This without fail always seems to invite humiliation as a component in gooning content. The captions very often mock the viewer, calling them a beta male or a sissy, asking them to burn all their money on OnlyFans subscriptions and telling them they're not allowed to stop gooning. The second major implication of becoming a gooner and having your end goal of human intimacy be watching visual content is they just sort of tap out of the dating pool and become voluntarily celibate. The gooner doesn't seek a partner.
You know, this reminds me about... We're going on a tangent again. I love going on tangents as of late, for whatever reason. This reminds me of like VRChat and the Phantom Sense thing, but like we're reaching the point where some time has passed where a Phantom Sense thing might actually be real. For people that have lost limbs, this has always been a thing where like people that have lost limbs, it's like they somehow imagine they can still feel it. But we're so deep into VR chat and VR like eroge and stuff like that. It's like, you know, if you have Phantom Sense, I wouldn't be surprised now, because it's especially for people that have, as bad as it sounds, people that have grown up with VR chat, which is weird to say, but there are people that have been like, I would say, started playing VR chat around 13, 14, 15, and now they're like, you know, young adults and shit. So it's like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a whole culture shift with it eventually. And then eventually we get into stuff where like everything is like VR, we get Sword Art Online and shit. But yeah.
They only seek adult media. As such, many gooners don't even identify as homo or heterosexual. They instead describe themselves as pornosexual, meaning they're only attracted to not safe for work content and not real people in any way. Now,
What? So you're just, does everything, okay, I'm like, so everything just has like a classification now? Like, so 2D women only? Well, it doesn't mean 2D necessary. It just means like, I'm so confused.
I'm sure I don't have to convince you that this is impossible.
I'm too old for this shit.
In that to be attracted to smut, you by design have to also be attracted to real people, but in any event, being quote-unquote pornosexual is very common in the gooning community, without the possibility of ever...
It reminds me how like I had to have Val explain all of like the LGBTQ stuff. Like for me, I didn't even know what the hell the word queer meant. I still don't fully understand the definition behind it. To be honest. And then there's the stuff like pan, aromantic, binary. I'm like, I don't know any of this shit. Back then, for me, it was either you were straight, gay, lesbian, bisexual. Bam, that's it.
for having a partner. Gooners instead find companionship in the company of other gooners. While viewing adult media in a conventional manner is almost always a solitary and kind of shameful
I hear
activity,
you.
gooning is instead a communal one.
And if it, like, it's like, for me, I never cared about most of it, but it's like all this new stuff is just like even more confusing.
And gooners will openly discuss their activities with one another, which has led to the gooning community becoming one of the
Simpler
largest and most
times.
expansive
Mhm.
not safe for work communities on the internet. Gooning
Of
has
course, we had bad cultural stuff as well. Pedal Bear being example. Back then it was pretty normalized, but now it's like, yeah, we shouldn't really be making a mascot about pedophilia and stuff like that, and be calling it Pedal Bear, and then having merchandise behind it.
slowly taken over the culture of online pornography over the years, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's still 2019, and we have a lot to get through. The idea of fetishizing the act of watching adult media
Just
was
stare
a
and
novel
pump
one.
your.
It was something that had never been explored before, and gooners would be swift to expand on this concept and introduce other novel trends into their newly Christian community
Oh my
of
goodness.
smut, the first of which being Goon Caves. Our Goon Caves was founded only 2 months after Our Gooned, and it once again broke a fourth wall. Instead of sharing not safe for work media directly, users here would instead share photos and videos of themselves viewing not
Please
safe for
don't
work
read this
content.
out. Read
You
what
might have
out.
heard of a subreddit called Our Battle Stations where people share photos of their slick high-end game computer setups. Our Goon Caves is essentially the seedy video store backroom version of this. Users would share with others the great lengths they would go to just to watch adult content, with a heavy emphasis on having multiple screens playing many different films at the same time. Sometimes users would post time lapses showing themselves viewing adult videos for hours on end. Other users would joke about canceling plans so they can stay home and watch not safe for work movies. This post is probably the most well-known thing to come from this subreddit. It shows us the OP's emergency gooning kit he created, so he can drop everything in Goon no matter where he is. It's complete with a binder of photos, a flashlight, and 2 external drives containing 6 terabytes of adult content. This user shows us a monitor overlay he created so he can play Battlefield while simultaneously watching 16 adult movies at the same time.
That's badass.
Telling you right now, kick this guy out the fucking team he's throwing. We are playing to win. We're not here to fucking goon. Like, get your shit and get out. Like, hello, if we're losing the point because of you, get the fuck out the team. We want someone that's useful.
How can you even aim? Definitely can't when they walk right in front and have been kicked for being AFK when I'm really into the video.
One thing you'll notice on
What a
Our Goon
useless
Caves is the
fuck.
slightly different focus it has compared to Our Gooned. Many posts here seem to be showing off the gooner much more than the adult media he's enjoying. Commenters seem to compliment the physical features of the gooner more than the performers in the films they're watching. This brings a sort of homoerotic angle into the mix, and believe me, it's way more prevalent than you might think. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, it's still 2019 and... I guess that's starting now, eh? The social isolation caused by the pandemic seemed to supercharge the gooning community.
This pandemic fucked over everything. Like, oh my goodness. It did so much damage.
Growing its
Yeah, that pandemic lasted for a
ranks by
while.
hundreds of thousands. While people were posting eerie pictures of normally busy streets that had suddenly become deserted and free of people, gooners were also posting photos showing where some of those people had gone and what they were now doing. Without being able to see others in person for an extended period of time, it makes sense how some might turn to this strange community for some perverse idea of comfort. But as the pandemic wound down, gooning didn't. It only grew larger. And with social distancing being done away with and people now able to see each other again, the communal aspect of gooning would take on a new meaning. In 2022, a new gooning-related subreddit would hit the internet. This one was called Goonbuds, and it's exactly
What are... Excuse me.
what you think it
I'm
is.
so
Gooners
confused.
would post on the sub seeking other gooners to goon with, typically ranging from activities such as DMing one another on Reddit, to having a video call, to actually meeting up in person. While you might expect the virtual options to be the most common, if you actually look in a Goonbuds meetup thread, you'll mostly find men seeking other men to hang out with in person.
Daniel Kollitz's survey,
Damn.
70%
Okay.
of respondents said that they participate in some form of group activities with other male gooners. You might be noticing the gay undertones to this whole thing, but believe it or not, most people who participate in these so-called group activities with other
By the way, oh my goodness, I hate this filter shit. They're using chromatic abrasion, but it's too strong. It's hurting the hell out of my eyes with these texts. Like, oh my goodness,
identify as
he needs to
straights.
stop with that.
One gooner that Kollitz's interview claimed to find gay adult media quote
This shit hurts my eyes.
disgusting, while at the same time seemingly only ever involving other men in his own intimate affairs.
I'm done with this video. I'm giving it a thumbs down. I can't do this. It's this chromatic abrasion shit that he's doing. It's pissing me off. Let's see. I want to see these other ones.
What if I told
Okay. It hurts my eyes? Yeah, it's fucking terrible.
you a VTuber crashed her car with her boyfriend in the passenger seat and then asked him to take the blame for it? What if I told you that wasn't even the craziest part? This is the story of Ilya Kashkova, an indie Indonesian VTuber who went from tuning cars to wrecking her life in full view
Tuning cars? That sounds badass.
of the internet. And it all started with a single tweet. Ilya Kashkova isn't a
This reminds me of this one YouTuber that Guy Bryan likes. She has big breasts, is very attractive, but she's also like a super Gundam freak in a positive manner. And she's like really well liked in the community.
major name in VTubing. She's an indie streamer from Indonesia who mainly played Apex Legends, Overwatch, and occasionally posted car content. Her streams had been silent for nearly a year until suddenly she was everywhere, but not because of her gameplay. Instead, she went
Source? I don't remember. I'd have to find it.
viral after bragging online about speeding from Jakarta to Surabaya, a trip that normally takes over 10 hours in under 4 to 5 hours. How? By illegally overtaking traffic using the highway shoulder lane. And she didn't just say it, she posted video proof. The internet exploded. Some people saw her as bold, most saw her as reckless and
A stupid ass.
dangerous. Instead of apologizing, Ilya
If you want to go speed that fast, do it on a racetrack. If you're doing it for an inconvenience, say that if you like accidentally kill someone. Be like, oh yeah, I didn't want to wait 10 hours. I will never understand the mindset of people trying to justify speeding and such like that.
doubled down. She argued with commenters, claiming her custom-built car made it safe, that as long as you calculate
Made it say okay.
things properly, overtaking on the shoulder wasn't dangerous.
I
News
already don't like
outlets
the
picked up
person.
the story and eventually, overwhelmed, Ilya deleted her Twitter account. But that wasn't the end, because just weeks later, her ex-boyfriend came forward with a story far darker than reckless driving. The reason Ilya Kashkova was in the spotlight was because of one tweet. She made a public post bragging that she had driven from Jakarta to Surabaya in just 4 to 5 hours. And to understand why this was a big deal, you need to know the distance between those two places. Jakarta to Surabaya is a pretty far trip. In fact, it's almost impossible.
Is that a bit of an error? She like already talked about this in the beginning as like passing information, but in this segment she makes it like the main topic.
To cover that distance in that amount of time. But Ilya wasn't shy about it. She outright admitted, my record from Jakarta to Surabaya is only 4 to 5 hours because the shoulder is open 24/7. Don't
It's like a
imitate
repeat.
it.
It's
This
like a
tweet
repeat
went absolutely
reporting.
viral. It was shown to more than 238,000 Twitter users, and Ilya seemed pleased about the attention. People were absolutely outraged, and the tweet sparked wide discussions. Some people bizarrely praised her for her boldness, course, but most saw it for what it was: dangerously reckless driving. Driving that not only put herself at risk, but everyone else on the road. Then, as if bragging wasn't enough, she decided to post proof. She posted a video of herself overtaking a truck by using the highway shoulder lane. In the video, she can be seen driving next to a truck, speeding past it illegally using the shoulder. Naturally, people called her out, but instead of backing down, Ilya started fighting back. She responded to criticism by belittling the people calling her out. She said, seeing all these comments and QRTs,
It's always this type of stuff that eventually they get so out of hand that they either hurt someone or some serious shit happens.
it just shows people that don't have any idea how to drive and
And they think to themselves, yeah, I know what'll happen, but it won't happen to me because I'll handle it differently. So said them after how many people have said that previously.
control their rides. People who let their cars do all the job for them. People who doesn't even change oil themselves. People who only know to press gas and brake. And she didn't stop there. She doubled down on defending her use of the shoulder lane, saying, as long as you're still using your brain and calculating, it's safe to take the
It's illegal.
shoulder of the road. From that point on, it became a full-on argument
my
between Ilya and the internet. She started going back and forth with users, belittling them for what she claimed was their lack of car knowledge. She said she knows her car, that she built it herself.
This is like the CEO of Somnian using any reputation, any what's the word? Not reputation. Any publicity is good publicity. That sort of thing.
That she knows its limits. She argued further, saying, I know it's legally wrong, but I didn't inconvenience or injure other drivers.
There
I
it
don't use the
is.
shoulder of the
There it
road
is.
for racing without thinking like people who drive stock cars recklessly without checking whether they can do it or not. Just because, oh, my car is fast, then do whatever they want. And
Main
to
character
others, she
syndrome.
said, legally, I was wrong to use the shoulder of the road, but did I inconvenience other drivers? Injure other drivers? Was I racing recklessly? So of course I'd take a taxi. I'd try it out without bothering other drivers. But of course,
You
her
can do it on a
constant
racetrack.
replies and back and forth bickering with netizens only fueled the fires of this controversy and made it a bigger deal. At one point, she posted, it's funny when people say that those who speed are brainless. In fact, there are actually more people who drive slowly but are stupid because they can't drive, so they make it difficult for other people. Meanwhile, those who speed, not all of them, especially those who have been driving in toy cars for decades, actually know more about the terrain and traffic. In one specific moment, when a user told her that what she did was pure luck and required zero skills, this seemed to hit her where it hurt. Because she fired back, making it clear she didn't believe it was luck. She said she did it on purpose. These endless back and forth arguments only made the situation worse. There were a lot of upset people. And eventually, it got so bad, the local news network picked up the story. One of the headlines read, who is Ilya Kashkova? She became the subject of
Wait.
gossip after claiming to have traveled from Jakarta to
Did they
Surabaya
find out
in
who she
just
is?
5
IRL?
hours.
No.
Even mainstream Indonesian media was now reporting on this controversy. And finally, all of it became too much for Ilya. She nuked her Twitter account, deleted everything. You'd think that would be the end of the story. That perhaps the backlash she received from the reckless driving scandal would make her reconsider her behavior. But no, because a month later, she was back in the spotlight. This time with a wrecked car, an endangered passenger, a boyfriend she blamed for the crash, and an entire relationship that would unravel into one of the
Oh
messiest, most
my.
chaotic exposés the VTuber community has ever seen.
Was she the
This wasn't
driver,
just
though?
a
That's-
controversy anymore. This was a full-blown disaster. And Ilya, she was right at the center of it. A month after nuking her Twitter and the whole controversy, Ilya Kashkova was back in the spotlight. This time thanks to her ex-boyfriend, a guy named Orbi. What started as a breakup turned into a public expose. It all began with a thread. Orbi claimed Ilya had manipulated him, cheated on him, lied to him, and nearly killed him in a car accident. But to understand how it got there, we need to go back. And I'm gonna warn you right now, it's not really the kind of story with sides or a right side, it's just one big fucking train wreck. It started with YouTube. Orbi said that 2 years ago.
Okay, I like this person's reporting already. There's no bias, even in the undertones and such. Even saying like it's a big fucking train wreck. It's so
YouTube
neutral.
recommended him a Titanfall montage uploaded by Ilya. He thought she seemed cool, so he followed her on Twitter. They started interacting, bonding over fighter jets and other shared interests. Casual conversations turned into regular interactions. Then came Instagram. One day, the algorithm recommended him Ilya's past life account. He followed her, and this time, she reached out first. They started chatting, and within a week, she was sending him reels and random messages. For Orby, who admitted he's never been in a relationship before, it felt
Hi,
like
Connie.
something more. At this point, things were casual, friendly, nothing too unusual, but that didn't last as things escalated, and fast. They exchanged WhatsApp numbers, started FaceTiming. Orby described them doing night drives together, whether over video call or in person, that isn't clear. But to him, one thing was very clear, they were dating. He says, "We got closer and decided to exchange WhatsApp numbers. We went on FaceTime night drive together on the 21st of March and started chatting about lots of things since we share many interests, and we
So why
started
do you
to
bring it
always
up,
send
though?
random selfies
Why?
to each other." Within 2 weeks, Ilya was already giving him pet names. She called him her Uwawawa and wanted to be his, I
With
can't
three
believe I have to
names.
say that out loud, wee. Why? Because she'd seen that kitten meme. Cute? Maybe. Concerning? Probably. But soon after, things
Hey, chat. So, like, do you guys want to, like, be my BB? I can't fucking do this. Oh my gosh. Oh.
turned sexual. Ilya started making not safe for work jokes and sent him increasingly explicit photos and videos. She
I
told him
can't
she
do
wanted to
this.
be skin on skin with him. She
Oh
eventually
my.
confessed her love in a 2.5-minute voicemail
Same
and
with your
outright called
chest.
herself
No,
his
I'm okay with
girlfriend.
this one. I
Orby,
can't do
by
it.
his own admission, fell for her. Ilya kept escalating things. She sent him voice notes, teasing him, tempting him. She started sending nude photos, making explicit comments, and even describing how it would look if he, quote, took her from behind, end quote. And things
That is.
only got more intense from there. Orby was fully hooked. They started making plans to meet up. He was in Germany, she was in Indonesia, but they agreed to save up money to make it happen. She eventually convinces him to meet her in Indonesia, claiming it would be cheaper for the both of them. Eventually, Orby
Well, technically, yeah, it depends, but it really depends on the country's economy. And so, yeah.
bought the flight. He was
What's this
determined
about? Some person that used to drive reckless, was a VTuber, and just like pretty much blew themselves up in bad reputation and such. And apparently, them crashing a car was like only the tip of the iceberg.
to meet her. But right before his trip, Ilya
Can
asked
you
him to
fix her,
cancel,
chat?
or at least shorten it just 1 week.
I may be broken, but I never need fixing.
She told him money was tight. She said she'd be busy and didn't know if she could take care of him while he was there. But Orby didn't cancel. Instead, he reassured her. He promised he'd handle everything himself. He told her he didn't need fancy restaurants or expensive plans.
Drew, honestly, take me to Taco Bell. Damn. Want to go to the beach? Let's get VR.
That he could survive on instant ramen. He said all he wanted was
Ramen's good.
to spend time with her, even if it was just sitting somewhere, smoking a cigarette together and yapping about random shit. He offered to pay for everything.
Wait, I could should try that line of mods. No, I'm okay.
Food, gas, activities, even her car repairs. He just wanted to be with her. And so, he got on the plane. But as the flight date got closer, Orby started feeling uneasy. Ilya had asked him to
Great. You're in Sabra? Last night ruined my mental. What happened?
cancel or at least cut the trip short. Just previously, she'd claimed she'd be too busy, that money was tight, and that she couldn't take care of him. And even though Orby reassured her, telling her he didn't need fancy restaurant, that he'd survive on instant ramens, that he just wanted to be with her, something felt wrong. That's when he noticed something strange. One of her Instagram stories was missing. At first, he brushed it off. Maybe she deleted it. Maybe it was just Instagram glitching. But curiosity got the better of him. He asked her directly, "Did you
They're texting, I think. I'm a bit confused. Now my friend is ignoring my whole group. Did I? Dominica?
Did you take that story down?
Hopefully whatever it is, blue side stuff? Huh? Well, hopefully whatever happened, your stuff gets resolved.
Or did you change your settings? And then she admitted it. She'd hidden it from him. She was hiding something and Orby knew it. But instead of walking away, he took the flight anyway. When he landed in Jakarta,
Wait. Don't tell me. The guy got catfished. Or he was lied to. Oh my. There is no way.
Ilya picked him up. According to Orby, they spent their first date together, ate a meal, dropped his luggage at her hotel, went to her apartment, got drunk.
Wait, so they did meet up. So what happened?
He's living the good life and getting everything he ever wanted. However, she then left him alone at his hotel room for 2 days. And when she returned, things got messier. They met again on the 13th, but things didn't feel quite right. Orby discovered Ilya had been hiding more of her Instagram stories from him. And soon, his suspicions led to jealousy. He noticed something else. On someone else's Instagram story, he heard her use their pet name, Wee Wee Wee. A name he thought was something special. Something just
She
between
was
the two of them. When he
cheating.
confronted her,
Oh.
Ilya brushed it off. She told him she wasn't calling anyone else that. She said she was just joking around, making fun of the wee 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 sounds from her old car video. Nothing more. And as for the guy in question, Ilya reassured him that the man had his own girlfriend. He was just a friend. Nothing for Orby to worry about. But
Oh.
Orby wasn't convinced. That pet name meant something to him, and hearing her say it to someone else hurt. A few days passed, and suddenly Ilya's Instagram stories stopped completely. For Orby, that was the final red flag. Something wasn't right, so he made a decision. He created an alt account to stalk her Instagram, and that
Okay, that's a bit odd.
That's when he found out what he'd been dreading. Ilya had been posting. She just wasn't posting where he could see. Using his alt, he watched in shock as she shared updates about another guy. Alarmed, Orby confronted her, but instead of being apologetic, Ilya seemed irritated, more annoyed that he'd made an alt account than about what he'd found. She told him not to worry. That guy, in her words, he was just her mechanic. Orby explained why he'd done it. He said he wasn't stalking her for no reason. He'd made the alt because her stories had stopped, and that felt strange. But when he saw her post, his anger boiled over. He told her, "Turns out you were going on some dates with that guy, MF, while I'm here, Lamau." Ilya's reply, "Remember when I told you to refund the tickets and you said you can't? What am I supposed to do then? I got no choice."
You confess that you're cheating and two-timing. This is even worse.
Orby shot back. "You always have a choice." Trying to explain herself, Ilya claimed the photos
my
were from
gosh.
before he arrived. She said she hadn't seen the other guy in a while because she was too busy, always out of town, working on her car. She acknowledged that, yeah, it probably looked wrong since Orby was there in person, but otherwise, in her own words, Orby pressed her harder. That's when she told him she had tried to tell him. She said, "Everything about family shits I said in the restaurant was the truest shit," but none of it felt like enough. Later, Orby would summarize the situation simply. On Sunday, he found out Ilya had been hiding her stories from him because she was posting a
If she was just her mechanic, why hide it? Right? Like, why hide it? If I were to give my phone to like Aya, Yumi, or Desu, or whoever, I'd have no issues with it because it's like, what is there to hide? But this one is just like, I mean, aside from personal information concerning other people, where it's like medical and stuff like that, that I can understand. But you know what I mean?
about another guy,
just
and
like-
once again she told him not to worry because according to her
I've
he was just her
I've never
mechanic.
understood this.
Finally, after Orby kept on pressing her, demanding answers, Ilya admitted the truth. She told him that the mechanic wasn't just some guy. Her family was actually forcing her to marry him. According to Ilya, she had fought with her family over it. She wanted to be with Orby, but it didn't matter. Different cultures, different expectations. She said it simply wasn't her choice.
Forced marriage sucks, without a doubt. It's still an issue to this day, but her not saying anything completely throws all of that out the window. You should have said something to the guy. Yeah, it sounds like bullshit, if anything.
Orby, narrating the situation, said bluntly, so she decided to hide the truth for 1 month and lied to him instead. And when you read their messages, you can see her struggle in her own words. My dad is Muslim, she says, and honestly, I can't understand some of the way she types, but I'm trying my best.
He concerted way back. Oh, okay. So I understand. Concerted as in orchestrated this way back in 2015.
Here, so bear with me. And he's pretty strict about race and shits, she goes on. I couldn't tell you these things back then because you're about
Converted?
to come here
They're
from
converted.
Germany. She said she
Why can't I? It's not letting me rewind this.
had
Why?
fought
My dad is Muslim. He converted way back. Oh, you're right. No. Jada's right. I'm wrong.
I couldn't tell you these things back then because you're about to come here from Germany. She said she had fought with her family because
So what if he's about to come? It's better to just tell him. Sure, it's a waste of his money, but it's better than him wasting his time as well.
she was, in her words, eager to have him. But her family called her a rebel. They told her that if she went her own way without
Sounds
their
like
permission
bullshit.
or blessing, they wouldn't see her as their child anymore.
Yeah, and
Her
money.
father, she said, fancied the mechanic a lot more than anyone she chose herself. Orby was furious. She'd taken the guy she didn't love, the mechanic, to meet her family, but not him. Ilya tried to explain. She said she didn't actually bring the mechanic to her parents. Her father had simply stopped by his workshop since they lived nearby. And then she said something that to Orby felt like a final justification. At the end of the day, this was her culture. She said that as someone of Asian descent, children
Dog shit. Dog shit. Dog shit. You're an adult. You can still, leave. It might not be easy, but to me, I don't agree with this. You can have cultural differences, but it's also better to be understanding as well and such. But this does not seem like a cultural thing. It's more like a dumbass excuse to try to get out of it.
were expected to do what their parents told them. That even at 28 years old, since she wasn't married yet, she was still legally and socially under her parents' control.
No. Well, then again, I don't know how it works in India, so never mind.
In her words, that was normal. In some cultures, children don't leave
But I doubt that. I seriously doubt that.
their parents' households until they're married. According to Orby, Ilya told him that her family liked the mechanic. They actually fancied him, even if he wasn't her type. She claimed that she wasn't hiding the truth to deceive him. She'd much rather have him. She said she was doing it to protect him, to keep his heart safe. She didn't want to hurt him before he even arrived.
This is even worse than keeping his heart safe. This is like you grabbed his heart, you stole his heart, and then you threw it. This is even worse.
And besides, she said she had no choice. Her father and brother followed her Instagram. She had to keep up the act because if they found out, the situation at home would get so much worse. In her mind, this was the only way to manage this situation. To Orby, though, it just felt like the last 3 months with her were complete lies. After all of that, the arguments, the confessions, the lies, they didn't break up. Instead, Ilya and Orby met again, tried to pretend everything was normal. normal. And somehow, they decided to keep going. For the rest of his trip, they agreed to spend whatever time they could together, trying to make the most out of it. Even if, beneath the surface, everything was already falling apart. Because by this point, Orby wasn't just hurt. He wasn't just heartbroken. Something in him was starting to crack. And Ilya had no idea just how far he'd go next. You might think the worst was over, but it wasn't. Because on the day Orby was supposed to leave Indonesia, everything collapsed. It started when Ilya offered to drive him to the airport, a last moment together before saying goodbye. But that drive didn't end with goodbyes. Instead, Ilya, known for her reckless driving, pushed things too far, and somewhere along the way, they crashed. Ilya's beloved car, the one she named Genji, by the way, was totaled. And whether it was named after the Overwatch hero, the historical figure, or something else entirely, one thing was certain: Genji was dead. At some point after the crash, while Orby was still shaken and trying to process what had just happened, Ilya messaged
Wait, her tail came out of nowhere.
him. And one thing named after the Overwatch, Genji was dead. At some point after the crash,
Wait, no. We know it's Overwatch.
one thing named
Wait,
after
wait,
the
wait.
Overwatch hero, the historical figure, or something else entirely, one thing
Wait.
was certain: Genji.
It's Overwatch. It's not the fictional. It's Overwatch. It clearly says Overwatch right there. Yeah, it's definitely
was
Overwatch.
dead. At some point after the crash, while Orby was
Why am I like, oh my goodness, I should start playing GeoGuessr. I might not be the best at it,
still
but
shaken and trying to process what had just
Right.
happened, Ilya
Mhm.
messaged him, and what she asked left him stunned. She asked if she could blame him for the accident. Why? Because
oh my gosh. There is no way. Save me, okay? It's going to be depressing. Does she not realize what she's putting this guy through? Oh my!
he was a foreigner, and according to her, the police couldn't sue him. She asked for his passport, his ID, and his plane ticket. She said it would
my
help her avoid
gosh.
trouble with the authorities, and Orby agreed. He handed over everything, hoping it would help her, hoping he was still protecting someone he cared about.
That sounds
As soon as he left
terrible.
Indonesia, Ilya changed. While he was flying home, she stopped replying to him. When she did answer, her words were cold, detached, and cruel. She told him, "You're the last person I want to listen to right now, and also the last person I want to see." When he asked where she was, she shot back, "None of your business." Orby said she was hurtful, that she blamed him for what happened, even though, in his words, he just wanted to support her. Though it's worth noting,
She was driving. She was
some of Orby's
driving.
screenshots from this period seem oddly cropped. In other messages, she told him more directly to stop contacting her for a few days. She said she needed time. She said her world just crumbled and she needed to recover. At one point, she apologized half-heartedly, telling him, "Sorry that I had to say what I said. Depression took over me and I became the ultimate asshole. But
That's no excuse though. Racing out her tail? I mean, it just popped out of nowhere.
yeah,
I
safe
was so
flight.
scared the whole
It should have
time.
ended there."
It wasn't her tail. Okay. You've set me on a tangent again. You've did this. Her tail wasn't out the whole time. Oh, it was out the whole time. Okay.
But it
Anyway.
didn't, because after Orby landed back in Frankfurt, she messaged him again. And what set her off this time was Instagram. Apparently, the other
Instagram.
guy, the mechanic Ilya had been seeing, found Orby's Instagram highlights.
Oh.
How? I have no fucking clue. But according to Ilya, Gats now believes
On last Saturday, I asked her how she's doing. She broke up with me on Sunday, saying the cuck had found out about her and me on my Instagram and accused her of cheating on him, which she did. I was so confused. Who exactly is cheating on him? You shouldn't blame me because I posted with her. Oh.
she'd been cheating on him, even though, as Ilya insisted, she wasn't. She messaged Orby in a panic, saying, "You know the context. What will my parents say about me now? My life is ruined because of the damn misleading posts and highlights. Sigh. What will my family say?"
Well, that's what happens when you keep something like this a secret.
say about me on my way
If he knew about this, he would have never pursued. Probably. Benefit of doubt. Where he would have never pursued and none of this would have ever happened.
to be
Aside from her crashing, because no way in hell that's ever going to stop.
disowned and to be disgraced to my family. Almost got killed by the accident, and now
It's not an accident, it's a collision. An accident is something that's out of your hand. A collision is self-made. Or by someone else. Bitch. Sorry. I'm getting violent.
this. And then came the most random moment in this entire meltdown. In the middle of blaming Orby for ruining
What the heck? Thank you for wasting 30,000. You mean he... Oh, are you gonna try to go for partnered? I have to do Just Dance stream. Then, like, from there, I'll just raid into you. Bam. Easy.
her life.
I will say it will be hard because, so in order to get partnered, it took me a few tries, but for me, it doesn't count. Well, the thing is, what you need is exposure, people finding out about you. So there are a few things to getting. We've went on a tangent again. At this point, this whole stream is about going on tangents. I am so sorry if we keep switching topics. So for mutes, I will say it will be a bit more harder because so they take I don't know if it still works the same way as it did back then, but in order to get partnered, there are a few factors. One, the category you're streaming in. That plays a big role, or your main content. So, for example, if you're doing VR chat, I'm telling you right now, it's a lot more difficult to get partnered if you're a VR chat CC, because it's so saturated with a lot of people streaming VR chat. That's one factor. Second is your location, believe it or not, like your geolocation. Now, correct me if I'm mistaken, because this was how it was back then for me. Back then, if there are a lot of partnered streamers in your state or location near you, it typically is more difficult to be partnered. And considering I know where you live and the names I know that are also from there, yeah. But I'm saying it's easier to get partnered if you are not in the yes, exactly. If you are, I honestly expect a challenge no matter what. I know a good time frame, but I got denied about, let's see, about 3 times. For me, what happened was because I was more into VR chat streaming than I was with others and variety. But the thing is I started talking was one of them. Well, you have to understand, for me it was a lot different because I already had what's the word? I already had like a lot of exposure. Again, I credit Rob for helping me a lot because if it wasn't for Rob, I wouldn't be partnered, to be honest. I mean, Dante's the streamer got denied every 6 months for 5 years. Yeah, see, exactly. So, for me, what happened was, not only did I do Just Dance rather than the normal sit on front of the camera and just wiggle your ass, I did mapping more of. I was a VR chat mapper, and I was doing a lot of that. So for me, that's how I got in a lot. So to be honest, the partner thing is like the third on my list of goals. Streaming one, to use more streams to improve myself and then growing as number. Virgo training art. Like I said, if you're going through that route, I combine words. Through that route, it is very, very, very saturated. Because if you're serious about it, yeah, it's a lot more difficult. I've seen so many other people. Honestly, I will be honest. You would have more chances. You would have a better chance doing it through Voices of the Void than you would VRChat. VRChat is so saturated that pretty much, yeah, if you do any form of wiggling, they are just going to throw you under the bus and be like, yeah, because one of the things they asked me, if I remember correctly, was, what makes you think you have what it takes to be a partner streamer? What makes you stand out from the rest? They will ask you that sort of question, and yeah. So they will ask you that and be like, okay, we know that. So for example, they'd be like, okay, we know that your main content is VRChat. What makes you stand out differently and from the rest of these people that have more viewership, more average, more following than you? I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Super off to worry about now. But yeah, that's just like I'm just giving you the reality of it because that's how it was for me. Albeit, I will say it's a lot easier to get partnered than it was back then. If anything, you can ask Vatsu about it because he knows more about like all that stuff as well. Okay, back to this. We're going back to the other tangent.
If Ilya casually dropped what might be the most bizarrely baseline of the entire story. She told him, I ordered some Suisse merch for you. That's it. That's
Hey. Okay, we can't follow her on that. I like Suisse.
the line. Even in the middle of absolute chaos, she wanted him to know she'd bought him Hololive Suisse merch. I don't get why, but
She's my favorite too, aside from
in
Fubuki.
this house. She then eloquently added,
She's got
"Plan
that
to give it
drip."
to you on August, but I don't know. Nah.
Okay, fuck you, bitch. Never mind. She can suck her mom's cock.
Then,
No
almost
offense.
as if none of the drama
There's a lot
mattered,
of
she started
100 feet.
demanding
That
his
was like
address so she
there's
could
like
send him
10,000.
the merch and other goodies once they were done. Orbi didn't respond right
I love
away.
Hololive.
He said
My
he needed
favorite
time to
Scotone.
think,
She's
but
good
Ilya
too.
wasn't letting it go. They started arguing about his Instagram highlights again. Ilya insisted that his posts were misleading, that they made it look like his trip was all about her, when in reality he'd spent days exploring Indonesia on his own. Orbi pushed back. He refused to give her his address. He told her if she really wanted to return the merch, she could just bring it over herself. Ilya snapped. I'm not going to Germany, bro. The fuck? Address, please. I want to get over this quickly. Do not make another trouble for me, please. Address. And then what felt like the final
This person is so fucking stupid.
gut punch.
Pardon my language.
Alright, we're done here. Thanks for all the investment you wasted on Indonesia and on us. Me and Genji. Sorry that such amount of money you spent
Marine,
ended
the
up
base
being a
horny
waste.
captain.
In the end, Orbi wasn't just left heartbroken. He was left feeling like every moment and every dollar had been a mistake. And that's when Orbi finally snapped too. He spiraled. He then goes on an absolute rampage. He starts exposing her on Twitter, posting screenshots, sharing every ugly detail
my.
of their relationship. He crossed lines. Orbi went as far as sharing some of Ilya's private photos, nudes, and he even doxes her real name. And even though the nudes were censored, it was still a serious breach of privacy. At some
That
point,
is true.
Orbi even got in touch with her ex. We don't know how, but messages surfaced showing him talking with Ilya's past partners, digging
Wait, past. That's plural. The pics were. Wait. Oh, so this reminds me of this like where both people find out that the person's cheating and they become friends over it. And they're like, fuck that bitch. Got back on the 3rd of the 28th, and we broke up again on June 3rd. I was together during that time. April 3rd, broke up 20th, not June. But they cheated on both of us simultaneously. The pics were where she stayed in hurricane places where we were still dating. She was there with MML. She'd send me pictures the entire time. Yeah, oh my
deeper,
gosh.
gathering dirt, and it
Yeah,
only
she had
got worse from
bodies.
here on there. One of Ilya's closest friends messaged him. She told him that because of him, Ilya couldn't sleep, that she was traumatized by the accident, that he'd ruined her life, and now
Where is all. Okay. she was on this whole grandstand on the internet to be like, oh, it's safe as long as you're safe. And then
He's going on Twitter exposing her. She even accused him of wrecking the car, of causing the crash himself. For Orby, this was
wait. Is this her alt account? What is this? Where does this account come from?
Because of him here on there. One of Ilya's closest friends messaged him. She told him that because of him, Ilya couldn't sleep, that she was traumatized by the accident, that he'd ruined her life, and now he's going on Twitter exposing her. She even accused him of wrecking the car, of causing to crash himself. For
she's just putting herself in a 10-foot grave as well.
Orby, this wasn't just frustrating, it was infuriating. Because
if she was friends and saw the facts as they were, if she were really her friend, she'd call her out. She would call out her friend's stupidity as well. That's what friendship is about. It's not about, oh, I don't care if you're doing something wrong. You're my friend. So as long as you're my friend, you can keep doing it wrong. Nah. That's some stupid shit.
Ilya had been the one driving, and
Pardon my
now
language.
hearing that she was telling her friends otherwise, blaming him for everything, it pushed his frustration to a boiling point. It pushed him even further towards the edge. Every time he thought the situation couldn't get worse, it did. She wasn't just lying to him anymore, she was lying about him. So angry and exhausted, he did what he thought was the only way to defend himself. He sent her screenshots of his WhatsApp messages with Ilya, proof that she'd been the one behind the wheel. Proof that he had taken the blame to protect her, not hurt her.
Now, if she plains, I'm sorry if I pause. I'm like so invested into this. The only time you ask this is when you can avoid jail and your boss. I don't know about that.
But at this point, Orby wasn't just trying to clear his name anymore. He was getting angrier with every lie he uncovered. But the spiral didn't stop.
Oh my gosh. After how a lot of people were judging me that experience didn't show up from her, reached out with serious traumas. Wait, so there's even... Oh
because after all of this, more people started reaching out to him, and he used this information. Other victims, people who claimed Ilya had done similar things to them. Orby described losing nearly 10 kilos from the stress. He said he spent sleepless nights replaying everything that had happened, leaning on friends just to keep him stable. He claimed he wasn't...
I put my code on anything in your sites channel. My sites channel. I read that as Corone thighs. It's so weird to me. Well, it's not weird. It's just like, it's so random that she can do like, she's able to do like a backflip or like a front flip, right? Like straight up a cartwheel. Oh, wait, my mind went somewhere else. Yeah, I read it as thighs.
Speaking out for revenge, but for justice. He wanted people to know what she was capable of. He wanted to warn others not to fall into the same trap he did. And then he started sharing everything. Google Docs filled with screenshots, evidence, conversations, even testimonies from other people who claimed they'd been through similar experiences. And it wasn't just him. Another victim, someone who'd once been Ilya's best friend, also spoke up. She explained why their friendship ended and made it clear. She'd been dragged into Ilya's chaos too, as Ilya had spread
all allegations about me being a sex addict was false. I was 14 to 18 years old when I was friends with her.
Rumors about her being a sex addict in the years where she used to know her. For everyone who kept mentioning that I was her best friend in 2015 to 2019, here is why it all ended. All allegations about me being a sex addict was false. I was 14 to 18 years old when I was friends with her. We were a duo and we went everywhere together, but she's always manipulating me so that guys won't approach me. She spun the narrative that I am a sex addict and mentally unstable. I was underage at the time and she spread such lies. I went to a top university in Indonesia and she claimed that she was the one who did my work to enter. It was an on-site test, there is no possible way of help. Everyone knew us as a duo, but she never wants me to appear pretty when I'm with her. If true, that is seriously messed up. But at this point, the line between victim and villain had completely blurred.
Not as good as hers. But the thing is, Korone did it like so like fluid. It was just out of nowhere. It's like, what the hell? She can do that? I remember that. When it became so viral.
Spiraling. Orby wasn't just heartbroken anymore. He wanted to ruin her. Two people.
Okay. That's where I draw the line. I can understand if it's to defend yourself, but if you're getting back at someone, you are no different than she is. You are basically going down to her level. Can you do a cartwheel? No.
Tangled in.
I'm tell you right now, I was the type of gal that would ride motorcycles and shit. I have no flexibility when I'm holding on for dear life.
Toxic lies, manipulation, and now revenge. And as Orby's story spread, even more people came forward. Another former friends of Ilya.
What the heck? I'll be right back. I'm gonna put music on. I'll be right back. One moment. I gotta tend to something. Okay, I'm back. After this video, by the way, I'm ending stream. As much as I want to continue, I want to relax.
What if I told you
I replayed the video by accident.
Then what felt like the final gut punch. Alright, nudes were censored by the accounts of his sis, and it wasn't just him. Anyone who kept mentioning at the time, and she spread such lies. I went to a top university test when I'm with her. If true, that is seriously messed up. But at this point, the line between victim and villain had completely blurred, because Ilya wasn't the only one spiraling. Orby wasn't just heartbroken anymore. He wanted to ruin her. Two people
I will never
tangled
agree
in
with
toxic
this.
lies, manipulation, and now revenge. And as Orby's story spread, even more people came forward. Another former friends of Ilya spoke up, someone who had known her from Facebook back in 2019. They described her as the talk of the server back then, the classic Discord kitten type. Cute voice, playful
Discord
attitude,
kitty on
but there were rumors. Stories that she had manipulated multiple guys in their friend group, enough that it eventually caused their entire Discord channel to fall apart. But their story wasn't just about manipulation. They also shared something darker. At one point, this ex-friend said they'd loaned $300 to one of Ilya's close friends, money that was supposed to help him pay his school tuition. But after that friend saw how Ilya's father treated her, angry, controlling, and even abusive at times, he made a decision. Instead of keeping the loan money for himself, he gave it to Ilya so she could run away from home. And as a result, that friend struggled to pay for his final semester. The thread ended with a quiet, painful note. Their friend struggled paying for his school semester because he had given Ilya the money instead. And this part is
You should never throw away your money like that, especially if you're just friends. It's your own future versus you can't. Oh my goodness, you shouldn't be taking care of other people if you can't take care of yourself. That's just my personal opinion. Because like, yeah, unless you can.
Is where Orby truly starts becoming unhinged. I mean, he was already unhinged before, but now even more so. This wasn't heartbreak anymore. This wasn't just venting, this was obsession. Because after everything, after the crash, the accusations, the arguments, Orby decides to go all in. He doesn't just leak a few screenshots. He dropped not one, not two, not three.
I would give Ika $300 for nerves if I had it. No, that's the thing. If people are giving me funds and it's like, yeah, this is my the rest of my money, I was going to use it for lunch, but I wanted to get I was going to use it for food, but I wanted to give it to you, I would find a way to refund it. Be like hello. It's like, no, no, I'm okay.
But 5 separate Google Docs on her. 5. At first glance, it looks like evidence, more testimonies, more screenshots, more receipts, and some of them are, sure. But then, if you look further, there's some deeply unsettling things in there. Because mixed with all of that, Orby included her personal information as well. Names, details, things that should never have been made public. And this wasn't a first offense. He'd already shown a disregard for Ilya's privacy when he shared her censored nude. Now he was exposing everything. It didn't feel like...
Wait. Did I hear that right? Is he sharing uncensored... What?
Made public. And this wasn't a first offense. He'd already shown a disregard for Ilya's privacy when he shared her censored nude. Now he was exposing everything. It didn't feel like justice anymore. It felt like revenge. His reasoning for dropping...
I thought he was sharing IRL nudes, but uncensored. Because I was like, in the US it's considered revenge porn, which is if I remember correctly, it's a felony. And it's pretty bad.
Ilya's personal information, he made it clear in his own words. He said this wasn't about drama anymore. It was about bringing her to justice. He included her real name, license plates, addresses, places.
Okay, I don't agree with this. That is not okay to do. As much disdain as you have for the person, that actually goes below than what Sheeta is doing. That's like that's really bad.
Places she worked, places she stayed, Instagram accounts.
That's
and phone
really
numbers.
bad.
Even the workshop she visited regularly and the cars he claimed she'd used to commit traffic violation. He's going crazy. He said police needed to find her. He said, in his own words, bring this woman to the place where she belongs, to jail. And disturb.
That is just an excuse. Using the police authority is just an excuse. Let's be real. He was just angry and wanted to get back.
Disturbingly, he doesn't even stop here. And while Orby was melting down publicly, Ilya was breaking down privately. Hidden inside one of his Google Docs was a long, unfiltered message exchange between them. And this is where Ilya stopped sounding like a manipulator and started sounding also completely unhinged. She wasn't apologizing, she was reflecting, and she was lashing out at him. And every message only pushed Orby closer to rage. She started by blaming him for everything. First, your problem, it's all begun from your own reckless choice to go here to Indonesia in such time. These things won't happen to you, wouldn't have happened if you...
They agreed. They agreed to meet for him to go to Indonesia. That's the thing. There was no recklessness. They talked about it.
You weren't here for the first place. She told him that none of this, the crash, the drama, her ruined life would have happened if he hadn't flown to Indonesia at all. And then came the rant. I'm sorry I gotta say that to you, like I'm being ungrateful, but it's just a fact. Secondly, despite all of my overwhelmed works and all that, my sleepless night and overworked times, I shed blood and tears so I can still spend time with you. I fought for you.
He also spent time with the other person.
You had no idea how excruciating it was, how torturing it was, and how tiring it was. She told him he didn't understand.
Surely Tomboys wouldn't do this to Orby. I am so sorry. It's actually worse than that. Sometimes. So, as a VR chat mapper, I get told a lot about a lot of drama that I never asked for, and I'm just going to my I tell to myself, why am I being told all this stuff? I don't care. I make a bullet hell. And yeah. If only you knew some of the stuff. If only you knew about some of the drama that happens on VR chat. Because I will be honest, the stuff this person has said, there are people out there that have done way worse. There's one in particular that I know especially about, but I dare not talk about it because it's just not my place. But anyways. Where's my thing? Oh, there it is. Google Talking Time. No, it's just, I don't care about it. I'd rather not deal with it. It's just, if I told you the name of this person, then you'd all be shocked. But all I can say is, they're a really big name, or used to be a big name. And, you know, when you warn them about something, and even if you tried warning them to protect them and they go and tell you, I hope you rot in hell and die, yeah, then it's like, it would really break the image a lot of people have. It's like, yeah. But I say nothing about who it is because I don't know if they're active or not, and it's just, I don't care in the end. It was Goku, I knew it.
What she'd sacrificed him for. I have no such luxury to sleep on a bed with AC and soft blankets. Man,
Plus, if I talk about it, I'm gonna have to deal with them and all the drama that comes with it, even though, you know, I'm not in the wrong for anything, but it's like, I don't want to deal with drama. I'm too old for that shit. I just wanna masturbate and, you know, and like suck on Fuda cock. It's like, I don't want to deal with this shit. You think I care about this? Hell no. I want to build maps. I want to make bullet hells. I want to finish Haven and Aegis. I don't have time with this shit. Like, it's like, yeah, you know? It's like, I don't fucking care about this stuff.
barely even had any sleep. And not only been sleepless, I worked my ass off.
And I have a congestion. Like, me having this annoying ass congestion every time it gets humid is more annoying. Or is less annoying. But still, it's like I have enough annoyance in my life. Dealing with someone that's like a man child is not something I want to deal with when I'm already having congestion.
my physical and my mind to work 3 different jobs at the same time every
I want the
time.
God.
Tried to
I'll
fucking
steal
best to
all the
squeeze all
God.
this
Give it to me. You heard nothing.
shit so I can
Smart
meet
out
you.
your
And
garbage.
lastly, my babies that you just belittled is my fucking life. Reminder that the baby she is referring to is her car, Genji. He is my life. I put my life on him too. My life's work, months of cries, drama and pain, months of torments only to build him. I'd rather die than losing him. Yet I fucking crash him because I was
Are you curious to know who I was talking about? Huh? Green one? I'll tell you the name. If you dare to tell a soul, you know what happens. Tell me? Okay. There's a reason I don't say it. Excuse me, I'm having hiccups.
putting you first. And the craziest part is that she blamed him for her own reckless driving. I was trying my best to get you there as fast as I can while I even have 0 sleep, and I ended up crashing my fucking baby because I was micro sleeping for taking you. She even framed the entire crash as her sacrificing her baby for his sake. I would have been go crazy and fucking break everything if it weren't for you. Bro, if I support you, that means it's another sacrifice coming from me, because I don't want to see you. Seeing you traumatize me, and if I come and see you to give you
Tell me when
moral
you read it.
support, means I gotta sacrifice my own feelings to do so. I have to choose to leave my severed Genji only to give you moral support. And after all that, she told him that the supporting him emotionally
Crazy,
wasn't
right?
possible because she was the real victim. You asked me to be the one that giving you moral support while I, the one with the fucking whole lot's bigger problems, to ignore mine and still
I don't
blame me
even know
for
if they're
that?
still around.
Holy shit. Finally, she dropped the last blow. And
Okay,
no,
back to
we are
this
not
video.
in a relationship. We are trying to be it, but clearly the more
No, they were in a relationship. There is no trying. It's either you're. What?
I know you,
I'm.
the more I
Oh
know
my
this
goodness.
doesn't work and won't work. For Orby, these weren't explanation. These were
I don't need moral
insults. She
support.
wasn't
I need oral
apologizing
support. I
for the
like that.
crash. She wasn't taking
I'm
responsibility.
gonna steal
She
that
was
from you and
blaming
say
him for
I
everything,
thought of
and
that.
every
Yoink,
single
mine
message
now.
only made him angrier. While Ilya was spiraling privately, she was fueling Orby's breakdown in public. 2 people, 2 spirals, and no way out. One of
Yes, my
Orby's
queen.
mini documents wasn't about Ilya
Wow,
directly. It was
wow.
about her past. Because buried in that evidence dump was a conversation with one of her
I'm giving you oral support.
someone
You can
who
do it.
disturbingly described experiences eerily similar to Orby's. She'd love-bombed, lied, 2-timed. It looked like a pattern. Orby questioned everything at this point, even her forced marriage story. Was that even real or just another layer of manipulation? At first you could almost
I know Indonesia, if I remember correctly, I'd have to be corrected if I'm mistaken. But like they still have forced marriages or arranged marriages like to this day. If I remember correctly as well, Japan kind of has it, but not too much ever since they like more or less modernized. Philippines doesn't have it, last of my knowledge. Yeah, I know Japan does, but not to an extent like this. When it comes to like companies and businesses, yes, to a degree.
sympathize with him. After all, this was
In the US, it's very I don't think this happens in the United States though. At least to my knowledge. Because for whatever reason, we are so hooked on guns, America, freedom, democracy, and stuff like that. Like the whole idea of like arranged marriage, it's like, fuck you, we're American type of deal.
was his first relationship, his first girlfriend, and this was how it ended, with a crazy car crash and then an even more insane crash out. But then the conversation took a darker turn. At one point, one of Ilya's ex told Orby bluntly, "You should stop wasting your time for peace, but if you want violence and revenge, then you know what to do."
That is heinous.
Orby didn't hesitate. He told him that's exactly what he was going to do, that he would go to war, that he'd get justice for himself and for everyone Ilya
That is...
had treated like shit. Together, they started planning how he could message Guts, the so-called fiancé, how he could send him proof and expose everything. You could see it happening in real time, Orby tipping back and forth between regret and revenge. These exchanges really don't make anybody look good. One moment he was questioning whether her feelings had ever been real, and the next he was strategizing how to ruin her. And if there was still doubts about how unstable Orby had become, there's this. Somewhere in those conversations he apparently said something seriously offensive, potentially racist. We don't know exactly what, since it's not showcased in the screenshots, but it's just another sign that Orby is also super toxic. And then there's one of the most
Yeah, he is. What the fuck?
unsettling revelations in Orby's own documents. He admitted that while staying at Ilya's place, he went through her phone. His justification? He was bored. Even though they hadn't known each other long,
Wait.
even in Orby's own documents. He admitted that while staying at Ilya's place, he went through her phone. His justification? He was bored. Even though they hadn't known each other long,
There is no
even though they
victim in
weren't
this.
a long-established
He's
couple,
just as
he rifled
guilty.
through her phone while she wasn't looking. And yes, his suspicions were confirmed, so in a way, perhaps he felt vindicated by it, but the method, disturbing. And what he found on her phone only made things worse, because the ex-boyfriends he'd spoken
I'm getting distracted by her tail swaying left and right.
to wasn't an isolated case. The ex told Orby that Ilya had two-timed him too, and when he confronted her, she denied everything, insisting they were never involved, claiming the other guy was stalking her or just outright delusional. For Orby, this was a confirmation. Ilya wasn't special, she had a pattern. At least, that's what he believed. And now, he was ready to destroy her. In yet another document, he compiled messages from other people who came forward, people who'd also been burned by Ilya. One of them, a girl. She claimed Ilya had tried to steal her boyfriend, flat out. That Ilya lied to her multiple times just to get his attention, manipulating her to get closer to the guy. And then the conversation took a sharp left turn. At one point, the girl bluntly told Orby, "You should probably get yourself checked for STDs." Because apparently Ilya once told them her body count? But it didn't stop here. Throughout these conversations,
Wait.
told them her body count?
Oh my. Two ST. Oh wait, no. STDs 2 days ago. But still came positive?
But it didn't stop here. Throughout these conversations, the claims kept getting wilder and wilder. According to this person, Ilya wasn't just two-timing, she was dating multiple people at once, including someone inside the VTuber community, though that relationship was never made public. And of course, a lot of these claims lacked evidence.
Positive
Then
is
came
good,
one of the
right? No,
strangest
it's not.
allegations yet. They said Ilya had a habit of recycling the same sob stories with every guy she dated. Always something about bad illness, a new disease, a convenient tragedy to gain sympathy, in her opinion. But then it got
You know, I'm a nymphomaniac, and I have all sorts of problems with like sex being validation. But damn, how is this person more like fucked up than me?
got worse. Another person came forward and said Ilya once pretended she was
Oh my
dying.
goodness.
Literally. She faked a terminal illness just so she could ghost a guy, and this
That okay. Story time. That actually happened with me once. I don't know what convinced me to say yes to this person. So I met this person a while back. They said they had cancer and like passed away. Everyone was sad. I didn't know this person. I didn't know the guy at the time, right? So I was like, oh, I'm sorry to hear, because, you know, my other friend was talking about it. And then my friend was like, you know that person is alive, apparently? And they don't have cancer? And they lied about it. And for whatever fucking reason, we all became friends. And then he tried to date me and was successful. Turns out, yeah, I don't, you know, lying about cancer was the first thing I should have been like, yeah, that's a red flag. But I was young and stupid and like, what was I, 18 at the time? 18, 19? And yeah, I should have saw that as a red flag, but you know, when sex is validation, it's like, sheesh. Back then, I didn't have like that good of self-control, and I was pretty broken myself, not in a good way. And yeah, so one day we were playing this MMORPG, for whatever reason, out of nowhere. No, they didn't have a disease. They didn't have cancer. They lied about the cancer. So for whatever reason, out of nowhere, just one day, they decided to break things off with me by saying some heinous shit to like other people in this MMO we've been playing. I meant the sexual ones. What? I'm a bit confused. Did they have diseases? Yeah, she had diseases. The girl in the video had STDs, and he tested positive for STDs. Oh man, that's like, oh my goodness. But yeah, it was pretty bad. You know, I started getting DMs from people from the server because she was like spreading a bunch of lies about me in War Chat apparently. And he went and said, he was saying that like, how do I even explain this? He was saying to other people that was like abusive, mentally abusive and like manipulating. I was like, what are you on about? And then I showed like actual messages and such. It's like, oh, it's like, it's really bad, you know? It's just like, yeah, that was fun. Turns out they were catfishing me as well, and he was using fake pictures. Yeah. But I will say it's not as bad as it's not as bad as the VR chat one. So, you know, when I first joined VR chat, I was like very in my own circle. We came across this one person. And so, okay, I met this person. This guy, their name was Penguin. I don't remember the full thing. But like, their name was Penguin. They would use you know, the little anime model of like the anime girl Penguin one? But their name was Penguin, right? And him and I were like basically becoming a thing, and we got very close. And I'm talking about it right now because I'm pretty sure he quit the game. If not, I'm sorry, I took full responsibility, but you're still a piece of shit. The Kameno Friends one, yes. So what happened was him and I became very close. And every time we met new people, or like we showed up together, or it got to a point where like he started introducing himself as my wife. So imagine this like cute little tiny creature penguin girl that was very like cute, and it's like, hey guys, what's up? And it's like, you know. And then they're like, and he would be like, yeah, this is my wife. And it's like a hot fox wife, you know? And at the time, doing custom models and everything was like a lot more rare and harder to do back then. Because back then, VRChat models also had a very, very, very strict avatar guideline. It had to be optimized. It had to be less than 70,000 polys. And it could not have an exceeding amount of materials and such. So imagine this tiny creature, and then I walk up, it's like, who's this hot babe? It's like, yeah, that's my wife. It's like, what? So eventually, we also had this really good friend of ours, and I'll just call him, we'll call him Davis. So Davis, Penguin, and I, we're in like a friend group, right? But we're all very close. Now, Davis met another girl. I've talked about this before, so some of you know exactly where this conversation is going. But I like to talk about it because it's so funny. So, Davis, like, knows about my issues with, like, how I have a high sex drive. His girlfriend had a high sex drive as well. Now, I should have thought about this, but back then I was very stupid. He basically says, yeah, I want my girlfriend to fuck you. It's like the best way I could put it. I was like, huh? I was like, personally, I don't care. I don't mind, but you have to ask Penguin. And he agreed to it. By the way, nothing ever happened because, like, as things were, like, progressing and they started getting closer, it never happened because I was still on the fence about it. We'll call this girl, we need a nickname for this girl. We'll call them Clara. Lack of a better term. So Clara, for whatever reason, like, started... How do I explain this? Clara, for whatever reason, started being so hostile to me, and then, like, unfriended me and everything. And I was, like, really sad about it, because I thought we were becoming really good friends. Everyone in general. And I told Penguin about it. And Penguin, for whatever reason, was acting so strange. And then I found out. They both left the server. They were cheating. So Clara was cheating on the guy, on Davis, for Penguin. And Penguin basically threw me under the bus. Yeah, that was one of the biggest reasons why my sex drive and, like, sexual validation got really bad. Because I became a VRChat player and got exposed to the worst shit possible. This was all before I joined the lobby and everything, by the way. So... Oh, by the way, off topic, whenever you can answer, who's actually a generally good person in VRChat scene? Crumpet, easy. Bam. There are a lot of people. We have Val now as well. Boom, easy. A lot of people in Horizon. I know that they're part of Horizon, but still, they are actually good people. I would have to go through my list. They're actually really good people. Exxon's there too. Exxon Sniper, if you guys know him. But I'll continue that conversation in a moment. So, a few days, some time passes, right? Here's the catch. Clara catfish Penguin. Timing on the music, by the way. Oh, it doesn't end there. Not only were they catfish, it was the guy pretending to be a girl. Not just any girl. He was role-playing as the girl he got rejected by. Was using her picture and everything from Instagram. So apparently, he had been sending her pictures, posing as her to the guy. Yeah, Penguin tried to come back, but I told him no. I was like, sorry, you fucked this over. You burnt that bridge with me. Like, the story keeps getting more fucked up. Oh man, you have no idea. There's so much stuff I know about a lot of people, but I don't care to talk about it unless like it involves me, or it's something like this where I can talk about it where it's just me in particular. So funny. If I were you, I would just use Kamehameha and blast them. Stand your ground? I will. I stand on business. I will. If I dislike someone, I will publicly tell them. If they ask me, like, if the person I did not like joined the stream and was like, hey, do you not like me? And I will give you a plethora of reason why I don't like you. I am very honest. I will not hold back. Oh, you stand on business? Kiss me then. No. But like when I say I'm so honest to a point that it's like a double-edged sword, I will not mince my words. That's why I always tell people, like, you know, because a lot of people will tell me, it's like, oh, I didn't want to be annoying to you. I always tell them, if I thought you were annoying, I would have told you myself. I am very, very, very honest. If someone wants my honest opinion, I will tell them. I would rather tell them, I would rather give them honestly rather than lie and be dishonest. Trust me, chat, she doesn't. Yeah, I do not mince my words. I do like that about your chat. People, you're annoying. Okay, new group. I don't understand what you mean by that. But the brain demons taught us and tell us you're annoying anyway. Okay, back to this video.
Disappear from the relationship. She'd used the same
Yeah,
trick
thank you for the follow.
repeatedly, allegedly pretending she was sick, pretending she was dying whenever she needed a way out. Insane. At this point, even Orby seemed
Oh my
overwhelmed
goodness,
because what
I
started
have
as a
congestion.
breakup had turned
Was that the whole story? Yeah, that's the TLDR. I mean, I cried a lot, and then I've stooped even deeper into my sex equals validation and started like really ERPing and such, and just like, you know, I would say that it was about until last year where I finally started at least getting better. I'm sorry that happened. Don't worry about it. Like, it's not a sob story for me. It's just, it happens. It's part of life. You can let it bring you down, or you can learn to grow from it and be a better person. That's why I always tell people, like, I'm a broken person, but I don't need fixing because I've been fine just the way I've been. At least the way I am now. It's like oftentimes, I don't know what it is with people that try to fix me to try to be a better person. It's like, people have to understand, I was never a good person. I'm just a person that was forgiven. It's like, I used to be just as bad because, you know, when the bad stuff happens to me, eventually I went from being a victim to being no different. It was only because of this one person, to go on a bit of a tangent, like, it was because of one person that played such a huge role in my life. No matter what happened, he took all the bad stuff, similar to all the bad stuff that happened to me with Stride, and responded with like actual love and positivity. No, it wasn't Lassie. Like, I would say it was because of this person I learned to try to be better and to try to be kind. So I owe a great depth, a lot to this person because it made me realize that it made me realize a lot, but like, yeah, Lazuka Kazaika's a little problem. No, I'm like being serious here. It's like a little bit of lore background. That's why I always tell people I'm not a nice person. I just happen to be a person that like I was just as bad as any other like really bad people. The only difference is it was because of how kind and forgiving this person was that made me realize that I could do the same, if not just as much. And how do I explain this? Because the biggest thing people have to understand is, truthfully, down to the core, I'm very apathetic. It's why I tell people, you have to be honest with me or I will not get the picture at all. You cannot use subtle like hints to say I like you or I love you because I just will not get it. No, it's not. I'm not scared of showing kindness. I will do it without question. If someone comes up to me and it's like, hey, I want food. Can you spare any change? I just ask them immediately, are you hungry? It's like, yeah. I'm just like, okay. And then I will just tell them, I will walk with them into the store. And I don't really like to talk about it because for me, when I talk about the kind acts that I do, it doesn't feel like a kind act if I have to talk about it or I'm like trying to show it off or something, even if I'm just explaining it. But like, I will walk with them into the store and they choose one, right? And then they're surprised. Like, yeah, choose one, whatever you want. So they choose one. I'm like, hey, I'll get this, but make everything large, add this, add that. Bam. And they're like, yeah. They're like so surprised, you know? I'm not afraid of showing kindness. Oh, I should have read the rest of it. I think you're scared of showing kindness often because people often mistake it for weakness. No, I don't care about that. I'm going to tell you right now, if they think it's weakness, okay, then I'm a weak person. Go fuck yourself. I'm going to continue masturbating and being a kind person. Like, I truthfully do not care to an extent when it comes to that sort of stuff. But yeah, but it was because of this person that it was the first time I've ever experienced kindness and what it's like to be loved, like genuinely. And yeah, it plays a big role in my life. I don't really talk about it because it's like very, very personal, but you know, he had such an impact on me. I was so impressed that no matter what life threw at them, they were just so bright that it was very dazzling. And yeah, I lost the topic of what we're on about. This became about a life about me. What happened here? We're going back to this video.
Turned into a pattern of lies, one that stretched
Sorry, I have really bad
beyond him.
congestion.
One of the most unhinged documents he released detailed how he contacted the other guy, Gats, the man Ilya claimed she was being forced to marry, the one that started this entire charade.
My
Orby
audio's
opened the
dying.
document by saying Gats didn't want to believe that his future wife was, in Orby's words, a so he decided to convince him. The document contains screenshots of Orby directly messaging Gats. His opening line asking Gats if he wanted to see a video of Orby having...
What? Are you... Want to see another video of how I fuck her so you finally understand that she's a whore and just... Oh my
with Ilya, so he didn't convince him. The document contains screenshots of Orby directly messaging Gats. His opening line asking Gats if he wanted to see a video of Orby having sex with Ilya, so he'd finally believe the truth. Gats, apparently skeptical, told him just send. When Gats suggested the video might be AI or fake, Orby flooded him with more photos, more evidence. At this point, whatever sympathy
Wait.
flooded
Does her dad or brother have Instagram? Dude, okay, that is heinous.
him with more photos, more evidence. At this point, whatever sympathy people had for Orby was completely fading. Yes, he had been manipulated, lied to, and cheated on, but now it was
He went
starting
from
to feel
being a
different.
victim,
It
yeah.
wasn't about justice, it was about destruction. Orby didn't just want Ilya to pay. He wanted to ruin her completely.
What the
And
heck?
at this point, the story wasn't just Twitter drama anymore. It blew up so much that it hit
Isn't this like, I don't know if it's, this should be illegal in Indonesia as well. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it is already.
local news once again. A second article was published about Ilya, this time not for reckless driving, but for the chaos unleashed by her ex-boyfriend's expose. The headline, remember Ilya Kashkova? She's back in Twitter
Oh, so that's where that picture thing comes in.
talk after being skinned by her ex-boyfriend. Once again, Ilya's
Iliad Artist? I have no idea who that is.
name became a public spectacle across the Indonesian social media. But this time, it wasn't because of a viral tweet. The article states, this was known from a tweet on the Twitter account based Dorby, which was shared on July 13, 2025. In the tweet, it was explained that Ilya Kashkova had manipulated him to the point of almost dying due to reckless driving on the road.
Did you
According
get
to
on the
him,
news
he
2
got to
times?
know Ilya from the YouTube channel until the communication continued on Twitter. The move
Wait, YouTube channel? It wasn't on YouTube, right?
continued
No.
to Instagram and WhatsApp. Their relationship grew
Oh,
closer
wait, they were streaming on YouTube.
until they finally became a couple. The figure
That's
named
what it
Orby
is.
left the country for Indonesia just to meet Ilya. According to him, the relationship became more serious until intercourse occurred. But who would have thought? Apparently, Ilya had been having an affair and admitted that she had actually married the man who had been arranged for her. Now, important clarification, that article claims Ilya admitted to marrying Gats while having an affair, but after going through Orby's threads, his documents, and whatever remains of Ilya's now deleted Twitter accounts, I couldn't find any confirmation of that admission or the marriage. Nowhere in her messages and nowhere in the leaks. So while the news article pushes that angle, I'd take that claim with a grain of salt. In the end,
True. You can have all signs pointing to her being married. This goes for anything in general. But if there's no concrete proof, then it's like, yeah, everything points to it. But what happens if you're wrong? Despite all of the overwhelming evidence, that could be really bad.
and Ilya Kashkova vanished.
And it's liable for defamation and such. I don't know if they have defamation laws in Indonesia, but yeah.
Her streams were already silent, her social media completely nuked after her reckless driving made national news, and her car left in pieces. And the man who once sat beside
Poor
her in that
Genji.
car, he exposed her, dragged every private
He never got that
detail
revive
into
or
the
respawn.
public eye, and in the process revealed just how unhinged he had become. Because Ilya wasn't just reckless behind the wheel, she played with fire. She played with her own life, racing down highways. She played with as many men as she could, keeping them hooked with lies and manipulation, and eventually she found the one who would burn her back. So, what do you think? Was Ilya Kashkova a manipulator, a victim, or just someone who spiraled too far and took everyone else down with her? Let me know what you think in the comments.
There you go. That right there is perfect. This is different from what Rav does. She leaves it up to you to decide. She only explains the facts. But when it comes to Rev, his is so like, it's so emotionally driven. And for me, that's the turnoff. Where I'm like, okay, I don't want to watch anymore. But this one's like, oh my goodness. I like this. I want to watch more now by this person. They did this, and so they are this is his vibes. Hi Cyclops, I'm about to end stream, but hi. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours now. GG's, yeah. I'll be streaming on Saturday, but what the fuck is that? Oh, that was VR chat. I forgot I'm still in this game. But yeah, see, I like the way this person reports. I'm glad you told me about this person. Think Rev gets tilted about drama? That is stupid. Yeah, but like even if he gets tilted by it, if you want to be a news channel or a drama tuber, do it properly. Married that one VTuber, Strawberry. That doesn't really matter. I want unbiased. Give me the facts. I will decide for myself how I feel about it. That red eyes guy with purple hair is good. You're talking about Fall Side. Yes. When it comes to Fall Side, his is more like corporate stuff, like corporate level on stuff that's like HoloLive levels and such. I don't know. The way he reports that, I just don't like it. It's just not mine. It's a personal taste at that point. I try to watch him, but it's just like the way he represents it, it gets like all the information pretty much kind of gets glossed over, if that makes sense. He's the person that merchant events? Oh, I have no idea. Okay, I'm gonna end stream. I want to take a shower. And yeah. Okay. I hope you enjoyed this just chatting. Have a good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it may be, and thanks for hanging out. Also, this is a good video. I want to watch more by this person. I actually really enjoyed this video. Taking a shower without chat? Yeah, pretty much. But yeah. I can use a tangent counter? No. I hope y'all enjoyed your stay. I'll see y'all on Saturday. Yeah. Thank you for all the follows, the subs, and resubs, and I hope you all enjoyed your stay. Yeah. I should really add a sub counter back. Yeah. Because I don't even know how many subs I have, to be honest. And I want a follower count back too again. Yeah. Isn't it nowhere near Thiopic? You're right! I'm stupid! I just forgot because I was just looking at it as the goal. Anyways. Oh my gosh. I am down to 71 subs? Man, I'm washed up. What happens to me? I guess I'll start like working on my own YouTube stuff. I think everyone's just busy or just not interested in the YouTube stuff. Man. Not enough just dance streams? Yeah. It's because I just do whatever. Dang, only 71 subs? Normally I don't care about sub counts, but it's like, damn, that sucks. I like the model showcase dances. I've been trying to fix my VR because I keep getting drifts, if that makes sense. So I've been trying to fix that. Also, why am I lagging? You see this? More huge Arca. But yeah, I think the biggest issue is I don't stream enough. I should try going for like at least 4 hours per stream. But yeah, it is what it is. Also, it's holidays, so I expect my sub count to be quite low. Which is pretty normal, at least in my opinion. If I could have a million fans, then I'm one of them. If I could has 10 fans, then I'm one of them. If I guess only one fan, that's me. If I guess no fans, then that means I'm more. If the world is against Aika, then I'm against the world. No, I'd rather you be like good and alive. If I perish, then I perish. No need to perish with me. But yeah. Does Mr. Shirley get Aika as many presents? I honestly, I want to work on my YouTube, but I'm just so busy. It's like it's so hard. It's like so difficult for me between being a mapper and just working on everyone's models and such. Because I have to rework Aya's stuff too as well, and then I need to redo Desibu's, or not redo it, but like do some repaint fixing. But yeah, first I don't recognize the majority of the names, but I'm done. I've been here for a while. Do me? Well, like, oh my goodness. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, it's just, you know, I really want to do YouTube stuff, but it's not a bit, it's very challenging. I've been honestly wanting to do a lot of ASMR videos. I just can't. But like, I think everyone's just busy with like doing their own things. So I'm honestly considering just hiring someone. ASMR Arca, please. Well, I can't even get my, like, I'm not clippable. I just don't make good stuff. I don't make good clips. I'm I'm not good clip content. And it's just like, I'm considering hiring someone to just do YouTube clips. I asked Aya to do it, but I don't know if she's been doing it. I gotta ask her about it. And Yunmi is busy with work and doing Twitch as well. Val's busy doing like Twitch stuff as well for other people. So it's like, and I can't do it because I'm mapping. It like doing map and model work. Oh my goodness. You could upload reacts like this? I'd love to, but it's like I just don't have the time. Literally after this, after I took a shower, I have to fix some stuff in ages. Not enough time in overall. Yeah, I'm literally just one person. But like, I'm glad that what do you call it? Tim is helping me do the art for the achievements and stuff for ages. But yeah, I'm just literally one person. I'm like doing model work and texture work for people. And it's like, yeah. So you go to /chat clip stuff and make good points easily visible. Yeah, I was talking about it. I might do whoever has the best clip that does well for the month. I don't make look, see that sub count right there? I only have 71 subs. But like I would eventually, like, you know, if you got the best top clip, whatever, for the month, the best I can do is like $20 or $30. Like Steam, gift card, whatever. For the time being. But yeah, it's just like, yeah. Do you come here often? If you don't, I can help. No. But yeah, I'll ask Leia about if she's done any work. If not, I'll just take care of it myself. At least it'll give me something. At least it'll give me some more work to do. I mean, I do it for a cheeseburger. What, doing the clipping and everything? I have congestion. But yeah, if she hasn't done any work, I'm just gonna take care of the YouTube myself and eventually hire someone. I will pay out of my own pocket. Or, you know what? I can do it myself at this point. I think I have an idea. But yeah, I would have to set up a template. Okay, whatever. Anyways, for now, I'm going to shower and yeah. Good night. Or morning. Just don't overwork yourself. I've already been. You can use the marker system. Yeah, I know that. But it's like, even that. Anyways, bye. When you can lick me clean, oh my.